I've got it.
What are you
They're
trying to pull
supposed
up?
to be it.
Well, early signing day is here, and of course, we're here to talk about a major battle going on right now. None other than 5-star Peyton Bowen. Going to be committing here very, very soon. I'm joined today by Drew England, PG. What are y'all thinking, man?
Peyton Bowen to Oklahoma.
Peyton Bowen to OU, that's your thought? Drew, what are you thinking?
Oh man, I'll just wait and see what happens, man. I've got my hopes up, obviously, for my Sooners, but hey, you never really know what these guys are thinking. So
Don't be
hey,
a Sooner
fingers
doomer.
crossed.
Don't be a Sooner doomer.
Hey, fingers crossed. I said fingers crossed. I'm hopeful.
No.
But yeah, I mean that would be awesome. So
You know you have to be a sunshine pumper.
Yeah, this is going to
right.
be an interesting one.
I'm 51-49 in favor of OU. So
51-49.
There's your sunshine.
No.
51-49 for no.
Sunshine
See, look,
pumpers 100%.
I've talked about this a long time. If you follow the visits, Oklahoma, I mean, they have to be in strong contention here. This is just going to be one that I have no idea where this is going to go down.
Yep.
I'm with you. Still not live yet?
What's up?
Are they still not live yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm one of the only millennials without an Instagram. So,
dude, create yourself a podcast Instagram. That's what I did.
I just don't want to be on Instagram.
I'm telling you, social is the best way. It's a good way to grow.
Yeah. It's a little wild. I've gotten to this point without posting anything on socials.
Hey, big time recruit news. Colorado just landed Isaiah Jada on the offensive line. JUCO offensive tackle.
Yeah, that's a big one. Now, yep. Tino, where have you heard that Bama is not in contact with Cremani? Because I'm not hearing that. I'm not saying it's not true, but they're saying the opposite on 24/7, and I'm hearing the opposite. So I hope Bama's in contact with Cremani. They better be in contact with Cremani.
So I'm not on Malachi Coleman's. Have you heard anything on Malachi Coleman yet? He should be announcing.
He should be announcing.
Colorado or
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Which I was hearing
for Nebraska.
Yeah, I was here in Colorado right after that visit, and then all of a sudden, the news kind of shifted.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, So if I had to say right now, speaking about Peyton Bowen, because that's the one that's going to happen, I would say I would lean in the favor of Oklahoma doing this flip. I just think we've heard about it for so long. And typically in recruiting, if you guys follow recruiting at any level, obviously I think y'all do, you're here.
He's a Cornhusker.
One of the things that Malachi Coleman's a Cornhusker, I actually have that video ready to go. I just need to do a little bit of work to it. And I was expecting him to be a Cornhusker. What a way to start in the Matt Rule era. But for y'all that follow recruiting heavily, if you hear about there being a guy that's like in flip contention this long, there is something there, right? And so the Peyton Bowen one, that'd be big. And what a loss that'd be for Notre Dame. Drew, we were talking about this the other day. If you look at some of the biggest flips that have occurred in this class, Notre Dame could be on the receiving end of two of them. And Keon Keeley to Alabama, and then Peyton Bowen to Oklahoma. I mean, Marcus Freeman's first year, I think, went about as well as it could have went. I mean, obviously the Marshall game notwithstanding, right? But outside of that, he's a first-year head coach taking over a program like Notre Dame. I didn't expect for them to be at college football playoff level, so maybe I was a little bit down on Notre Dame going into the year, and that's why I didn't think they had a bad year, but that's huge losses, those two together. What are you thinking about that?
Well, it was like I said, there's a few schools that you're really scratching your head about because they were in good positions, and obviously it could change here in the next few minutes with if Peyton does decide to sign with Notre Dame. But at the end of the day, if you lose out on those two guys, I mean, it's huge. It's disappointing. It's huge, and it almost takes the wind out of your sails just a little bit, and you got to regather, regroup, maybe hit the portal and get some guys to fill some spots that you were hopefully going to get with some of these high school guys. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a a tough blow if you lose out on either one of those guys, but yeah, certainly both of them.
Lloyd, thank you for dropping in here. Thank you for the $2. Lloyd says Bowens and his brother announced at 11 on Instagram. I know, man, we cannot wait. That's going to be huge. And let's talk about Bowens, the player, real quick, right? We got 7 minutes before this announcement is going to go down. But PG, talk to me about Bowens, the player. Like, what do you think Oklahoma gets if you land Bowens?
Yeah, so, I talked about it this last night, and then I made a video on it this morning because I think he's going to end up being a Sooner. But, you're getting an extremely athletic guy and a guy that is going to want to go out there and be lined up with the best offensive wide receiver on the field. Right. And he's a guy that, he's not afraid to get down and do the nitty gritty work, bring somebody down to the ground, make that tackle. And, ultimately you've seen what he was able to do at Denton Guyer. Like, he can do everything. He can return punts. He can return kicks, on the defensive side of the ball. He can even bring you in touchdowns, which for Oklahoma, that has been probably one of our biggest pain points on defense outside of just being able to make a complete tackle is getting turnovers and being able to turn some of those turnovers into scores, whether it's an immediate score or getting the ball and then transitioning that to a score on the offensive side. So I think with Peyton Bowen, you're getting an elite DB. And honestly, I can't tell you the last time OU had gotten a 5-star safety. Like, I don't, Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, when was the last time that happened? Because
you look at Buki, maybe it was probably
5-star.
Yeah,
the last 5-star. Well, the last composite 5-star.
Okay.
Composite 5-star was Caleb Kelly.
I don't really count anymore, but
yeah. Yeah, the composite 5-star was Caleb Kelly, and then in 2009 it was some kid out of Texas that was on the defensive line. So it's been a long time, and OU has really good momentum going into 2024 with some specific 5-star safeties and corners. And I think you have to be able to show that you can land a guy like Peyton Bowen to be able to go out there and land some of those guys.
It certainly will springboard you into those greater commits down the future and everything like that. So yeah, for more reasons than one, it'd be enormous for us. Not only getting a guy like that in your program, but for future classes, getting some safeties, especially if he's the kind of player that everybody thinks he is and comes in and has a great career and some success. That just springboards into more opportunities to nab some of these big time defensive backs in the future.
Yeah.
When I look at let me add this in here real quick and I'll pass it back to you. When I look at Peyton Bowen, the name of the game for me, I think of one word when I watch his film: decisiveness.
Yeah.
And for the safety position, you need decisiveness, especially in this Brent Venables defense, guys. I mean, truly, you put a guy like Peyton Bowen with his skill set back there, that range back there, that safety, that decisiveness, that is a huge addition. And if he is to stay with Freeman and Notre Dame, make no mistake about it, it'd be a huge win for Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame. Keeping a guy like this home, he is a 5-star player, a top 15 player in high school football for good reason. And PG, before I hand it back to you, the last thing I'll say here is whenever we're talking about people making these jumps, nothing is guaranteed in football. There's no guarantee that the number one player in the nation won't go to college and just won't work out, right? We've seen it happen before. But whenever you play for the level of competition Peyton Bowen plays in, Denton Guyer, and the teams they play in, those guys are usually pretty safe bets, about as safe as they get. He's seen great competition, pretty easy to judge against great competition. Those guys are about as safe bets as can be. PG, I'll pass it back to you. I just wanted to get that in here because I'm working on a thumbnail for the Malachi Coleman Nebraska edition right now.
Yeah, so one of the big things that I have about Peyton Bowen, I see people are talking about the crystal balls here. I really want to give you guys an insider to crystal balls. Wilt Fong is a great crystal ball indicator. But when you have guys like the Oklahoma insiders and then you have the Notre Dame insiders still 50-50 split on where he's going to end up, I think that's a pretty good indicator of how the recruitment's going. And that goes for any recruitment because I feel like the guys that are reporting for that school probably have the best look into that recruitment. And so if a Tom Loy still has his crystal ball in there, then he obviously feels like Notre Dame still has a punching chance. The moment you see a Tom Loy flip his crystal ball to Oklahoma, that's when you know Notre Dame's out. That's how you know a recruit's out. And so far, that hasn't happened yet. That's why, when I go look at a David Hicks commitment and I still see these crystal balls in for Oklahoma, or I go over to Cormani McLean and you see the crystal ball still in there for Florida, there's a reason why they have not flipped those crystal balls, because they still feel confident, even though that the player's committed, that player could still potentially end up at that place.
It's a great point.
Very good point. Very good point.
No doubt. Now we're just anxiously awaiting. It's like, so.
Hey, I'm just glad OU signed a 5-star defensive player today in PJ Adebore. Even if we lose Akana and Bowen, OU fans have to look at it and go, in Brent Venables' first real recruiting cycle, we were able to land a 5-star defensive player and on the and on the line.
Yeah, and then you got obviously Jackson Arnold, a huge piece to that. I don't think that's lost, and to get 2 really good 5-star talents like that, if it ends up that way, but what as they say, good things come in threes. So hopefully maybe it's a good thing. So
2 more weeks with the $2 donation asks, we got another hour, or Quay and James about to commit? I think theirs is a 2. It's in a little bit, but I think Bama's in a really good position there. And if they're able to cap off this day with both of those guys and the Damari Brown situation, that's one we have to watch. Up in the air, Miami's really trending right now. And one thing we have to watch, Miami got his brother out the transfer portal, if I'm not mistaken. That's a big thought. 2 more weeks, you could be right. It could be 12. I'm dyslexic as can be. I'm just going to be 100% honest with you all right now. I could have read it as 2, and it could be 12. So,
hey, James, comment. James, good to see you, man. Glad you're in. James is a good friend of mine. We spent a lot of time together in Omaha for the College World Series. James,
that's awesome.
Augusta, Georgia, big OU fan. So, a cool thing about James is he literally followed the Sooner baseball team to he went to the regional and then in Gainesville, super regional in Virginia Tech, and then all the way out to Omaha for the whole run. And we got to know each other, and very cool. James is also a high school football coach as well. So,
James, what was your favorite destination along the way? I want to hear from that, because that'd be cool. We got we got people saying, "Oh, picked Notre Dame, picked Oklahoma, picked this." So we got some people going back and forth here. Now, let's talk before I guess it's about that time for Bowen, so we'll wait until after the Bowen announcement to dive into some of the Akana stuff. I've seen some people asking about whether or not the crystal ball indications are real there. And quickly, before we dive fully into Bowen, that's a battle that's up in the air, guys. Up in the air. Whether that's Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, it is up in the air for Akana.
And I think Colorado is going to be that sneaky pick that a lot of people really got to watch out for. If there is a hat for Colorado next to Oklahoma and Texas on that table,
Hat Science.
I'm going to be extremely nervous. Do
y'all subscribe to Hat Science?
Yeah, David Hicks will not be signing until further down the road. Shannon, to answer your question there.
Mark Jones with the $5 says, none of us want to miss on our targets, but a stellar defensive class with a 5-star quarterback is a huge success. Mark Jones, I think you're right on the nail here. There's no doubt that there would be some hurt feelings if Bowens didn't sign. And if you finish the day exactly as you are right now, because you know what could be. But at the same time, we do have to acknowledge you got a 5-star quarterback. You have got a 5-star edge. You have got Makari Vickers, who I think is underrated. I'm going to throw that out there right now. He was a guy I've talked to both these gentlemen about. I know Alabama has a loaded safety class, the number 1 and number 3 safety. I wanted him still at Bama. He's that good.
Has he signed today yet?
I believe so, but all indications are Oklahoma with him. So
all indications up until the pin is on the
no
paper
doubt about it at all.
James said Blacksburg is amazing.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, and I want to see something about the David Hicks thing real quick.
Yeah,
so David Hicks is not signing today. Obviously, we'll find out more about that after the Armor All-American game. But if Damian Sanford happens to sign or drop any news and he commits to Oklahoma, it's a done deal. Like, that man is not ending up at Texas A&M. So if Damian Sanford happens to do something, that's what you have to watch for.
Yeah, that's going to be one we have to watch. And then obviously the huge one is that Kermani McClain not signing today. That is one we have got to watch. And, you know, Colorado apparently entering this conversation, Alabama, long time in this conversation. That's one we've got to watch, guys. It's going to be a huge, huge indicator.
It's 11:03, and I still don't have a live.
No live yet. The suspense is killing me.
Hey, it's
going to be 11:30. I wonder if Peyton Bowen slept in like Cormani McLean did.
He probably forgot to set an alarm. He's probably just now waking up. His mom's like, hey, come on, let's go.
Nicholas Harbor, I'd like to see him end up at Michigan.
Michigan would be cool. That'd be cool.
Because actually, Wilt Fong, and then we're talking about Michigan and their recruiting classes and how they're doing in the transfer. Are they live?
Here you go, PG. Sanford already signed with A&M.
Yeah, he did.
Damn it.
So maybe that's your indication.
Yeah, David Hicks, that was, and in fairness, Drew, I think you and I talked about this. I don't know, PG, if you were with us when we were. I think it was a few weeks ago, Drew, you and I were talking about kind of gauging what percentage we thought Bowen would flip, what percentage we thought Hicks would flip. I didn't think that the Hicks flip was as much in play anymore as the Bowen flip.
I agree. I like I said, I thought Bowen would be we'd had more of a shot with him than we did with Hicks, because
not saying that ship has sailed.
No. But hey, and now you never really know. I mean, you know, but yeah, I still think that obviously we'll know here in, you know, hopefully soon about Peyton Bowen, but I believe it's Instagram, Brent,
and it should be right now.
Yep, he's live
now. Here we go. So yeah, I mean, hop in the chat, guys. I want to know y'all's indication. 2 more weeks. You said 1 Central Standard Time. Perfect. OU, Notre Dame. What do we have? I think both.
We're still.
Drew, you say you think it's going to be OU.
Yeah.
PG, you think it's going to be OU. Chat, where do y'all think it is? Bowen is live on Instagram now, so we'll see.
There.
Beautiful. Look at this little workaround. Man, that Denton Geyer, those facilities are wild, man. Wild. Now, here's one thing I will say.
There's not an Oklahoma hat on the table. There's not an Oklahoma hat on the table.
I don't think there's a hat. Is there a hat on the table?
It's Oregon and Notre Dame.
That's not an Oregon. I don't know. Yeah, it is an Oregon hat.
Ooh-wee. Who knows, though? We've seen shows, people pulling hats out of bags. Who knows? I mean, it's only a matter of time before someone rides in the school mascot for their commitment. All day.
Oh, he. Oregon?
Wait, are y'all serious?
He picked Oregon.
He has the Oregon hat still on. Yep, he's signing with Oregon.
He's signing the paper right now with Oregon.
Wow.
What?
Guys, this is why recruiting is the best. This right here is why recruiting is undefeated. Peyton Bowen to Oregon. Wow.
Hey,
what
I just said, it's the I don't like it, anything can happen, man.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a day. First, we have Kermani McClain not signing, and now Peyton Bowen flipping from Notre Dame to Oregon. And this is the real curveball, guys, for everybody in the chat.
Wow.
Oregon had a visit lined up with Peyton Bowen that got canceled in favor of an Oklahoma in-home. So all indications were that Oregon was off the table. And now here we are.
Looks like they flipped the table over.
Yeah, it looks like they flipped the entire table.
Holy moly, Peyton! Oh my gosh!
And you know what's so crazy? I was just thinking to myself, if Peyton and Eli are committing on the same day, I think Oklahoma looks to be in real good spot. But wow.
Oh man, they must have really. But I'm gonna be honest. That's the Texas A&M bag drop right there.
NIL, look, NIL
because Oregon came in swinging with NIL money late.
Hey, if maybe he got his own shoe line, I don't know. Good grief.
Gosh.
But I will say this: I feel a little bit better now that it's Oregon and not Notre Dame, because I'll be honest, I am not the biggest
shares of Nike stock will do that.
Yeah, probably. But okay, yeah, it's just because I was talking to a friend of mine who's a Notre Dame, and we were both just kind of like, we really don't know what's going to happen. And now that that's why.
Yeah. So I'm in a player group chat with some of the 2023 recruits, and they're all the same thing. They're just like, what? Like, this was not what they expected.
This is wild.
I wonder, and he may have known before, but Jackson Arnold's feelings.
Yeah. Outlaw says, are the USC Skittlers going to make the top 10 after all the overstroking of Linky Boy by the media? Outlaw, I think you and I, we disagree only very slightly on USC and Lincoln Riley, because I think I certainly do think there are people that have overhyped USC this year. But at the same time, I do think they were more impressive than I thought they would be, and that's the only area where I say I think we maybe look at them a little differently. But there is no question here. The Big Ten is going to be an entirely different thing, and I don't even know that they make the top 10 in recruiting, because I don't know what battles they're going to be going over. That's going to be super interesting. I know they were trying to get Nicholas Harbor. I don't know that that's going to happen. I know that they're trying to get Travis Hunter, but that's going to be in the transfer portal. So I just am not sure where they're going to go to get a top 10 class. It's possible, but the top 10 classes right now are recruiting at such a high level. It'd be very difficult for USC to make that jump. Why hasn't signed with the Tide yet? I'm not sure, Tino. I wouldn't be too worried about Young. Richard Young has been recruiting for Alabama as hard as anybody has been recruiting for Alabama. If you're on Twitter, that guy right there has been going after it. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Now, Eli Holstein is an interesting one, especially because Alabama already has a top 10 quarterback in the class. They'd be doubling up with top 10 quarterbacks, which, hey, it's Alabama. They could do it.
Hey, this signing day has gotten PG. He's just left the building.
Yeah.
Can't take it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh, I love it. I love it though. I mean, yeah, we lost out on a safety, but this is compelling TV right here, man.
This is why recruiting is the best.
Yeah. I mean, truly nobody but the recruit knows what the heck is going on.
My bad, Outlaw. I didn't mean for it to take that long.
Right.
We were just in a string of
back. He
comments
didn't leave
and
after
everything.
all. He had to go get his blanket. Is that a calming thing for you? Is that what you need to?
No, I had to go let the dog out. I will say this though, man, Peyton Bowen to Oregon. Like, how does OU not even have a hat on the table? Like that.
Hey, I will say this. Dan Lanning, it just goes to show you the guy is a heck of a coach and a heck of a recruiting tool. There's the pedigree that he's had. He's going to try to build that thing that he did at Georgia up there at Oregon. And right here is a great piece to start. And I think a lot of people undervalued that hire and really was like, that's kind of a head scratcher. Well, here's a great reason to if you're an Oregon fan or if you're a fan of Dan Lanning, to be really, really excited about what they're doing for the future. But yeah, he's coached some defensive guys and some great talent, and he knows how to do it. And hey, what an amazing get there for the Ducks.
I love this comment.
Which one?
The girlfriends are now defeated.
I know, right?
That's honestly a shocker. I mean,
That's a shocker.
I didn't even make a video for Oregon because I just didn't even think it was a possibility after the official visit got canceled. But
well, here's your video, PG.
Yeah, no, it sucks. That honestly sucks that OU didn't even have a hat on the table though. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that and I'm like, what?
Well, I've seen that before with some guys, and my hope was, all right, I was thinking he's gonna pull one out of nowhere and put it on. So I've seen it before. It's nothing like new, but yeah, maybe it was under the helmet or something. I was thinking of, because I've seen it happen with guys.
That's exactly why I wasn't thinking anything of it at first either.
And sometimes they'll have it tucked behind one of the other hats. So yeah, I've seen it happen before. But Oregon, though, man.
And here's the thing: Oregon wasn't even a question to any of the insiders. So when y'all decided to go rip Parker and Brandon, because I know it's going to happen, just want y'all to know, not even the Notre Dame insiders knew this was happening because they even felt confident that it was going to be Notre Dame.
I mean, look at he put it.
Yeah,
So don't go after those guys, because this is a hard enough game to try to maneuver in the world of recruiting, and those guys, I'll tell you this, and I'll say it, and for Parker, for Brandon, for some of the guys I know out there at 247, they really they go all in with this stuff, and they have a passion for doing it and trying to report the right stuff and being knowledgeable.
You guys got the content.
They're not going out there trying to be deceitful by any means. So guys that are like, oh, they don't know what they're talking, they do. They pour their heart and soul into this stuff, and I'm never going to rip one of those guys, because and especially now with, you got NIL, you've got transfer portal, you've got early signing day, you've got all this other stuff that you have to juggle. Those guys work tirelessly to do this stuff. So that's enough of my soapbox. But
Outlaw with the $2 says, what's the chances of David Hicks signs with Oklahoma? Outlaw, thank you so much for the donation. And look, I'm not going to say zero, because look what just happened. Yeah. We've set up this whole stream wondering, is it going to be Notre Dame? Is it going to be Oklahoma? And
I'm starting to think David Hicks could go to Oregon now.
Well, there was some smoke with David
because
Hicks in Oregon.
He's taken 2 unofficial visits to Oregon and an official.
Now,
and I just talked about the Dan Lanning factor. They could sneakily. I just made that word. So
I think I'm going to go higher than 0.5 and 0%. I'll give Oklahoma. I mean, this feels even low. I'll say 10% at this point to flip David Hicks.
Oh, I'd give Oklahoma a higher chance than that. I'd give them at least 30.
I now give Oregon a higher chance than I thought.
But I would give Oregon probably a 40% shot now in this, because if it is going to come down to an NIL bag, Texas A&M can't match Oregon, because Oregon's got that Phil Knight Nike money.
Well, and not only that, they have
A&M has a lot of money.
They also do that, but for a culture and for somebody who has just won a national championship as a defensive coordinator, and Oregon has already established themselves as more of a winning program in the last 10 or 15 years than A&M, they certainly have more of a leg to stand on.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and jump over to the Notre Dame boards, because I'm ready. I'm ready to read some Notre Dame stuff.
This comment is so good, Sean. I hear you. Recruiting. It's a kid making a business decision. They go our way sometimes, they don't go our way others. But at the end of the day, it's as if you're trying to choose what school you want to go to get to the next level.
So Oregon just got another.
They just got Mateo Uiagalelei.
Yes, because I think they're getting DJ, from what I've heard.
Oh wow!
Fong was on the phone all night last night about the Mateo thing, and he was told that Mateo was going to Oregon.
Mateo Uiagalelei to Oregon, and now they are stacking some 5-stars. And this is after they lost 5-star quarterback Dante Moore, who, I mean, is as gifted as any quarterback in this class. Truly. Actually, whenever we look at the Elite 11, Jackson Arnold, y'all's guy, took home Elite 11 MVP, but they said Dante Moore was right there with him.
Yeah, he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They said that Dante Moore and Jackson Arnold were the 2 guys every single day at the Elite 11 were breaking necks, turning heads. So a huge get for UCLA, but Mateo Uiagalelei to Oregon, Dan Lanning, Phil Knight, and the Ducks are not playing around. Not playing around.
Hey, and another thing to be an all sunshine pump here for you, PG. Another top 10 class for Oklahoma, 2 years in a row. Good building block for Brent Venables.
Oh, no doubt
about it. A lot
about
of defensive talent. I don't want to overlook that at all. I know we just got our doors blown off, and Notre Dame fans did too. But to have another solid class like we did, to get a 5-star defensive player as well, and then some really key transfer portal guys. This is certainly a win for Oklahoma. So I don't want anybody to feel like we're just completely down and out. Great class nevertheless. And the McCollum, yeah, absolutely. The brothers, everything like that. So there's still a lot of great positivity. And Ty, he's not even talking about Alabama because they're just rolling.
Oh, we're going to talk about Alabama here in a bit.
But yeah, Oklahoma, fans don't get down. This is a great class still. I mean, it would have been nice to cap with Peyton Bowen, but still another top 10 class.
It's a top 10 class. Yep. And look at the top 10 classes this year. Like, guys, there is no question. There is no question that Bowen is a guy that could come in year one and contribute at a lot of institutions across the nation, not just singularly at Oklahoma. Yep. But you have a top 10 class. And when you just went 6-6 and you have a top 10 recruiting class, that says something.
I will say this. Right now we have a top 10 class. There's a chance OU could fall out of the top 10, though. And I don't want to be pressing panic button, but that is a very good possibility at the moment.
Now, who do you think would either vault y'all or you would lose to
Oregon,
have that happen?
Oregon's right now on the verge of sneaking into they just snuck into the top 10. So they pushed Clemson out
Mateo.
And put Tennessee down. They still have a couple commitments, so they could definitely jump Oklahoma today. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tennessee potentially jump OU because right now I think the only commitment OU is really looking at right now is Akana, which we've talked about it. That might or might not happen. OU very well could be 10 or out of the top 10 after today's all said and done. Because right now you've got Tennessee and Oregon that are threatening to push Oklahoma down to 10.
Now, look, at that level, we'll have a conversation if that happens, right? We will have a conversation if OU falls out of the top 10 because you would still have a good recruiting class, and there is no doubt about it. You look at the guys you get, boom.
Well,
boom.
And the biggest thing too is you're getting spots, you're getting recruits that fill needs, like that solidify some spots for you that can certainly develop into some great players. So we with this class that we brought in, wherever it ends up. Right now we're at 8. Obviously, like PG said, it could change, but you're getting guys that you need to help you continue to build that strong foundation of defensive talent. Yes, you got some offensive guys. You got a good quarterback for the future. So and then some obviously portal guys. You're putting into that mix as well now. But at this point, it's a win. No matter where we end up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people. I want to highlight this comment right here because Talks, you're not wrong. He says top 10 classes hasn't gotten us any chips in over 20 plus years. You're not wrong. But I also think that during some of the portion of the Lincoln Riley era, and y'all know I think Lincoln Riley is a brilliant offensive mind. That's not a part of this conversation. But just speaking specifically about recruiting, I think that Oklahoma recruited much more similarly to Texas than a lot of people realize. Here's what I mean when I say that. I am constantly telling people, yes, you're right. Texas was signing great recruiting classes, but at the same time, they weren't cohesive recruiting classes. They would sign all these skill position guys, 0 offensive linemen, and then they wouldn't have the guys in the trenches to be able to win football games. So you got all this flash in your recruiting class, but what was the meat? What was the real substance of your recruiting class? We look at some of those Oklahoma classes with Lincoln Riley, and they were solid, but you would sign 16 guys.
Yep.
17 guys.
Yeah, we have 20. We have 24 right now in this class.
Boom. Yeah. Like whenever you're trying to go up against Alabama,
great point,
and they're signing 26, 27 guys, and you're bringing 16 to the table, Bama signing more top 300 4-stars than Lincoln Riley was taking players. That I get it.
Yeah,
No,
so right now, with all the commitments that we expect Oregon to have today, you should potentially see Oregon at 30 commitments by the end of the day with the composite score of 284.27, which would put them at number 8. I mean, because that'd put them it'd put them at number 6. No, number 7. number 7, right behind Ohio State.
Sean says, "Can we be done with the we done with the crystal balls either side, or they don't?"
Yeah, and like we said earlier, it's not an indictment on any of these recruiting insiders and all that stuff. It's a hard enough job, and they're doing the best they can with the knowledge they have, and they have a lot of knowledge. Let's just not go and say they don't know what they're talking about. They certainly know what they're talking about. It's just the ever-changing, way, and you're dealing with, and I coach high school football. I know you're dealing with 17, 18-year-old kids that their minds can change from day to day, literally. And it's and now you've got so much, poking at them, a lot of this attention. Who wouldn't want that? Like, honestly, if you're a high profile or a guy that's getting recruited and you got all this attention with you, you got NIL money, you got Nike, you got all this other stuff coming at you. That's a tough decision to make. And for some of these guys, the pressure now can be off of them. They can go and fulfill their, jobs and have a good time, hopefully in college. But it's a lot of pressure on a lot of parties involved in signing day. So, and that's just my soapbox. I could talk a long time about it. So,
I told this to PG off camera a long time ago, and I've never said this on camera. So this is going to be a first, right? And PG, you can back me up on this because this is one of the first things I told you. He says, CE says, experts need to quit being so optimistic. I won't feed into it anymore. Those guys are only saying what they're told.
Yep.
If the guys on 24/7 Sports are saying something, they were told that. So there is what I like to call recruit talk, right? And that's why recruit talk. This is something I told PG. A recruit could tell a writer from Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama, oh, I love every single place. I can see myself here. And now on each one of those websites, the Alabama website, an article gets published. Oh, the recruit can see himself here. On the Oklahoma website, the article gets published. The recruit can see himself here. The Texas website, the article gets published. The recruit can see himself here. Not one of those guys are lying. All of those people within their interactions with their family can all be getting the indication Oklahoma, Texas, Alabama, all in a great spot. But at the end of the day, It's why I call it recruit speak. These guys aren't going to burn bridges. You're very rarely going to see a recruit just be like, oh, no, I did not care. I did not mesh with this staff. Because what happens if in 2 months you start all of a sudden getting a change of heart? You don't burn the bridges. So a lot of the recruit speak is positive. Oh, I loved the visit. I had such a great time. I'm this, I'm that. But that's not on the experts. They're reporting on what they are told. And so it's not the insiders, guys. And I know it can be frustrating. I completely get that. But it's not on the insiders. They are only reporting on what they are told. And then they probably have some information that they're told don't talk about. And because they're the consummate professionals, they don't talk about it.
There's a lot of that. Yep. I 100% agree with everything you just said, Ty.
Yeah, it's not on these guys. They only report on what they are told. There's just a lot of misdirection in recruiting. And that's why I always understood the whole analogy of recruiting is like marriage, but to me, recruiting is a Netflix dating show. Y'all ever seen Love Island? That's recruiting. This is a game in and of itself.
I'm telling you,
this is different.
And these, when I say these kids' minds can change within hours, it can, and you've seen, however long this decision has been made. It could have been made a week ago with Oregon. But, some people are more close to the vest than others. You never, at the end of the day, you never really know unless you're, yeah.
I instantly thought about what that conversation looks like.
There's another something to add to the old plot twist there. That's
so
great.
I will say this. This is very interesting because Eli Bowen was supposed to commit, right? Eli
Yeah,
Bowen
that's
has
what I was
not
told.
committed. So that makes me wonder if Eli Bowen even knew that Peyton was going to pick Oregon. Because if Eli Bowen was going to commit, because you never know, Eli might not want to go out there.
That's just so wild. And one of the things I was talking about before, I said this in the group chat, I thought that Peyton and Eli committing at the same time was good for Oklahoma because of all of the positive smoke with Eli to Oklahoma. And maybe that still is true, but man, what a time.
Blow.
Here's another one that I'll say really quick about. Guys, when a commit makes a decision on social media, don't go and freaking bash them. I know you do what you do, and certainly that's your right, but like I said, these guys are making decisions for their future. Don't go, don't go and freaking just. I've already seen comments on Peyton's Instagram. Like, it's at the end of the day, it is what it is. That's just something that I don't like, is when guys are like,
no, if you hit up a recruit, and guys, I'm not going to lie to you, recruits see this. Like, this is something that they will talk about. Recruits see this. Yep. If something doesn't go your way, either don't comment on it, or, hey man, would have loved to have had you
all the best
part of our class.
Yeah, like, wish them well.
Because the other recruits are looking at that post. I don't know if y'all have peeped the likes on a lot of these Hayes Fawcett edits. Peep the likes. Look at who's retweeting it. It's a lot of players, man. It is a lot of players. No, don't hit up the girlfriend. That's not the point of this conversation. Please. No,
that's a whole different can of worms right there. Don't. Families are off limits too. Don't.
No.
Hey, because you want to know some of the most influential people is those girlfriends, or maybe in this case ex-girlfriends, or whatever it is. But yeah, mamas and girlfriends are the ones you don't want to piss off.
No, I got you, Factor. I knew it was Jay, and you're right, Jay. And don't think that this is singularly at Oklahoma.
No,
that comment was not singularly at Oklahoma. I know that just because of the context of the conversation, but no. This is a general comment. Certainly not at Oklahoma.
I've seen it in just about every fan base. Georgia, Alabama, like,
name it.
Yeah,
name it.
It's not just strictly one fan base. No, absolutely not. It happens everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere, a dime a dozen. And, I did want to go to this comment right here, and I kind of want to let y'all talk about it. Where is it? We have some people talking about Akana. And Ricardo, I'm with you, man. I've always said that it's almost like a job interview. It is what it is, but
can we not talk about Akana right now? This is too early to be potentially talking about another loss. For
we're cold fire. I'm with you.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of people are asking about Akana, so I want to hear y'all's guys' perspective on Akana.
I'm just gonna do that. What's that emoji where the guy's like this right here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. After some of the stuff I've heard this morning, I don't know. I mean, I was told I was told this morning that Akana was still OU, but then I heard some other stuff, and I'm like,
yeah, I'm gonna do the old. I'm gonna give you the old right here. Yeah,
Richard Young has signed,
and I want to celebrate this because Ty is a good friend of mine. Alabama, one hell of a class. Congratulations to the Crimson Tide.
Hey, it might not be the number one though, because I actually did the.
It doesn't matter.
I did the class calculator, and even if you guys land those two defensive linemen and you land Cormani McClain, you guys are still, I think, it's like almost 8 points off or 7 or 8 points off.
Yeah, so I have one. I have it right here.
Because I don't think you guys land Desmond Ricks and Cormani McClain.
Yeah, and when you say number one, when he says number one, chat, he means number one all time. Yeah, we're talking about chasing that
the GOAT.
That A&M class of last year that had a composite rating of 333.13.
The greatest class of all time.
It statistically is the greatest recruiting class ever signed.
He won't even say it.
Nothing to show for it.
Not one thing to show for it, which is just absolutely
A whole lot of
incredible.
money changing hands. That's about it.
But you're right. You're right, PG. I can't find it. I've been using note cards here recently, and I think I filed them away because I like to keep a file of all my notes. I have notebooks behind me on that little, whatever that is back there, little shelf, and it's just stacked with former notebooks, notes, all whatever. Bama will be about 8 points off, and that was if they would have signed Ricks and not McLean. But I don't think, I'm like you, PG. There's a slight chance they sign one or the other. I don't think they sign both. And if they do, I am going to be a menace on this platform for about 2 weeks, and y'all are going to have to deal with me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so with Cormani, James, and Quay, it's 329.78.
I'm so sorry, Ricardo. I'm so sorry. Y'all's class is still great, though. Like I said, look. The Oklahoma class, no doubt that the Peyton Bowen, that hurts. And I'm not going to sunshine pump that because it does hurt. I'm not going to tell you that, hey, it's, he was a difference maker. But I don't know if you were in here earlier, Ricardo. I really like Vickers. I've told both these gentlemen sitting right here that Vickers was someone who I really still wanted to sign with Alabama, even though Bama has 2 safeties that I think are so good. I think Vickers is a super underrated prospect. I don't think he gets the play he deserves. I don't think he gets the attention he deserves. So it's still a really solid class. You got the 5-star PJ out of Iwore. You got the 5-star quarterback. You got Petaway at the receiver position, who's going to be a slot demon. Here in a few years, we'll be calling him Slotty Pippen. But I mean, I think top to bottom, that class is just super solid for Oklahoma. Could it have been better? Sure.
I mean,
And
it's at the end of the day, we got what we need, and we're going to be fine. Yeah, it would have been awesome to have Peyton Bowen and Akana, whatever he does. Hopefully maybe there's a chance there, but solid class nevertheless. Top to bottom, I love it. Let's chug along.
And guys, I don't want to be this guy. You have a top 10 class, and you just had a 6-6 record.
Yep.
Right. I think we have to preface this conversation. This isn't the typical Oklahoma year where y'all look at the end of the year and you're 10-2. Right? Like that's not this year. You were in a rebuilding year that went 6-6 and still top 10 class. And we haven't even really got into the transfer portal. Right?
Nope.
That you get some wins there. So it is what it is.
yeah, and I want to, I know we're beating a dead horse here, but guys, Parker tweeted it out. Walk a day in their shoes before you call them bad at their jobs. He said, do me a favor, watch the kid's mom in that video and tell me she's not as shocked as anybody, which is true. I went back and looked at the video that was sent in our group chat, and his mom was like taken back that it was Oregon.
Yep. And that I just quote tweeted that out there. Just, hey, these guys, whether it's OU, whether it's any insiders out there across the country, I promise you, like Ty said, they're only putting out the information that they've been given.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, they're not trying to slight anybody. They're not trying to cutthroat anything. They're not trying to do any of that. They're just trying to simply report what they hear. That's it.
And 4 or 5 stars. Yeah, Joel, Oregon's class, if they would have maintained Dante Moore, wow.
Hayes Fawcett just tweeted out a duck, by the way, 32 seconds ago.
Do you want to know what their class? I can tell you what their class would have looked like with Dante Moore as it currently sits.
Insane.
I'm so happy Richard Young signed because I don't know if y'all remember, there was a lot of smoke with Oregon at one point. And I thought he would end up at Alabama, but I mean, certainly with what Oregon's doing today, I'm happy that is already signed. That's already sealed. Because geez Louise.
So if they would have been able to keep Dante Moore in this class, they would have a 288 composite score by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's big.
Hey, in other news, Antonio Brown's arrest warrant has been recalled after Florida prosecutors did not try to pursue. So there's some ESPN news for you.
Well, that's certainly interesting.
So, Ty, I'm curious. What's
Yep.
your guys' path to the number one recruiting class of all time? So it's 329.78 with Cormani, James, and Quay. You need to
We
get
would
basically
have to
the
sign
384 mark.
Kermani and Desmond Ricks.
There's no other way around it.
I don't think so. No, don't get me wrong. There's still some blue chip 4-stars we could get, but it's going to be difficult to surpass that 333.
Well, even with Desmond Ricks, I don't think that gets you there. Desmond Ricks gets you to 332.25.
Even with Cormani?
Yes.
And that's with Quay and
James.
And I think that would still put us at how many guys under would that put us at?
I bet you would need basically one good.
No. But I mean, like numbers wise, so that we're at,
that would put you guys at 29 commits.
So we'd still be one under Texas A&M's class from last year because they had 30 last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, technically, y'all had a better class than A&M last year because
we had a better average recruit rating than them last year. Yeah.
The only question is can
y'all
get...
actually played and are staying at Alabama too? So
yeah, a lot of them. Man, Aaron Anderson, that hurt. I mean, Bama's wide receiver room, because of all the young guys that played at that slot position, that's the one area I'm not worried about with Alabama's wide receiver room is the slot. But damn, that kid's talented.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think the odds are that you guys could try to get on the Deuce Robinson commitment? I mean, you guys have a decent baseball program, and you guys are in the top 5 choices. So
yeah, look, if it happens, I don't even know, man, because
that even is the tight end really a position that you guys?
No, tight end's a big position of need, and that's why in a perfect world they'd get him because Cameron Latou is the most experienced guy we have. But if I'm not
what
mistaken,
does your guys' baseball team look like out there at Alabama?
I have no idea what they look like this year. I haven't even kept up with any baseball.
They're usually middle to lower end of the SEC West, just because, and that's not a knock on them. You have Arkansas.
No, the SEC's dumb in baseball. Yeah.
You just the West. I mean, you have Ole Miss, who just won the national championship. Arkansas, who was in the College World Series. You have LSU. Teams like that. It's Bama is a football school and basketball. Basketball's done pretty well.
Yeah.
Do you think you guys will get Nicholas Harbor?
I don't believe so. And the only reason is because I know that he's really interested in track as well. And so that's why a lot of the places he's looking at have really notable track schools. But that was one, God, I wish we could. Because we need tight end. We need tight end.
Really the best hope is for y'all to go flip Francis Mogioa, the Mauanoa. Yeah, that's good. Miami.
Oh, here's a little fun story. I am friends with the Wilson family, John Parker Wilson, and all of them back in the day. So yeah, I remember. And then his brother, obviously, two-a-days, played baseball at Ross Wilson played baseball at Alabama. So yeah. So John Parker is actually the color commentary guy, or was for Crimson Tide football
for a while.
Yep, for a while. So good people, and yeah, they that's my claim to
your Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, and I got a chance to play in a group behind Justin Thomas in a pro-am. So that was but the closest connections I have to Alabama.
Yeah, I mean,
had a chance to meet him a couple times. So
I cannot golf at all.
One of my favorites on the PGA Tour for sure.
Ramon or Mark, you're talking about Deuce Robinson, right? The tight end. Because God, that would be huge if y'all land him.
Yeah. Yep.
Goodness gracious. Hey, mice don't look. Look, mice carried fleas. Fleas caused the Black Plague. So I'm not saying it was the mice's fault, but they were the vehicle to everybody's demise. All right. So I'm just saying the fear of mice is not totally unwarranted. That's my justification here. Don't argue with it. When does Akana sign? Akana is in a bit. I think it's in a few hours, actually.
Yeah, little bit. What's the latest? Like, I think it's this afternoon, mid-afternoon, sometime. I think, or maybe later. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And Jace, talking about y'all's Texas class.
Yeah, what top running back, top linebacker? Absolutely. Ready? Yeah, great job. Notice I didn't say.
I know. I was about to say. I think. Yeah, Jace. What a class for the Longhorns, man. What a class for the Longhorns. I think that the Anthony Hill addition is as big as they come because I talked about this earlier in the year, and I'd even polled some Longhorns fans, and y'all had echoed the sentiments as well. I think some people had pointed to me that the interior defensive line was a position you really wanted to recruit well as well. But the inside linebacker position, in my opinion, looking at that Texas defense, was the biggest must-win position in this recruiting cycle. And what better way to go out there and address, in my opinion, the biggest need than by getting the number one guy?
Yep. No, solid class for Texas for sure.
And what's the cherry on top? You kept him away from A&M.
With Sarkisian seemingly able to do what he's been able to do. It's just like Venables. You're building a solid class and going out and really recruiting the needs of your program. I think we talked about it last time. Was Texas in the past it just went out and got the best quote available guys?
Yeah, cohesion.
And just rolled with that. But it's one of those.
The Texas staff right now has definitely addressed that. And I think the biggest indication is look at the offensive line progress in a year. Jace, what y'all did, Mark, what y'all did in that year with that offensive line, what Kyle Flood did, that is impressive. And we have to give credit where it's due. And Kyle Flood, guys, for those of you that don't know, was the offensive line coach at Alabama before he moved from Alabama to Texas. But before then, he was doing great work at Rutgers on their offensive line. So he's been a name in the industry for quite some time. I remember whenever he went to Texas, when I was, just really getting started into YouTubing and all of that, we'd be doing these live streams and people would be talking, oh, who's the better offensive line coach, Bill B or Kyle Flood? And I'm like, well, at some level, you got to give the nod to Bill B because it's just he's done it for so long, but do not discount Kyle Flood, right? Like that guy is easily, in my opinion, I mean, he's look at what he did. Look at what he did.
He's nothing to sneeze at for sure.
Nothing at all.
No, great job, and for again Sark to get him to that's a recruit in itself. To flip from Alabama to come over to Texas is definitely huge for their future and what they want to do on the obviously offensive side. And Flood can also recruit across the board too as well. Not only offensive line but skill guys and other things too. And then Brendan Marion is another huge piece to that Texas staff that is able to recruit some of these guys as well.
Yeah, Brendan Marion was a great addition. I love that you brought that up, Drew. Thank you so much, because that's a name that typically gets lost in the fold here. Guys, Brendan Marion is the dude who coached that Pitt passing attack, the go-go offense. So you had another big-time offensive mind. And Brendan Marion, Drew, do you agree with me or not here? That's a guy to watch for an offensive coordinator in the coming years.
Well, offensive coordinator or maybe a low mid-major non-power 5 high school head coach.
Job. Yeah. Okay. So we view this
in the running same. He was in the running a little bit too for the Tulsa job.
Gotcha. So we view this the exact same.
Yeah. Tremendous. Anytime you could get him on your staff in whatever capacity, it's a win.
You do it.
Yeah.
You do it.
Yep.
Mark, thank you for the $2. He says, don't sleep on Kendall Dolby. He is violent. Mark, I could not agree with you anymore. And guys, if you haven't seen it, PG, who will be back, and Drew did a phenomenal interview with Kendall Dolby.
Great dude. Yeah, great addition to the class. Another transfer JUCO guy is going to be a great piece to that DB room for sure.
Yeah, I think they did a great job with that video.
A taller guy who we need, obviously, too. 6'1", 6'2" guy with good range. You're going to need those taller corners to match up with some of the size, especially like big TCU receivers, stuff like that. And then going into the SEC, I know he won't probably be in the mix there as he's, transferring out, but or won't have any more eligibility probably. But yeah, you're going to need some of those bigger, lengthier guys, especially at the corners position. Guys that can play in man coverage opens up a lot of stuff for your defense and for your blitzing and all that stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Texas has assembled and it's wild. We talk about Marion, and I love that you brought that up because he doesn't get brought up a lot. And I'll pass it right back to you because you look like you have some news. But they also have Bo Davis on the defensive line coaching.
Yep.
That dude just coached in the NFL. Unbelievable staff for the Horns. I got to give it
Thomas, I want you to pull up that quote and you address it without me sounding like a homer.
You want me to do this one right here?
Yeah. Yes.
Jackson Arnold is average at best. Y'all getting your hopes up for absolutely no. Thomas, I got to disagree, man. I do. And look, I've been very forthright on my opinion on this quarterback class. I think this is as solid as a quarterback class as we've had for any amount of time. Jackson Arnold is better than average. Very decisive. He was very good in the Elite 11 play. Very good with Denton Geyer. I think he's got a ton of ability, a ton to look forward to. I think that he is a really solid quarterback. I think that Oklahoma should be excited about him. But look, I'm going to be very forthright with you, man. Thomas, I think if you're a fan of a team that has any of these top quarterbacks and really like your top 15, top 20 guys this year at the quarterback position, I think you got to like who you have. It is a really, really, really good quarterback class, a really good quarterback class. And I think Jackson Arnold is absolutely at the forefront of it. That's just my opinion on it.
Yeah. And to be able to, and obviously I'm an Oklahoma fan and I'm not going to go against Jackson Arnold, but me just putting my coaching hat on first, the talent that he has played against his high school career is almost unmatched across the country.
And don't get me wrong, I don't have him as my number one quarterback in the nation.
No,
I have Nicholas Iamaleava as my number one quarterback in the nation.
But
that's me.
He's average at best. I mean, high school, no. But now I'm gonna press the pause button and say I'm not sure what he's going to be in college because I don't know yet. I'm one of those guys that, hey, let's get him in, let's settle him down, let's have him learn and go from there. I'm not ready to crown him or give him any kind of awards or say he's going to be this or he's going to be the next, Sam Bradford or whoever, Well, I don't know. And I'm not one of those guys that go into future casting by any means, especially with the quarterback position, because, you've seen guys in the past who have, at any position been this highly rated, solid guy and then completely flop. I don't think he's going to completely flop, but don't get me wrong. But I'm not one of those that's going to, try to have a crystal ball, if you will, if we're talking about that today and really future cast a career path for him. He's got all the talent, all the intangibles, the skill set to be successful.
So Blake, I do have to disagree with you here, man. I do at some level. Look, I understand the disappointment. I get it. But at the same time, you were able to land a 5-star quarterback. That, if we're looking at Oklahoma needs right now, is the quarterback position not the top? I mean, you have a lot of needs because of the exodus of talent y'all had. But the quarterback position has got to be at the precipice of those needs. You got a 5-star. Okay, now we need to look at your defensive interior. You got some needs there. You got some work there, but you got a 5-star edge. PJ Adebayor. Great range on this kid, too. Have you seen his reach? I mean, he's the type of guy. Will Anderson has this exact same trait. And guys, before anybody comments it, no, I'm not comparing him to Will Anderson. That's not my point here. What I'm doing here is saying these guys have super long arms. Cole Kubelik did a great job during an Alabama game once, and he lined up before the game, and he had someone hold a stick. And Kubelik played in the NFL, and he reached his arms out, and he's like, hey, I'm an NFL guy. I played offensive line in the NFL. This is how long my arms are. I would be standing 10 toes, and I couldn't touch Will Anderson, and he would be jabbing me and running me into the backfield. Those guys with long arms like that, they're difficult. So, Blake, you missed some guys. Sure. You want to know what missing some guys looks like? Alabama has the number 1 recruiting class in the nation right now. They're about to go back-to-back with the best average recruiting rank again. And this recruiting class, top to bottom, is dumb. Guys, I don't know if y'all have peeped this. Go check out. They have 1 3-star. And guess who it is? A kicker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kicker. Their lowest ranked guy is number 375 in the nation outside of the kicker.
Yeah.
So this class for Bama is nutty. You want to know who they missed out on? Peter Woods, the number 1 player in the state. Bama's biggest position of need this recruiting cycle is interior defensive line. Clemson won that battle. So it happens to it happens to the GOAT. If it can happen to Nick Saban, nobody is safe. Nobody.
Yep.
Saban's the best cornerback coach in college football right now. Well, okay, that's my opinion. I'm biased in saying that, but like
I would agree with that.
That's my.
Who has
opinion.
a better track record? Who has a better track record right now of corners?
There's a lot of great quarterback coaches. My opinion is
Deion could be trending in that direction, but he's got a long way to go to catch up to Saban, and the amount of talent he's coached and put in the league is. I mean, Kirby, you could kind of slide him in there just because he was a defense coordinator, but a guy who's hands-on with that room has been Nick Saban for a long time.
Yeah, I
would agree.
And even then, Bama needs cornerbacks. They have 1 corner in this class. Miami beat them for Kermani McClain. Desmond Ricks, that battle's up in the air. So I bring all this to your attention, Jimmy, not to rub it in, but to point out to you, you're going to lose battles in recruiting. There is no question about this. It doesn't matter if you're Alabama, Georgia. Look at Georgia. You want to know what's wild? Look at Georgia right now. Mm-hmm. Caleb Downs is from the state of Georgia. He's a top 10 player in high school football. And guys, I've said this to both the gentlemen sitting here. I think Caleb Downs might be the best player in the nation. I think he is insanely good. I think there's like a lot of guys that have an argument to be best player in the nation, but I think Caleb Downs certainly does as well. He is not going to Georgia. Justice Haynes is a Georgia legacy. He is not going to Georgia. They're going to Alabama. So recruiting losses happen to everybody. Absolutely everybody. I'm trying to figure out the string right here.
Did you guys see what Hayes tweeted out about talking to Peyton Bowen?
Mm-mm.
He said, just spoke with 5-star safety Peyton Bowen about his decision. I didn't know where I was going until the last second before I picked up the hat, Bowen said. I was debating it the whole time. A true battle between Oregon and Notre Dame until the end.
Wow, so Oklahoma wasn't even in it.
Yeah. So talk about a real shock. And again, I mean, this is probably the last time I say it, but again, don't get onto your recruiting analyst, including Tom Loy. I tweeted Brandon Drum and Parker and thanked them for their work and effort because they've been working on this for a year, and it sucks. I guarantee you it sucks, and it's a gut punch to lose something like this. So instead of jumping on them, jump over to Twitter and tell them thank you for just all the work that they put into this one.
Absolutely. And then some more transfer portal news. I put it in our group chat, but Emory Jones now going to Cincinnati. So,
ooh,
yep,
that's an interesting one.
Yeah,
now
for sure.
Alexander, you're right. Like that is why I have the sign behind me. That way I am very forthright in my bias, right? That way, if I say something like I think Caleb Downs is the best in the country, you can kind of understand there might be a little bit of bias there. But in fairness to me, he's a top 10 player universally. And I mean, goodness gracious, what a recruiting class.
Great. Yeah. If you've watched his film, there's not much you don't like about a guy like that. Tremendous talent.
I know, Alex. But there is a reason why I keep that back there, just so I keep myself honest. Y'all keep me honest. Everything is kind of it's a bit more nuanced.
Crawford, Anthony Crawford. Yeah, probably now to see his girlfriend. So.
The truth says I learned my lesson years ago after losing those running backs to Bama those years. That's recruiting, man. That is absolutely 100% recruiting. And it is what it is. Who's Jonathan, the next on the line?
I'm sorry, Jonathan, that's probably the weakest answer I could give. There's no truth to him not wanting to come to the SEC. So
you still have an amazing class and great recruits. That
well, true, I mean, it's all about the money. I mean, you don't know that. I mean,
no, Wow. This is an absolute not even hat on table. Who was the primary for Peyton Bowen?
I want to say it was Brandon Hall, I think.
Hall, Venables, yeah.
It says for Oklahoma. That's funny.
I mean, pretty much our whole staff recruited him and talked to him at one point.
Yeah,
or another.
I mean, I would imagine
everybody
Venables,
was
very
yeah,
hands-on.
Brandon Hall and Jay Valai.
It was a team effort. No doubt.
Yeah, so the primary was Brandon Hall, secondary was Jay Valai. It doesn't even have a primary and secondary for Oregon. That's how under the radar this was. And for Notre Dame, it was Chris O'Leary and Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, so.
Jeez.
Hey,
I just
like Ty just said, it's recruiting, man. You never know what's going to happen.
You want to know what's funny though? It multiple times this year has people said that you can't out Fong, and then we've seen people out Fong Wilt Fong this year.
Yeah,
it's like the recruits are almost doing this at this point to like make a point.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wilt Fong is still like at what, a 97%. So that's
yeah, Robert, I don't know. Because to be honest, Eli was supposed to announce today. I don't think Eli knew that this was happening.
Which comment are you looking at?
Robert, a little bit farther. He's like the second to last one. Yeah. Will his younger brother go to OU now?
Yeah. Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because if you look at his mom, she was shocked. The dad even maybe looked a little shocked back there. And so that would tell me there's probably a good chance Eli Bowen didn't know that he was going to pick Oregon. And Eli Bowen probably thought this was going to be OU.
According to Hayes, nobody knew until Peyton picked up the hat. Even he didn't know. So, I mean, crazy.
So, I'll be curious to see where the Eli Bowen commitment lands. And if that one ends up Oregon here soon, or if it's going to be a Notre Dame or Oklahoma, or if he just goes a completely different route and opens up his commitment to everybody.
Says Eli is still the only Bama commit that has not yet signed. So something to keep up with, no doubt about it. Something to keep up with. No, Jimmy, and you're right. That's kind of the name of the game. Chris says, y'all think Peyton accidentally picked up Oregon's hat? No, I don't think so, man.
He's like, oops.
Jonathan,
I think he knew where the hats were.
I don't know if he might have had one under the table, but according to both the gentlemen here, I wasn't watching it live.
I didn't see one anywhere. Or talking about OU hat. I didn't see one anywhere.
Yeah. It does not look like OU was in contention for this recruitment at the end of it.
Yeah, which is just insane. And I'm going to harken back to this, guys, because once again, last time we'll say it. Whenever people are blaming the insiders, here's one thing you'll have to remember. It was widely reported by everybody. I'm even fairly certain that it was widely reported by the Oregon people that he had canceled the Oregon visit whenever Oregon was supposed to come in home in favor of Oklahoma.
Yeah, from what I understand, that was the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
So very interesting. Wild. I think whatever happened probably happened within the last 12 hours with Oregon.
And it's interesting because last night at about 8:30, I was just kind of turning it in for the day, had gone on 24/7 Sports, and there was a new Wilt Fong article saying like, hey, Notre Dame has really made up a lot of ground in the last X amount of hours. But geez Louise.
One of the big things, though, in the Peyton Bowen recruitment that I think a lot of people don't understand or haven't heard is mom really wanted him to go to Notre Dame. Dad really wanted him to go to Oregon. Bowen, from all indications, really loved Oklahoma. Everybody at Denton Geyer really wanted him to go to Oklahoma. So you got to understand in this kid's, thought process, he's going to be letting everybody down. And it did not look like Peyton Bowen wanted to let anybody down. Yeah. That's why this got drug out as long as it did. To my
point earlier, when you're dealing with 17, 18-year-old kids and the pressure that they have on them, there's a lot of factors that are around. And I've watched some kids being able to get recruited and stuff like that. And they're really like, you sit down with them and you talk, and they're really racking their brain, and they're really trying to make the best decision possible for themselves, for their families, and everything like that. And they, like you just said, they're not out to hurt anybody. They're not out to say, "Oh, I told you so," or "Hey, look at me," or "Hey, do this." They're really just trying to find the best spot for themselves. Like, and it's hard. I mean, I wouldn't, I had to do it for baseball, but it really wasn't that strenuous of a recruiting process. And baseball, I pretty much was like, "Hey, I'm thankful that I have these offers." And, there's a couple that I really want to go to, but at the end of the day, there was, I had 2 or 3 schools that I was looking at, but not to the scale of where recruiting is now and in major college football. And these kids making these decisions, man, I tell you, in this day and age, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
No, and you think about it.
It's a blessing and a curse.
So there's 2 big flips that just happened. 4-star cornerback Dalen Austin has flipped his commitment from LSU to Oregon. That one was expected. And then the 4-star cornerback Kayan Lee has flipped his commitment from Ohio State to Auburn. So big news here is something's going on at Ohio State, because Ohio State has now, they've been losing a lot of kids in their recruiting classes, whether it's this year or next year. Most notably being Dylan Raiola in 2024.
Yeah, but they still have the top 2 receivers and quarterbacks.
You would expect those recruitments are potentially going to be open now that Dylan Raiola is not going to be there. I think
with wide receivers, man, as long as Hartline is there,
as long as he's in there, they're going to stay. Yeah.
But I hear you. I would not be surprised if they lost one of them, but Hartline, man, he has proved to be such a big recruiter. What's that quarterback room look like? I think they still have some talent, but there's no question about it. You're right, PG.
So they have Kyle McCord. So they have Kyle McCord back there.
Interested to see him.
And that's the guy who I think is going to be the starter, assuming CJ Stroud enters the draft this year. I mean, are we sold that CJ Stroud's leaving Ohio State?
He hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah, I would imagine he is, but like I haven't heard anything from him.
Because I personally don't think he had as good of a season as necessarily he thought he was going to have, or everybody else thought he was going to have. So, we've seen crazier things happen where quarterbacks return for another season just to try to help maybe solidify it. And, with how deep this quarterback class is.
It's where you fall in with all that, where that quarterback class is, or wherever that position group that you're in, where they're, is there a lot of high draft picks in front of him, which, I mean, he'd be a top 5 pick probably this year.
He would be a top 5 pick, but that's the other thing too, is I think, if he potentially stays there another year, he could be the number 1 pick next year. But remember that Ohio State quarterback room's pretty stacked. You've got
pretty low.
I think was Kyle McCord a 5-star? Or was he a 4-star?
I believe he was. He was either a 5-star or a blue chip.
And then you have Devin Brown, who was a really high 4-star in that.
This is where we need our buddy Zach. This is where we need our buddy Zach Merrill to.
And Devin Brown is a guy that I really liked. Yep. Really liked him.
And then they have a couple other guys in that room, Mason Maggs being another one. And then they also have Chad Ray as well. So Ohio State has quarterbacks, but I'm not going to lie. Their class is very, very concerning with how things are starting to shape up.
Hey, breaking news, Tate Martell is going back to Ohio State.
Jeez Louise.
Just kidding. I'm totally joking. That's totally a troll. I don't even know I don't know what he's doing nowadays. He's probably working at a casino in Vegas or something.
That to this day is still one of the oddest.
I did a whole video on that. That was actually my very first video I ever posted on the channel, was a breakdown of Tate Martell and that whole wild scenario of a career, which honestly, another guy that's shaping out to be just like him, JT Daniels, who is at Rice now. Is it not the same exact thing that we saw where Tate Martell went to New Mexico State?
Well, at least JT Daniels played.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
we
JT
saw
Daniels
what he was at USC. And look, in fairness, PG, let me break it down like this. I do agree with the spirit of what you're saying. Like the logic behind what you're saying, I completely agree with. You're 100% right.
Matt, you got to stop with the trolling of Baker. Come on, man. Oh, Chicken! You owe Chicken something. I saw.
Yeah, he says that I owe him some running backs.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Chickens. No, Chicken. You cannot have the running backs. I need the running backs.
Hey, Ty. So you got a lot of OU fans here in the chat.
Sure.
Let's talk about realistically how this OU recruiting class could shake up, not transfer
Absolutely.
portal, just recruiting class, because I think this is probably some pretty this is going to be a pretty big discussion, and I think a lot of things people are going to be interested to hear about. So you lose out on Peyton Bowen.
I'm with you two more.
So you do get Day McCullough in the as a flip from Cincinnati at the safety position. That's
Huge,
nice.
Huge.
Yeah, that's especially now with losing Peyton Bowen. So right now you're sitting at a 280-95 composite score. You land Marcus Strong today. That was big, because that's the interior defensive line for Oklahoma. It was just a huge need, and you saw that this year with the run game. At this point, one of the only recruits that I think that I really have been watching, and I think everybody else is watching, is Akana, which we've talked about it. We're not 100% sold that he even lands there. Outside of Akana, who is OU even potentially looking at? You've got Landon Sides. He's not ranked in the composite, but he's a 247 3-star. Outside of that, you really don't have anybody. You could maybe try to get late into the Roderick Pleasant commitment. He's a 4-star corner out of Gardena, California. But if you're Oklahoma, you're coming in really late to that commitment for him. And a place where Oregon really thought, I think he was going to be Oregon's next pickup if they lost Peyton. There's not a lot of options for Oklahoma right now.
And
not in the high school recruiting, but there's definitely some potential transfer portal stuff that could happen after. Like I said, waiting for some of these guys to sign, and some of these guys that may have not hit the transfer portal yet, that may have their eyes on some destinations and stuff like that, you could potentially see within the next couple of days after, all these are signed, sealed, and delivered.
And guys, Jace, thank you for the heads up.
Yep.
Oregon flips a top prospect, top 150 player in high school football, coming in specifically at 109 in the nation, the number 12 cornerback, the number 9 in the state of California, Dalen Austin, now joining the Oregon Ducks class, was an LSU commit. This is big, guys. This Oregon class is really starting to take form. Yep. We'll address the Oregon class after we talk about Oklahoma. So we'll put a pin in this. PG, here's my thing, man. I don't know who else y'all are after, but there's certainly some work in the transfer portal that needs to be done. I think the interior defensive line is something that Oklahoma has got to nail in the transfer portal. I mean, just absolutely. That's what's the biggest need, would you say, for Oklahoma that you haven't addressed in recruiting? Because that would be it for me, is interior defensive line. You think
I would say it's the linebacker, because the interior defensive line, you do have guys coming back next year. I think
who's coming back next year?
Yeah,
Reggie Grimes, Jonah Laulu, and I think Jonah Laulu will be a starter.
I think he's an edge. Y'all used him more as an outside. Edge. He wasn't playing interior.
So do you think they shift Ethan Downs into the inside? Because I don't think Ethan Downs really worked on the edge. And
I don't know that Ethan Downs, man, it's not that easy to just be like, I'm an edge guy, and now I'm going to play straight up 4 techniques,
2 different styles of playing. Like, it's not just, hey, I play on the D line. It's, in Venables' system and scheme, it's a whole different. You're taking on double teams. You're trying to, fight against guards. It's a lot. Like, it's not an easy position transition.
You need a big nasty up front.
And that's what you got Aston Sanders and Marcus Strong for. Which, I'm not going to lie. I think if Aston Sanders can come in, I think, and really get this down, I think he could make a day one impact.
Yeah, and Grimes also is an edge guy as well, too. So you don't have, I would agree with Ty. You have depth at linebacker. You have depth in the secondary. You need that interior, that nose, that shade to really solidify
and you'll have
yourself.
Derek
and
LeBlanc,
what Venables does in his defense, where you've seen success back in the day with these Clemson defenses, is you've had a guy in the middle, to plug up and take on those double teams and stuff like that, so that the linebackers and guys can go eat and do what they do.
That's nasty work. And you got Derek LeBlanc, right? Who's a
Yes,
defensive
that's a
lineman.
great
Derek LeBlanc is going to be
155. But here's the thing.
And we were hoping that maybe David Stone would have, reclassified, but
Well, here's even the thing with LeBlanc.
Yep.
I think he's an incredible football player. We've talked about this before. He's a guy that he's 265 pounds right now. He's going to have to hit that weight room hard to anchor that Venables defensive front.
We need a Dexter Lawrence, a Christian Wilkins type of player in that middle that Clemson had in the past to
look at that, Drew. Look at that, right on cue.
Yep. It's exactly what we need. And yes, that's something Grayson Holton could definitely turn into something like that. But right now, those guys are too wet behind the ears. Yes, he's had a year in the system.
Similac.
And yeah, that's a start. Isaiah Coe, can he stay healthy? Stuff like that. That's one of those guys that you can't rely on those guys until you've really seen them in the fold and in the fire, in the heat of battle. That's why it would have been really big if, a guy like Perion Winfrey or somebody like that would have came back and given an extra year to maybe some of these guys and those recruits. But yes, interior D-line is for me number one on that defensive side.
So looking at the interior defensive line to the transfer portal, then you're saying it is imperative that Oklahoma, for people that are in the portal right now, because you're thinking they need to go out there and get a Braden Fisk and an Andre Carter that are both from Western Michigan, are 4-star rated defensive linemen, but have produced tremendously out there. You're saying they have to go hit on guys like that.
The type of guy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
A big guy, a 300-pound plus guy, something like that can eat up some blocks and some double teams in the middle. That is physical and that can move some guys around and get your linebackers easier fits and
exactly,
and so,
exactly, Drew.
And that's why, and you've seen it with Alabama, Georgia. Yes, they have great linebackers, but their jobs are made so much easier because you've got dudes up front. Clemson
soaking up blocker.
Yeah, they soak up guys, and linebackers can just go run fast and shoot the gaps.
Why do you think it is, guys, when you watch a Georgia game, when you watched Alabama, this year wasn't the greatest representation of it because they had a lack of depth. Bama has a lack of sufficient depth at interior this year because of injuries on the interior defensive line, which was a big problem for Alabama this year. Really hurt their ability to be able to generate some pass rush from the linebacker position. Now, they were still able to do it because they had some talented guys. But here's a great indication, guys. Think back to watching a Georgia game. Think back to watching an Alabama game, 2015, 2016, 2017, Clemson. You have linebackers screaming. Think back to Reuben Foster. He was screaming into the backfield. Now, Reuben is that dude, right? At the college level, Reuben Foster is that guy. Let's not get anything twisted. His job is made easier when he's got Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, and all those dudes soaking up double teams so that he's just picking a gap and going.
Yep.
That's why we're saying it's so imperative. Because if those linemen get to the second level, to the linebackers, you're done.
Yep.
It's done. The play is already over. And that's something that has got to be fixed. And especially if you're running that Venables scheme, that 3-3-5, that's part of the reason why obviously he showed his flexibility. He switched in and out of it at necessary after he got acclimated to the team, showing you that you need to be very excited about the future. But inevitably, if he wants to run his system, he has got to have those big dudes in the interior because you don't have as many bodies on the direct line as, say, a Georgia would, just in your base. I say base. I love how teams are like, I run a 4-3 or a 3-4. It's like, no, you don't. You run a nickel. Like
multiple.
Yeah. Everybody runs a nickel nowadays. Like, yeah. So that's why. As a red shirt, maybe. Yeah. Alton Tarber. That's a great one, right? 322 pounds. That's what I'm talking about. If he comes in there,
he's in the transfer portal right now.
Well, y'all need to talk him out.
Well,
not really. I don't know how that situation's going. I mean, just because you're big doesn't mean you're going to translate. That's not my contention here.
I don't think he's really had a whole lot of looks in the portal. But I will say this: I think OU's in a good spot because with the loss of David Hicks, with the loss of David Hicks, because I mean at this point I think David Hicks is a loss now that I've seen Sanford's at Texas A&M for good, and then Peyton Bowen going to Oregon. There are a lot of guys at Clemson, highly up there guys at Clemson that love BV and that maybe need one more year to help solidify and anchor their draft stock and would love to maybe resync up with this staff.
True. But
And
there's a reason why whenever you were kind of asking my opinion about whether or not if a Corey Foreman was to hit the transfer portal, while that would be a big win for y'all, it's not at a position where I look at it and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what you need. Because if you don't have the interior presence, you're going to perfect example this year for Alabama.
But see, that's not the person I'm thinking of. The person I'm thinking of is an interior guy, and he really does potentially need change of scenery for 1 year.
No doubt. I know who you're talking about, and I do agree with you there. We had that conversation, and I do agree with you.
By the way, I do have new developments on that. That is becoming more and more likely now at this point. There's been a lot more rumors about that, about him wanting to change the scenery.
So that right there would be it. But edge guys are great if they have the interior guys to alleviate the pressure. One of the biggest problems this year for Alabama, you watched games where Anderson, we tried to line him up over a guard. Why? Well, he's quicker than guards, sure, but you're putting him in the teeth of the interior of that offensive line. He's 245 pounds. I think he's the best player in college football, but you also have to be cognizant of what works and what doesn't. Yes, he would still break through the offensive line and disrupt the play because he's Will Anderson, but that's not a winning recipe. That's my point here. And Oklahoma, that's why the interior, such a big position of need. And as far as linebacker goes, PG, I think you look at a guy like a Deshaun McCullough, right? Played for Indiana. If you need to put him at linebacker, you can put him at linebacker. You could put Kanik at Cheetah. If you want to put Kanik at linebacker, McCullough at Cheetah, you have the flexibility. So I like your linebacker room, but I think your linebacker room would impress you more if you had more of a strength in the interior, because then they would be allowed to run around, fly, and make plays.
We've got guys that can play that Cheetah position. I look at Jaron more as an inside linebacker.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I defer to you right there. No doubt about it. So
I see him like more of his strong suit. And obviously, I don't get paid what they do, but I just think his skill set, and certainly he's able to be versatile enough to pop out there every once in a while or doing something different with the multiple looks that you see. He can drop into coverage. He can, take a back out of the backfield, that type of situation. But for, like you said, we got great defensive line play. It makes the linebackers' job so much easier.
Yes. Yes. That's the way it goes.
It's a very underrated thing to look at as just a fan as itself. It's because you're so focused on, but a lot of the times, it's your D line that make those linebackers really, really good.
And even sometimes your edge guys, right?
Yep.
Because they're taking so much.
Rush. Absolutely. Oh yeah.
It is a must. Guys, why is it that Aaron Donald is as highly paid as he is? Quinnen Williams, right? Those interior guys in the NFL, they make absurd money. Well, there's a reason.
You've seen guys do it at the next level. Christian Wilkins, who was a good player, stuff like that. Yes, those guys, make some good money because they're able to make their guys in the back end job a lot easier.
So PG, unless you have anything else you wanted to kind of talk about the overview of that, my biggest need for OU is that interior defensive line.
Yeah, no, the interior defensive line, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think the linebacker thing is something, I think they need to get maybe a couple more guys in there, regardless whether they're starters or not.
Depth is always important, no doubt.
Yeah, just because I think that part of the defense is important for Venables' scheme. But a team that Oklahoma really needs to be looking out for, I know we talk a lot about Clemson guys, but a team we really need to be looking out for to hit the portal that OU would potentially be interested in is Iowa State. Because they do the same thing Venables does.
Well, they went and this was a few years ago when Matt Campbell came into Iowa State. He went and sat down with Venables.
2017, there was a massive.
Hey, teach me what you know. How do you do this?
35 defensive coordinators around college football all made their way to Iowa State to learn about the Iowa State defense.
Yep.
Really interesting stuff. Yeah, I don't pretend to understand the Venables and Iowa defense, but I have done my fair bit of research into it, and it is super, super interesting stuff. Really, really interesting.
On a non-OU recruiting note, Colorado just flipped a commitment from Auburn and a 4-star wide receiver, Adam Hopkins, out of Thomasville, Georgia.
Okay.
Top 250 player in the country.
Top 250 player. You said Adam. Okay, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little bit of press on Hopkins. Where's my pen? We've been at this so long, I've now lost my pen.
2A athlete, played wide receiver and cornerback in high school. So,
yeah, so top 300, number 35 wide receiver, number 21 in the state of Georgia. First and foremost, the state of Georgia is loaded. You're number 21 in the state of Georgia, and you're still a top 300 guy. It's just unbelievable. 6 foot, 170 pounds. This guy right here is one you really, really have to watch. Turn on the film, really solid routes, able to generate separation, and is very dangerous with the ball in his hands. For someone who's 6 foot, though, he is not afraid to go up and high point the football. And if you're Colorado, that's exactly what you need right now. Someone with this versatility. I think this is a guy that Auburn is going to really wish they had. But one thing we need to realize, guys, Deion is now successfully going into the SEC and getting these guys. That's huge. That is huge for Colorado and Coach Prime. Going to be very interesting to see what they do. But adding in Adam Hopkins is huge for the Buffaloes. Absolutely huge.
They also got a commitment from a guy named Patrick Williams Jr. I'm trying to find him on the 247. I think Rivals had him committed to Texas A&M as a 4-star, but I cannot find him on 247. Yeah.
Jack, your point, how was Brian Breesy this season? It was pretty good. I mean, he had a lot to overcome this year. Rough year for obviously for their family and everything like that. Sister, died of cancer, stuff like that. But he had a pretty good season. He was banged up. He had some injuries, but yeah, he personally, definitely a rough year for them and their family. And, it'll be interesting to see what his future holds, for sure at Clemson, or what he chooses to do in the future. But certainly a great talent.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's do a bit of a transition here, though, because this Oregon class, guys, we need to take a look at this.
247 right now has them at 7.
Yeah, I've got their class pulled up because I was actually doing a video on it after the Dante Moore decommitment, but they're with the addition of Peyton Bowen and the other guys that they were going to look at getting, Dalen Austin, who just recently flipped, Jaden Limar, or I hope I said his last name right, Lemire, Ashton Porter, the 4-star defensive lineman, the 3-star athlete Solomon Davis, who I know is on Colorado's board as well, and then Mateo. They land all of those guys. They're sitting at a 284.27 composite score, and I don't think anybody expected Oregon to be there at that specific spot at the end of signing day.
3 5-stars in the class right now: Peyton Bowen, Jerry Undicki, and Mateo Uangalele. Really good class.
Dan Lanning is.
And they could be looking at adding David Hicks too. Like, I think that's probably got some real smoke now that Peyton Bowen's there. And
I think so, yeah.
And if they land David Hicks, they're going to be at 291.95, meaning they could be in the top 5 on the recruiting rankings.
And one thing we have to acknowledge here, guys, Oregon also just flipped a quarterback.
Yep, Austin Novad from Baylor. That was a guy that Baylor really wanted. Number 119 in the nation, number 10 quarterback, top 10 quarterback, number 22 in the state of Texas, Elite 11 finals guy. All-American Bowl. I mean, this is notable. It did not take that staff long. You want to know when a staff is you want to know when you need to watch a recruiting staff? When they lose a 5-star and within 48 hours, they have a top 10 guy in that same position. Is he Dante Moore? No, but he is damn good. Damn good. Yep.
And boom.
This is a guy that I think if I remember correctly, listening to the 247 thing when they were talking about their rankings and everything, they were talking about Austin Novad potentially being a 5-star.
Yeah. He's on the precipice. Let's see where he officially comes in here on the 247 rankings. 247 has him at number 86 themselves. Composite has him at 119. So regardless, look, you're talking about a kid that's top 10 quarterback in the nation in a class that we've been praising for so long as being such a great quarterback class. Dan Lanning and them are able to get a guy. And you know what's even more impressive than all of that? They just lost their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He's now the head coach at Arizona State.
Yep. And they talking about Arizona State, got him a few good recruits.
Rashad Samples.
Yeah. Oh, staff wise, yeah, absolutely.
My goodness, Rashad Samples, Brian Carrington. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's going to be if they could lock down the state of Arizona. There's some great talent out there. You know.
Well, yeah, Dylan Raiola being one of them, and in 2024, I think they also have an edge rusher. Is it Elijah Rushing? Maybe is that the name?
I think so.
There's quite a bit of talent around Arizona. So
this is, guys, this is signing day. This is the beauty of it, and this is why it's so fun. But Oregon absolutely making some moves, getting some big time play. We're about to transition and focus in on some of the Alabama recruiting. I need to plug in my mouse here soon. So
you can just rub it in. Just rub it in on everybody else. It's your time. It's your time to shine. You deserve it.
OU is still number 6. Look, man, it's a top 10 class. You know what I mean? So is it disappointing that you don't land some of these guys? No doubt. And I won't sugarcoat it. It is. It sucks. You wanted Bowen. That sucks. But you're a top 10 class.
Who doesn't, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Every institution in the nation is sitting there today looking at Peyton Bowen being like, man, wish I could have added that guy in. So sucks, but you're a top 10 class after going 6-6. I don't think that part is being acknowledged. That right there shows you that recruits are not focused on the result. They're focused on the process. Now, where do you hear that phrase from? I'm not saying they're going to be Alabama, but whenever you hear recruits talking about these institutions that they have faith in, such as Georgia, Ohio State, LSU, Alabama, you hear people saying we trust the process. For Brent Venables to go 6-6 and still have a top 10 recruiting class, that shows you that these kids are trusting the process, the long-term mission. Well, Oklahoma has a rebuild.
Well, and they've seen the track record that him and some of the staff have had at Clemson.
Very true.
You know,
very true.
And a guy that is not to be overlooked that has been both at Clemson and at Alabama has been
at
very instrumental in the process of getting the ship going is Thad Turnipseed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Hey, let's keep this conversation going, but I want to take a second. There's like 331 of y'all in here, and only 76 people have liked this stream. Yes, y'all need to go ahead and hit that like button because I'm taking a little bit of time off work. I know Ty and Drew are really putting this together, so we'd love to see that like button go up. But yeah, no, let's continue.
Hit that like button.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm about to go grab a Coke, so I'm going to pass it to y'all to kind of close out the Oklahoma class and expectations, and then we'll move on to Alabama.
Yeah, no, man, I'm just it would have been like Ty just said, it would have been great to get Peyton Bowen, and who wouldn't want him? But at the end of the day, I think we're still, tracking right along with where we want to be, and solidifying the needs in the class and everything like that, and continuing to develop these guys. And obviously next year is going to be a big year for us, Team 129, so I'm still excited. Still got a lot of positivity. You got 2 5-stars in this class who are really, really good. One offense, one defensive guy, and some good transfers. And I'm still really excited, and future is still looking really, really bright for the Oklahoma Sooners. So
Yeah, I mean, I think the future's looking bright. The thing that really sucks about a Peyton Bowen and losing him, right? And I know we can go get guys in the portal. It's just, it's great to get portal guys, but those guys are usually only here for 1 to 2 years, and you would really like to have a guy here for 4 years, 3 or 4 years.
Absolutely.
And that's the difference, and that's why I'm like, I understand we can go get somebody probably just as equally as talented, but it's not the same as the recruiting trail.
No,
and so
I completely agree with you.
And I've talked about it many times. In 2024, OU has a chance to land probably one of the best recruiting classes we've ever seen, and I really mean that. And especially in the secondary, like they're in like this Charles Lester in Oklahoma conversation is actually like that's a very real conversation. That's very real recruitment. KJ Bolden, it's kind of cool for Oklahoma right now, but you would have expected that if Oklahoma landed Peyton Bowen, they could potentially get KJ on campus for a visit, which they still can. That would be completely changing where you'd seen Oklahoma recruiting in the past, being able to go land Peyton Bowen and then potentially go try to get in on those two guys. So I think we'll be fine. It just I think we're gonna have to work maybe a little bit harder now for some of those guys in 2024. Yeah. So that
absolutely,
yeah. I think at this point OU's got to go balls to the wall for David Hicks, because the Crimson and Cream NIL, they were kind of putting this NIL stuff together for Peyton Bowen, and I don't like to pay to play, but at the end of the day, like, the kids have got to make the best choice financially for themselves as well and their families. And
if it's legal, do it.
Yeah. And if it's legal, do it. And here's the thing. I don't think David Hicks is solely going somewhere just for money, but at the same time, if you could go somewhere that can equally recruit, because here's the thing, Texas A&M can develop guys on the defensive line just as well as Oklahoma can. Like, go look at what they're putting out in the NFL. It's possible. Yep. So when you look at that and then you say, you add in the money factor, it's like, okay, which one makes more sense for me and my family financially? So at this point, you have money, and OU has the stuff that they were planning for Peyton Bowen and Hicks. Throw it all at David Hicks at this point. Just balls to the wall, David Hicks, last minute. Try to do the same thing that Texas A&M has done to you.
Mark Jones with the $10. Thank you for the donation, Mark. He says, the problem with the new coaching staff after year one is that the defense still couldn't figure out how to line up pre-snap, and the offense was running hurry up when it needed to burn clock more than 5 times. Mark, if I'm talking defensively, the biggest complaint I would have about Oklahoma this year was the situational play calling as opposed to the scheme. I don't think Oklahoma's scheme and Brent Venables' scheme is the issue. But there was times where the situational play calling, I couldn't make rhyme or reason of it. One instance, I know I've said it multiple times, but I will never understand this. Oklahoma was in a 4th and 3 situation. West Virginia had not been able to push the ball north and south all day because they did not have their starting quarterback in. All offense they got was generated by going east and west. Little screen passes, you name it, east and west was how they were going. So on a 4th and 3, whenever they lined up in the same formation that they've been running screen passes in all day long, Oklahoma calls their defense with their cornerbacks 7 to 8 yards off the wide receivers. That was nonsensical. Like, that's middle school level football. Like, hey, if it's 3 yards, it's a game of inches. Don't put your cornerbacks halfway across the football field. Like, that right there was nonsensical. That was one of the first times where I was just like, even as a cornerback, you should be sitting there like, hey, I shouldn't be 8 yards off whenever the first down marker. He can get to the first down marker before I can get to the first down marker. That made no sense. None.
No doubt. Yeah.
Rolling out a 3-man front against Kansas State whenever your rush defense is ranked 119th in the nation, probably not the best situational play call. But once again, who's calling the plays? That's the only area defensively for Oklahoma that I thought there was any hesitation was situational play calling.
I think there needs to be probably some pretty significant changes to the on-field play calling for Oklahoma next year, and the personnel who's doing that. And then also there probably needs to be some changes to the personnel for recruiting this year, because this isn't the first recruitment that Oklahoma's lost out on that I think has been caused due to just pure staff, maybe not. I wouldn't say they didn't go all in on Peyton Bowen, but I don't feel like this is one that OU should have lost.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I don't think I don't think that a lot of Notre Dame fans think they should have lost this one either.
I think Notre Dame fans saw the writing on the wall.
But in the fairness, man, he never flipped. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, I do. I really think
Wild.
they saw the. I think they saw the writing on the wall, especially when Jackson Arnold was pretty solid in his commitment to Oklahoma, and the girlfriend being here. Like, I think that was, I think that was pretty clear that hey, he wasn't he wasn't going to be at Notre Dame, and it was just being strung out. My worry and my concern is we can't have this happen next year, especially on the defensive line with the potential recruits and how good of a position Oklahoma is next year. Like, you have a chance to land 4 5-star defensive linemen next year. You cannot whiff at all next year. You just can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's that part.
Because they are in such a good spot for those players where we felt like we were in such a good spot for Peyton Bowen and potentially Akana. You cannot whiff on these guys anymore. This cannot happen.
I just put I don't know if you guys just saw the comment I just made, but that's part of the reason.
Oh, and what is it? Oh, I guess what do we?
No,
it's in the private chat.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
I'll speak on that a little more after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, to your point, yeah, you're in a good spot for some of these guys, and for whatever reason, you got to be able to close on. That's anywhere. That's not just Oklahoma. That's just you've built that relationship. You're almost to the finish line. You've got to make sure that deal gets done.
Yeah, because here's my thing in the Peyton Bowen. You let not one school get in on this recruitment, which they had already had him committed, but I mean, you felt so good about it that you pretty much had it on lock. But you cannot let another school that's over 1,000 miles away come into your backyard. Because, I mean, Denton, Texas, that's Oklahoma's backyard. It's right there. You cannot let them come over 1,000 miles and take a guy like that. You just can't. And especially, like I said, next year with Williams, Nwaneri, David Stone, Nigel Smith, Zadavian Sims, all of those guys, you cannot whiff on any of them. And, and in the secondary, you've got Eli Bowen. You have Aaron Flowers. You have Charles Lester, KJ Bolden. Again, those are guys where, you're probably going to lose at least one of the two, KJ Bolden or Charles Lester. Mm-hmm. But I don't feel like you should lose both. Oklahoma is going to have to go all in on one of them.
No doubt.
I'm just got a little bit of an interesting update here.
Because this is the problem that I have with Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley did this, where he would be, if Lincoln Riley was here, he could have had a really good shot to win Peyton Bowen. But he didn't get in. They just fell out of that recruitment. They just stopped recruiting him. And again, they whiffed on recruits. No, we know that they stopped recruiting him.
No, Peyton Bowen, saying maybe Lincoln Riley lands him, but I mean, didn't you just say you haven't landed a composite 5-star since when? Which wouldn't give me the faith that Lincoln Riley was able to do it if he wasn't doing it when he was there.
That's one of those things that's where, like, if
you're talking about out of high school or a composite, like when Lincoln was here.
No, like a composite 5-star defensive player.
Oh, defense. You're talking about defense.
Yes. Yeah, defense. I'm sorry. I did not say that, but yes, defense.
Yeah, no, I mean,
we had some offensive guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think OU would have been able to land Peyton Bowen with Riley, but that's the problem. Riley, for some reason, did not want to recruit this backyard area. One, didn't want to recruit Oklahoma, but two, I mean, I don't think he recruited Texas very well. I really don't.
Oh man, they were in Texas.
I will say he did recruit Texas very well. He got CeeDee Lamb.
They recruited Texas very well.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely.
You got Kenneth Billy Murray, Bowman?
Like, oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. Recruited Texas really well.
Yeah, he did.
It's getting harder to recruit Texas now because of the Longhorn staff, the staff they've assembled. Real solid recruiters.
I would agree. Lincoln Riley recruited the heck out of Texas.
I just don't think that his classes were cohesive. That's my biggest issue with Lincoln Riley recruiting.
Yeah. I think across the board, it was more obviously lopsided offensively, the defense. Yeah. and only 15 or 16 guys per class.
Yeah, Caleb Kelly was the last 5-star recruit. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think that if we're talking 5-star guys, Brent Venables has got far more of a pitch than Lincoln Riley had.
Yep.
Far
Talking
more.
about defensively, yeah, oh, absolutely.
Defensively, specifically
yeah,
defensively.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah. I mean, I know Jamar Kane. That's a guy that in a perfect world, though, you would have loved to have retained. Because he's doing big work at LSU. Big work.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, and you know, since I'm from the 918, I wouldn't be doing any justice by not bringing up this recruitment. Cole Adams, congratulations on signing at Alabama, a Wasso Rams guy.
Someone earlier asked me.
So one of my favorite. I'm going to be watching his career really closely at Alabama. So
someone in the chat asked me who I thought the most underrated prospect for Alabama was. Cole Adams. It's Cole Adams.
Yep, I would agree. He
comes in
that kid.
Just outside the top 300, and I'm not 100% sure how. I mean, injury this year, right? He was
injury. He was out. He only played one game.
So for him to be a top 300 guy, not playing but one game, this kid is very talented. Has a 10.6 500 meters,
man.
Yeah.
If he was
a route runner,
if he was a 6'1", 6'2" guy, he would be top 50.
Probably,
easily.
Yeah. I completely agree. Super savvy route runner too.
Yep,
really
smart, great work ethic. He's a Nick Saban guy. Like
that's my answer for most underrated in the Alabama.
Cole Adams, 100%. He's one of the most underrated recruits in the country, I think.
Yeah. So Ty, talking about Alabama again, how do you feel like they have addressed the wide receiver needs in the recruiting ranking so far?
So I think that the Alabama wide receiver hauls have been good. If you look at this class, you have Cole Adams. I think that's great. You have Jaron Hamilton. Love him. Super, super fast guy. Then on top of that, you have Jalen Hale. Think he's very talented. A name that I'm super excited about, Malik Benson, who's the #1 JUCO player in the nation coming in at wide receiver. The biggest thing for Alabama right now is the exterior wide receiver position. That is going to be where Alabama needs addressed, because the interior, that slot position, the problem there is lack of experience, not lack of talent. If you look at the production at that slot position group this past year, there's a reason why guys such as JoJo Earl, Christian Leary, and Aaron Anderson have transferred. It's not because, they were up and they were unhappy just being the guy and they wanted to look elsewhere. No, there was a big room in front of them. Mm-hmm. Kendrick Law started some games, or I shouldn't say started. Kendrick Law got a lot of play. Isaiah Bond got a lot of play. Kobe Prentice got a lot of play. All three of those guys are true freshmen. So being able to add in Jalen Hale on the outside, I think is a huge win. He was one of the bigger wide receiver targets for me in this class. Very happy Alabama was able to add him in. So wide receiver, is there still work to be done? Sure. But I do think they've done a really good job to address it. I think the best wide receiver in this class, I think Branch is that guy, but Hakeem Williams, y'all. If there was a guy that Alabama could flip on the wide receiver front, that would be my guy.
Has he signed today yet?
I don't know. But once again, he'd be my guy because I do feel like as much as Branch is that dude, and he's deserving of his rating.
Yeah, he actually did sign. And I had and I had heard some things about Colorado and Deion reaching out to Hakeem. So I guess that one's pretty much done at this point. So.
All right, had to change the title because now we're about to step into some Alabama guys committing. And with that, we're going to take a look at this Alabama Crimson Tide recruiting class, shall we? Let's do it. So, guys, this is nutty. I mean, 25 prospects in the class. Let's break this down. They have a commitment from the #6 player in the nation, the #10 player in the nation, the #12 player in the nation, the #25 player in the nation, the #38 player in the nation, 40, 48, 54, 59, 62, 74, 77, and now we're finally out of the top 100. We get to 140, 144, then the #1 JUCO player in the nation, the #2 JUCO player in the nation, #182, 191, 200, 235, 285, 304, 334, 376, and then a 3-star kicker. This Alabama class is dumb. It is unbelievably gifted. I mean, top to bottom. Where do we want to talk about first? The crown jewel of the class, I think it could be up for debate, actually. I do. Personally, I think it's Caleb Downs. I think that Caleb Downs is... I think he's a top 5 player in all of high school football. I truly do. He comes in at number 6 composite. I think he's a top 5 player. 6 foot, 195. If y'all haven't seen him play, turn on the tape. He's a film junkie. And not only that, his family. Do y'all know who his family is? Drew, PG? The Downs family? His brother, Josh Downs, is the wide receiver for North Carolina that's a baller. His daddy
so y'all getting
played
Josh
in the NFL.
Downs?
No. His daddy played in the NFL, and his uncle is Dre Bly, who's the DB coach at North Carolina and who played in the NFL. So
why didn't he go to North Carolina?
Because Roll Tide. Roll Tide, that's why. So yeah, boom. After that, the other guy I think that could be an argument for the crown jewel of this Alabama class, Caden Proctor. Alabama has a big need at offensive line. PG, I've been trying to tell you for a while that Bama was creeping.
I just wanted him to go to, again, I just wanted the chaos to ensue. And
no doubt, man. No doubt. It'd be fun, right? It'd be fun. But Bama needed this one. Whenever Caden Proctor had committed to Iowa, it was a 2-team race between Alabama and Iowa. He chose Iowa, stayed home, but that shifted. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems like there was some weird things that happened during the end of that recruitment, because I thought he was supposed to announce this morning. I don't know if any of y'all watched my Caden Proctor video, but I had actually recorded that before I left the house yesterday to go to Oklahoma to help my fiance with some stuff. I get a notification that Caden Proctor is committed to Alabama, and I had to make sure that I didn't say that it was Wednesday or that it was actually early signing day in the video. I already had my early signing day shirt picked out for today, so I had to rewear this again today because I thought that I would be ahead of the curve. I was not. I was behind the curve. So Caden Proctor is the guy that if you're not saying Caleb Downs is the crown jewel, you could say Caden Proctor. You could say Keon Keeley, and that'd be an acceptable answer. Do you want to know the most loaded room in all of college football? I want to hear in the chat, before I say this, who do y'all think has the most loaded room in all of college football, and what room do you think it is?
Texas A&M on the defensive line.
That's a damn good answer. That's a damn good answer.
Do you go anything else at that point?
That's a damn good answer.
I mean, Texas on the offensive line?
Texas that's another good answer. I think you could have the Ohio State wide receiver room.
Shoot, Ohio State at the quarterback room.
Ohio State at the quarterback room. But let's take a look at this Alabama edge group. Will Anderson is still there. He was the number 1 edge rusher in his class. But that same year, Alabama signed the number 1, 2, and 3 edge rushers in the nation. Will Anderson, Chris Braswell, Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders leaves. Unfortunate, right? Heck of a player. The next year, Alabama doubles down. Gets in a 5-star edge rusher, Dallas Turner, the number 1 edge rusher in the nation. So now you have Will Anderson, and we're just talking 5 stars here. You have Will Anderson, Chris Braswell, Dallas Turner. The next year, they double down with 2 more 5 stars. Jeremiah Alexander, the number 1 edge rusher in the nation, and Jaleel Campbell. Kind of an athlete. When I say that, he can play interior. He can put his hand in the dirt. That kid can do it all. They comped him to Micah Parsons. That's how gifted he is. Now, that's lofty expectations. I'm not putting that on him, but very gifted guy. And then we get to this class, and they've signed, once again, the number 1 edge rusher in the nation. That's 3 years in a row. Bama has locked down the number 1 edge rusher in the nation. This is scary hours. Absolutely scary hours. That room is insane, but it makes it all the more important that Alabama land a guy that we're going to be talking about here very soon, and that's James Smith. Bama has got to have that physical presence on the interior defensive line. It has got to be there because they missed on Peter Woods. That's a huge miss. There's no sugarcoating that. If Bama has Peter Woods and James Smith in this class, I mean, everybody is on more notice than they already are, but you have got to get James Smith. That's why I've said and maintained James Smith is a must land prospect. Alabama must land him. I don't think you can go 0 for 2 on the top 2 defensive linemen in your state. Go ahead, PG.
No, I agree with you. That's a pretty solid room. But again, I would make the argument that the 2 better rooms would be that Texas offensive line room. I mean, look at what they did last season, and just, I mean, taking those 5 stars in the recruiting rankings. I mean, we were sitting there watching Texas just pile on 5-star after 5-star, and this year, even gaining some of the guys that did, and like Peyton Kirkland on the offensive line. I've sat there and go, they might have the best. They might have the best offensive line for the next 2 or 3 years, because I mean, I don't think I've seen that good of an offensive line recruited in years. And then I look at what Texas A&M did on the defensive line last year with Walter Nolan and Levius Overton and Dindy and all those guys, and I'm like, plus what they had. I get some guys have hit the portal, but still, I think both of those rooms could easily give Alabama a run for the money of best room.
You want to know? I'll entertain the A&M one. You want to know why I think the Alabama room is deeper than the Texas offensive line room?
Yeah.
You could have a full starting 5 of the 5 stars in the edge room for Alabama. Braswell, Turner, Keon Keeley, Alexander, Campbell, plus Will Anderson. That's 6 5-stars. All of the guys in that room were number 1 or number 2 in the nation at their respective position. I don't think there's another class in the nation that's gone 3 years straight picking up the number 1 guy at a respective position. That's nutty.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it to you. You know, picking up the number 1 guy.
The A&M one, that's a good one. I grant you the A&M one. That's nutty what they did.
The only argument, like I said, that I'm making, is, last year they get Devon Campbell and Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, listen, they had Kelvin Banks this year look pretty good on the offensive line.
Brother, you got to remember, Kyle Flood did that at Alabama. He locked down the number 1 tackle in the nation, the number 2 tackle in the nation, the number 2 guard in the nation, and the number 2 center in the nation right before he moved from Alabama to Texas. So he went back-to-back years of locking down the best offensive line class in recruiting. He is that dude.
Yeah, no, he is that dude, which is shocking because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think he's a great offensive line recruiter, but, and this is kind of going off the beaten path, but Oklahoma has an offensive line developer in Bill Beatonbow, and he doesn't land the guys like Devon Campbell and Kelvin Banks, but, like, I sit there and look at it and go, Bill Beatonbow should be the best recruiter in all of college football in terms of the offensive line, because look at the offensive linemen that he puts out into the league. Like, Bill Beatonbow.
You'd think he would land more 5-stars than he does.
You would think, but he doesn't. You would think, but he doesn't. I mean, that's one of the shockers that I think, because, I mean, I look at what Texas has done on the offensive line, and I'm like, why can't Oklahoma do that?
No doubt, Kane. I do actually remember you saying something, and you could be. That Damari Brown one, that's going to be a fun battle. Very talented player. I think
he's crystal balled to go to Miami at this point. 100%.
Yeah. Be big, be very big. Now, Murph, Wisconsin fan here. He says, thoughts on Nick Evers. Drew and I talked about this the other day. I don't think you could have, for what your offensive system looks to be, I think it's a perfect fit. Fickle likes that type of quarterback. Nick Evers fits the mold. Change of scenery. I'd be very excited if I was a Wisconsin fan about Nick Evers. That's from me. The Oklahoma fans here, I'm sure they can speak to it.
Yeah,
well, technical. Nobody here ever said that Bill Beatonbow puts the most guys in the league. We just said that he has an impressive track record. Look at the top paid offensive linemen in the league right now. A lot of them are from Oklahoma.
Well, look at
Bill Beatonbow is that guy.
Look at the best offensive lineman in the league, Trent Williams.
Yeah, so I mean,
Creed Humphrey, Orlando Brown.
I mean,
no doubt at all. Notre Dame is great, but like, let's give roses
the ones he has put in the league. It may not be as many as Notre Dame, but he has hit on a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if he puts an offensive, like, watch Wanye Morris and those guys and Anton Harrison in the NFL draft this year. Like, when they get the Bill Beatonbow stamp of approval, like, they go do things, and they go do things that are special. Again, you have the Chiefs having 2 of them. You have Drew Samia, who actually, I don't know if he's still in the league or whether but I know he had a stint for a while. You have one of the guys. Cody Ford. You have a guy
Yep.
at in Los Angeles at the Rams. I'm trying to think of his name.
Ben
But I
Powers.
know Ben. Is it Ben? Oh, is it? So do they have two now? Because I thought the
Powers.
guy Bobby isn't there. Bobby something.
Bobby Evans.
Bobby Evans. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, OU's got guys all up and down, and again, when they get the Bill Bedenbaugh stamp of approval, they don't just go. They actually go probably higher than a lot of people expect them to.
Yeah, and there's no doubt at all, man. There's no doubt technical. Notre Dame is a great place for offensive linemen. Iowa, fantastic. You look at what Alabama puts into the NFL at the offensive. It's not a singular thing, but we also have to be real. And Bill Bedenbaugh is a very, very high level developer of offensive line play. We got to give credit where it's due. But kind of refocusing back on this Alabama class, I want to hear from y'all, right? Outside looking in, what are your thoughts? What are your expectations? What surprises you the most looking at this Alabama class?
Bama gonna Bama, and no matter what kind of season they have, they're still going to continue to be able to put up, the best recruiting classes. And I've been on the front, and I'll stick by it. I've thought that the Alabama Nick Saban dynasty is potentially coming up to its end in terms of just them going and spitting out national championships at the way that they were, or at least going to national championships. I don't think that's going to stop them in their recruiting, just because if Nick Saban's coming knocking on your door, you're going to want to go play for him. But when I look at what Nick Saban and Alabama's doing, they do what a lot of other teams necessarily don't do on the recruiting trail. They find their need, they find their weakness, and they go attack it in the portal. And yeah, I get it. Alabama fans, y'all lost out on Peter Woods, but can't win them all. And, Oklahoma or any other school would have loved to have had the recruiting class that Alabama had. I look at Alabama's recruiting class and go, this recruiting class will probably win a national championship at some point.
Yeah, I think so. And you look at it top to bottom, so complete. Drew, I'll let you finish snacking right there and then kind of get your opinion on this.
Yeah, I mean, Bama is Bama. I mean, they're going to, until Nick Saban retires, they're going to still be able to recruit the talent that they do and develop the talent that they do. I think that's the most overlooked thing is, yes, it's easy to find those 3 and 4 star guys and develop them into to mold you, but it's even, I think, just as hard to keep those 5 stars with the level of expectations that they have at that, peak, if you will. And that just shows just how good Nick Saban is at tapping that talent and getting more out of that 5-star talent that, guys that come in highly recruited, turning them into number 1 picks and big draft stock and everything like that. I think that's where you get underrated, where if you could ever say that about Nick Saban, is he's good at taking that great talent and making it even better. And he's just going to continue to do that.
You look at the rate of development at Alabama, and it is, guys, and 24/7 Sports, they actually did this. They looked at 5 stars. They isolated so that it didn't matter if you got 4 blue chip guys or 10 blue chip guys. They isolated 4 blue chips and they looked at the rate of development. And Alabama was substantially ahead. Like, so much so that if you took them out of the running, the percentage dropped by a decently significant margin.
I would like to give Bill Bedenbaugh credit, but he was not the offensive line coach when Lane Johnson was at OU. So can't give Bill Bedenbaugh that credit. That was Patton. Would love to give him that, but 13 was his first year, and that's when Lane was drafted, was in 13. So would have loved to have gave it to him, but yeah.
Ron, I disagree here because sure, I mean, some of the Oklahoma defenses under Brent Venables were average, but if we're talking about memory, what did he do at Clemson? Right? I mean, like, we can't just narrate the story for only what's convenient. Now you're arguing a defeating point. So if your point right here, Ron, is saying, because now you've unlocked the debater in me, and now we have to talk about proper argumentation. But if you're going to argue like, oh, well, Brent Venables isn't that good, you can't just like gloss over years where he was getting top tier defenses and coaching them. like that happen. So, that is something we have to look at.
And I think a lot of people want to talk about, okay, yeah, when he was the last couple of years he was at OU, people wanted him leaving. They wanted to move on. Well, he did. He moved on. And did he move on? You can't just paint over what he did at Clemson. Clemson was and so
why did they get a different type of talent, Ron? Because of some of the recruiters on staff, i.e. Brent Venables, i.e. the defensive line coach. So you're right. Clemson did get a different level of talent. That's because they took defense more seriously under the direction of Dabo Swinney and Brent Venables.
Well, and let's not just say that Venables couldn't recruit any talent to Oklahoma. There was a lot of good, great talent at Oklahoma. Gerald McCoy, some of these guys, Tony Jefferson, a bunch of these guys, Corey Nelson, who played in the league. Like, there was completely, a lot of talent. But it's hard to do that job when you're a co-defensive coordinator because you're not calling the shots. You're not the guy that's overseeing the defense. Him and Mike Stoops worked together, did a great job. They won a national championship, a lot of Big 12 championships. He wanted a new challenge. He wanted something to call his own, and great move for him to go to Clemson, and was arguably the best defensive coordinator for the last 10 years, at a place like that. So you can't just paint over what he didn't do at Oklahoma, and then just overlook the fact that he was the best defensive coordinator in the country.
So Thomas, once again, just you're unlocking the debater in me. You're arguing with yourself by saying, because here your basic point here is that because he was at Clemson, he had access to Clemson things. But then you argue with yourself when you say 122nd ranked defense, BV is blank. But if he was successful at Clemson, then you're attributing these factors for his success, which means he didn't have those factors there because Oklahoma had so much roster turnover, which would contribute to a detriment of success. Right? So there's logical lines, right? And these things connect. So I hear you. Is it disappointing? Sure. And I'm not saying that Brent Venables is going to be Oklahoma's savior. I'm not sitting here saying Brent Venables is going to win them X national championships. I'm just saying that after 1 year, there's no way we can just say, hey, this guy isn't it, because look at the roster turnover Oklahoma had. I mean, it was a significant portion of the roster just gone. Just absolutely gone. So that right there absolutely has something to do with it. No doubt about it. I think there's excuses and then there's explanations, Ron. Matt Rule also has been a head coach before. Not only that, but he coached in the NFL.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Well, then what do you want,
Ron?
Ron?
The debater and me. Brent Venables, as a coach at Oklahoma, before he went to Clemson, ranked among the top 16 nationally in total defense 8 times at OU. So that was before Clemson. So, and you probably weren't even alive, since you're a student at OU now, to even see that and to even know that he coached guys like Brandon Everidge, some of these guys, Derek Strait, some of these type of talent, won a national championship at Oklahoma, coached Rocky Kalmas, Torrance Marshall, some of these guys, Roy Williams. Like, I could go on and on about the talent that he coached even before he got to Clemson. So, yeah, I'm going to be quiet before I really, it's just, you don't understand,
Year in and year out, regardless whether he was at Oklahoma or Clemson, and I don't have the statistics, but I've been walking through the ESPN stats for the past forever that he's been here. You can go through and look at it. They are constantly in the top 10 in sacks and tackles for loss. Constantly. Consistently. And that's what Brent Venables really feeds on. And when you get sacks and tackles for loss,
yeah. Look, and like I said, I'm not Ron. I want to know what you want from Brent Venables, because based on every comment you have, there is no good he can do, yet you don't want to keep him.
Brent Venables left Oklahoma because he got an opportunity to be the defensive coordinator at Clemson. the defensive coordinator, not a co-coordinator, not anything like that. He and Dabo Swinney, like you said earlier, put a premium on, hey, we need a good defensive coordinator. We need somebody who's going to take this defense and make it great. And what did he do? He took it and made it great. So there's your reason.
Oh no,
Quay
Russo
committed to Bama.
Yeah, I have that pulled up. But let me do this right here real quick. Ron, what is your contention here? Because with every point we've said about Brent Venables, you have a counter argument, and so you don't like anything he's done, but you don't think he should be fired. And I guess my point is if you're going to argue that everything is so bad, everything can't happen, then why would you want to keep him? Because then it almost seems like you're good with inadequacy. So I'm just genuinely kind of trying to gauge where you are, because until I gauge that, it's going to be tough to kind of have this conversation. I mean,
Thomas, how is that a terrible argument? You're debating. You're asking me what he did at Oklahoma before. It's exactly what he did at Oklahoma before. So to go back to your point, saying he didn't do anything when he was at Oklahoma before, we're sitting here talking about it. I just showed you his track record.
Well, not only that, but if the 20 years ago, Thomas, I hear you there. But then we go back to what he did at with Clemson, which is why I said you started off this, Thomas, by saying that he had bad defenses at Oklahoma, and that's how we should look at it because Clemson is not Oklahoma. Drew said, oh, well, they weren't, this, that, and the other. And now you're saying, oh, well, we can't look at 20 years ago. But that was your contention, is that 20 years ago is where we did need to look because Clemson and Oklahoma are two different places. So if we don't want to look 20 years ago, then we do need to look at Clemson because that is the most recent implementation of him outside of this 1 year at 6-6, which Ron, you say, see, you like everything he does. No, I've been consistently telling you where he's been shorted.
Sure.
On this stream. And
head coach, not everybody. It's a different animal.
If that's what it's appearing, then Ron, that's my fault.
No,
right. Then that's my fault.
Because he's perfect. There's not a perfect coach. Like Nick Saban,
no doubt about
flaws. Like
no doubt. Yeah. But I kind of want to know where you think for Brent Venables, Ron, because I've said how I think he is. I have never contended that I like everything he does. I just talked about the situational play calling. Didn't think that was good at all this year. But I guess I'm still trying to gauge where you are. Because until we do that, we can, kind of go forward on this. But let's talk about some Alabama additions. Quay Russo with the Crimson Tide. Adding on more 5-stars. And with that should come James Smith. Now, I should have the stream pulled up, but for whatever reason, it's not pulling up.
Another big one that just hit, Micah Tease has flipped his commitment from Arkansas to Texas A&M. And so an important thing to note there, definitely expect this to change, but Travis Davidson, give him credit to this. He tweeted it out. 3 blue chips have committed to elsewhere outside of OU or Oklahoma State in the 918 area. So.
Isn't it fun, Jay? No, this is the fun of it, man. I mean, like this is we're all fans talking football. That's all this is. We're just here having a good time talking football. Go ahead, Drew. You're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Brent, apparently Russo did. I have where it says the Montgomery Advisor says the stream will be right here, and there is no link to the stream in their article. None. Oh, finally it popped up. Yep, both of them have got on Alabama hats. So James Smith and Russo to Alabama. James Smith was as big of a must-land prospect for the Crimson Tide as there was. That is huge. Huge wins for the Alabama Crimson Tide. 2 more 5-stars going to Nick Saban in Alabama. And guys, and this is something we didn't get to talk about it. PG, here's one area I have always pushed back on you. Whenever you'd say like you thought that the Bama dynasty was ending, right? But then we'd talk about like Oklahoma being in such strong position for the class of 2024. I guess the only thing I've ever kind of disagreed with is how those ideologies mix. whereas Bama's coming off of 3 losses in 2 years, as opposed to Oklahoma coming off of 6 in 1 year. But you have one program trending up and the other trending down.
Yeah, and it's not I think Alabama's class, they won't be able to recruit at a high level. It's just with the high level of talent that everybody's getting now in the transfer portal, I think a lot of people are catching up to Nick Saban. And you've seen this with a lot of his former assistants now being able to go in there and beat him. In most recently, Kirby Smart in the national championship. And so I see things like that. And I look at how competitive the SEC is going to continue to get with the additions of OU and Texas. And, I don't think that it's going to be Alabama not getting top recruiting classes. I just don't think we're going to be seeing Alabama in the national championship as much, and we're not going to be seeing them winning it definitely as much as we were used to. I think you're going to see Georgia probably start to cement themselves in that spot, and then maybe even Michigan or Ohio State really taking over. But I don't think we're going to see Alabama playing in that role. I think they'll make the playoffs with it expanding almost every year, but I just don't think they're going to be in that national championship conversation every single year anymore.
Yeah, 2 more weeks. They already committed to Alabama. That's what we're. See, the only reason I'm going to disagree is because a lot of the points you're making is like, oh well, other teams are stacking talent. Bama's maintained the number 1 or number 2 recruiting class in the nation.
Yep.
Right.
They did it this year.
And I guess you're right. Like with Texas and Oklahoma coming into the SEC, it's certainly going to add in more talent, but a team like Oklahoma, y'all are having to play catch up to where Bama is. You get what I mean? Like,
we have to play the catch up, but we're not the ones sitting. We're not sitting in the national championship or the national championship conversation every single year, and now we're falling out of it. Right? We're trying to work our way up to that point. My point is, Nick Saban and Alabama have sat in that position for a long time, and just recently over the past couple of years, I've just seen a lot of teams get a lot closer to Alabama than where they have been in the past. And that concerns me to where I think, Alabama could.
So I hear Georgia, but what teams outside of Georgia do you think are just closing? Because I don't really see Michigan's doing some things, but they got the doors blown off of them by that same Georgia team that Bama, had 2 great games in.
See, I would have loved to have seen Ohio State and Alabama this year in a matchup.
It would have been a great game, no doubt about it.
Because I think Ohio State would have blown the doors off Alabama, especially.
Well, you said, PG, to your argument, you said that Oklahoma's not contending for national championships year in and year out. How many times have we made the college football playoff in the last 7 years or whenever it's,
we made the playoffs, but
okay,
I wouldn't
that's
necessarily count that as contending because we got blown out every single time.
There's other teams that.
But I guess my question is that puts more onus on y'all.
Yep,
so I know you're saying like, oh well, we're trending up and you're trending down. Bama just split the difference with Georgia last year, lost the national championship, and had a disappointing year this year.
Yep.
But they're still right there. They're still right, and no doubt about it, guys. I'm not saying that the Alabama reign is going to be a national championship every single year. I completely do agree that other teams are getting in more talent. The transfer portal is allowing more parity. And like Jay says, parity is a great thing. I think the existence of Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC will be great. But at the same time, I'll put it like this. If Brent Venables lost 3 games in 2 years, every Oklahoma fan would want to be giving him a raise. You know what I like? And Bama has lost 3 games in 2 years, and the doors are falling off, and they're going downhill. I just think that that's kind of
as long as Nick
wild.
Saban is.
I just see.
Go ahead, PG.
Yeah, no, I just see Alabama again. In games where we would have historically seen Alabama run away with it, they're not. And the other thing is, you're not able to. We've seen teams like Ohio State and Georgia stack talent really well.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as the transfer portal becomes more prevalent and people learn how to be able to utilize, like players learn how to be able to utilize the transfer portal, I think you're going to be able to start seeing the talent stacking not be as great as it has been. And I think for Alabama, we're starting to see that talent stack maybe start to fall off a little bit where, back in the day, Drew, I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy. Back
Yeah,
in the
but they
day,
just signed. They just have the #1 class this year. Like to
yeah,
say
but
that
look at
they've
what all they
lost
had
that
into the
talent,
portal this year.
Well,
They have
that
to,
doesn't
they have to
matter.
replace that this
but
year.
PG, y'all have how many guys that have entered the portal?
Too
Yeah.
many.
But okay, here's my point. If you're worried about Bama's guys entering the portal, you should be terrified at what Oklahoma left because you don't have the depth Alabama has. You don't have near the depth Alabama has at the 5 stars, 4 stars. They didn't lose but one contributor. That's it. So I hear you. They lost a lot, but they lost guys to the transfer portal last year. They signed Eli Ricks. They signed the #1 running back in the Jahmyr Gibbs. So you don't get it mistaken. I do agree with you that the portal is going to allow for more parity in college football, but Alabama is also going to be able to add in top tier players from a Georgia Tech because that's kind of the transfer portal swings both ways.
I'm not on
Alabama's
mushrooms,
not
y'all.
going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I do agree though. There is more parity in college football. I don't think that it's going to be Bama, 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 Bama. And look, guys, what Georgia is doing, PG is not on mushrooms, y'all. It's all good.
Listen, I'll die on this hill, okay? Like I will sit here and I will die on it because I want to be one of the people that said it. I want to be one of the people that said.
Well, isn't that kind of like? But that's kind of like Max Kellerman saying every year for 10 years straight, this is the year Tom Brady falls off because Father Time is undefeated.
Tom Brady's not going to fall off.
And that's just the ebb and flow of college football. Like that's just how it happens. But that's not really a take, though. That's just saying that's the ebb and flow of college football.
Yeah,
that's like saying that, like when Jim Traburn said that Tiger Woods would never win another another major championship in golf. You know, he had to eat crow, and which I mean, Nick Saban's going to win another national championship.
Hank, don't do this to me. I'm having a real good day. Bama recruiting is as good as it can get. Don't do this to me.
If you want to see some recruits back out of their national letters of intent, that'll
no. Oh,
you'll go from the #1 class to number whatever in a hurry.
If he wants to come be offensive coordinator, I'll take Lincoln as an offensive coordinator.
Now y'all take Garrett Riley.
Oh man, if we could get Garrett Riley, I'd be so happy. So happy.
I hear. Never mind. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to be that guy.
Les Miles to Bama head coach now.
He may get in the rehab program down there as an analyst.
Could you imagine Les Miles as Nick Saban's defensive coordinator?
Yeah, Can you imagine though Dan Mullen?
Oh
yes,
Dan Mullen at offensive coordinator.
Nasty. That'd be nasty.
Yeah, Dan Mullen at offensive coordinator would be sick.
No, Les Miles is he's just gonna eat the grass and make sure it's healthy.
Hey man, someone's got to test out that grass,
right?
We got to make sure this grass is acceptable to be playing on.
Hey, nobody thought Lane Kiffin and Saban would coexist, so that's not out of the realm of possibility. Not as a head coach, but to see a guy like that on staff with Saban.
2 more weeks says James and Rusa commit to Bama. Yeah, man, huge win. I've said this before. I'll probably sound like a broken horse saying it again. Alabama needs the interior defensive line presence. Jaheim Otis, I think, is the future. But we just gave a whole soliloquy not long ago how one of the biggest problems for Oklahoma moving forward is addressing the interior defensive line, and how if you have that strong interior defensive line, it'll help your linebacker play. It'll help your edge play. And that's what Alabama needs. And that's why James Smith and Peter Woods, I did a video 4 months ago, right before Peter Woods committed, saying that those were the 2 can't miss prospects for Alabama. Peter Woods going to Clemson, great addition for Clemson. I don't know if y'all have kept up with it. The Bama Mississippi game, the all-star games where they do that. Apparently he was a problem. Like they said, he completely is living up to his billing. Unbelievable. So but James Smith, man, that is a huge win for Alabama. And now when we look at this class for Alabama, top to bottom, it now features, let me pull this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-stars. 6 5-stars in this class for Alabama. And then we look, the lowest ranked guy is 376 plus a 3-star kicker.
Alabama's they're falling off, man. It's just they're trending down.
I don't require food.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of a little bit, in I'm multitasking, Matt. So
This fuels my energy, Matt.
yeah,
Recruiting. And no, it's not schooling, lover. It's just two different ways of looking at it. Look, plenty of people feel like that, and it's a conversation that needs to be had. So it's fun to have it.
it's
No doubt
not.
about it.
It's not. It's not school. Yeah, like you said. I mean, I'm an Oklahoma fan, and I agree. You look at anywhere across the country, even Alabama. I'm sure there's still needs that you guys have with all your talent.
Oh,
coming
yeah.
in.
Yeah.
It's part of coaching. It's part of being able to move those pieces around and to be able to recruit at that high level wherever you're at. Kirby Smart, Dabo Sweeney, all these, top coaches, Ryan Day and all these guys, they're still, there's still work to be done. And it's a full-time year-round job, college football. There's never a break, and these guys, it's a constant cycle. You're always looking ahead. You're always trying to figure out the next move. And it's a stressful job, but these guys get paid big bucks to do it. So
now, one thing I will say, Nicholas says, how is Bama's NIL deals better than Oregon and Texas A&M? I know they have their NIL deals through the collective, which is very, normal, very much like what a lot of people do. I can't speak particularly as to if it's better than Oregon and Texas A&M. I would imagine Texas A&M and Oregon probably have, capabilities a bit more, just because you look at the oil money at Texas A&M, you look at the Nike money with Oregon. So I don't really know what the intimate details of the NIL deals are looking like. So I'm probably not the one to answer that question in particular.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's what the recruits are looking for. Is it just about money? Is it just about, winning, the culture, whatever the case is? And so you have to look at it through that lens as well. What exactly are recruits looking for in their recruiting process too? So
hopefully, Matt, hopefully tough to do it, but man, yeah. And even John, like we've been saying, man, not to be a broken record, but you still have a top 10 class. And if you look at the classes, people are recruiting at a very high level.
And Bama's class isn't done yet. They still have to get Cormani McLean.
Yeah, hopefully. John, I appreciate you joining us, but this has been an all-around podcast, and right now we're sitting here talking about it. This is an early signing day podcast. So until Akana commits, that's when we'll start talking about OU, but 2 5-stars just committed to Alabama. Y'all have any bigger recruiting news than 2 5-stars committing to an institution, you let me know and we'll dive into it.
Yeah, hey, ask a question. What do you want to know? We'll talk about whatever. I mean, I'm getting, but yeah, like 2 5-stars.
I want to know
it's huge.
I want to know Ty's top 3 offensive coordinator wish list for the year.
Ooh, that's great.
Garrett Riley, Dan Mullen.
So you gotta,
Garrett Riley, Dan Mullen. My only worry with Dan Mullen, I hated that comment he made before he left Florida. Whenever they were like, "Oh, well, what are you thinking about this recruiting battle?" And he says, "I worry about recruiting when the season's over." No, absolutely not. Bad. I wanted to go up to him and with a spray bottle and just.
Yeah, that was just what I just talked about these coaches. It's a year-round job now. Like there's no rest for the weary. Like,
do y'all remember when they had to implement a rule against Urban Meyer and Nick Saban, wherever there was it was one of the first dead period rules they implemented a few years back? And it's because after the season was over, Urban and Nick Saban would get in the car and hit the trail, and coaches started complaining about it. They were like, "Oh, well, we want a break." They had to put in rules because these dudes were just trying to outwork them, just trying to outgrind them. Go ahead, Matt. What's your question? Go ahead. Ernie says Bama pays for it. Ernie, right now it's NIL. Everyone's paying.
I just had an interesting text come across from a friend, but he said, "Do you think Oregon gave Peyton Bowen the bag that they had set aside for Dante Moore?"
possible.
I don't know.
That's an
And-
interesting. That is an interesting question. That is very interesting.
Certainly, yeah.
Does OU still suck? Matt, I don't know that I've ever said OU has sucked. I don't think they suck. I just think that they are genuinely going through a rebuild.
Sure.
And I didn't think it would be a rebuild. So I was wrong on the season outlook for Oklahoma. I have no issue admitting that. None at all.
I didn't think OU did rebuild. I thought OU was a retooled type of school. I was wrong.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say they suck, but it is a rebuild. It is a legitimate
It's going to be a quicker
rebuild
rebuild in Texas. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't really call a blue blood a school that sucks. So.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
Who's saying that Texas sucks or OU sucks?
Nah, Matt, I know. Matt's just joking.
He's
just
oh,
messing with us.
oh,
He's
oh.
fine.
Yeah.
Ron,
the troll. Yeah, I've been ignoring
Ron,
that.
I saw what you put, Ron. We're not going to talk about Brittany Griner. We're going to talk about football, man.
When she starts playing college football, we'll talk about Brittany Griner.
We're not talking about Brittany Griner today, man. I'm here to talk about football.
If Brittany Griner did play football, Drew, where would she play?
No,
Receiver?
it's ironic.
Wide receiver.
It's ironic because
A
my
tight end?
major is in political science and
Yeah.
international affairs. So yeah, but no, we're not talking about that. TJ says, who out of Alabama's class are y'all most excited to see? TJ, I'm gonna be very, very quick here. For me, it is Caleb Downs. I think this kid is lights out. I've been saying it for as long as anybody would listen to me. I think he's a top 5 player in the nation. Caden Proctor, that's the obvious answer. I don't think there's a wrong answer, but personally, I like Caleb Downs a lot.
That's a wrong answer.
I'll pass it to both of y'all. Who do you think is the most impressive for Alabama in this class?
Most
Caden
impressive
Proctor.
or most exciting to see?
Both.
If you're talking about impressive, I think it's Caden Proctor because I did not think that Alabama was going to land Caden Proctor.
Yeah.
You knew it in the group chat. I was not on that bandwagon.
Downs or Proctor with me as far as most excited to see. I'm going to go with a biased pick, Cole Adams from the 918. So I love the kid. He's awesome. I'm going to follow his career. If I ever have a chance to go and see an Alabama, it's been a while. I think 2002 was the last time I was at Bryant-Denny Stadium when we played down there when one Ronaldo Works was carrying the ball for OU. But I want to try to get back down there. And but Cole Adams, man, he's worked very, very hard, and be exciting to see his career and how he ends up down there in Tuscaloosa. So I'm going with the homer pick on that one with Cole Adams.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Eli Holstein or that Dylan Lonergan guy because I'm curious to see what Alabama's recruiting class is going to look like. Or not their recruiting class, sorry. Their quarterback class is going to look like, and who's going to be starting at quarterback when Bryce Young leaves.
That's the question. That is the question, and I think
so. I like the Eli Holstein and the Dylan guy, but I'd be curious to see who's going to take the reins and be that dude for Alabama.
Yeah. Somebody that Bill O'Brien can really use in that offense,
But I don't know, though. Drake May still might hit the portal, so.
No, I mean, if Drake May hit the portal, I think college football will melt down.
Ty saw what I did there.
I saw exactly what you did there. There's a reason I just let it pass because I was like, I don't even know if I have the heart to address that.
Oh, Jimmy, you're breaking my heart, man.
I hope not, Jimmy. I think he's going to translate. I think he's very talented.
I think he'll fit really well. He'd be like that Mechie type of guy. Could be. I see him.
Chicken. I love this comment right here. Bama NIL from Mercedes. If y'all know, you know. That's a good one. Saban owns the Mercedes dealership.
You want to know a quarterback that I think no, but you want to know a quarterback that I think that could end up at Bama that I think would be a really good pickup, and I know Ty would end up loving to have.
DJ.
He's not in the portal yet, but I think he's going to be in the portal by spring.
Tate Martell.
Nope.
You're gonna say Spencer Rattler, aren't you?
Malik Murphy out of Texas.
Ooh.
Malik Murphy's very talented.
And I think Malik Murphy, I will keep saying this, he's the best quarterback in Texas's room.
I don't know if he would be interested in Alabama because you have Ty Simpson, who's a 5-star. You have Jalen Milroe, who is a blue chip 300 guy. And then you have Julian Sayin, who's a 5-star in 24. So I think that puts us out of contention for a transfer quarterback that would have some years of eligibility. I think if they went transfer, and I don't think they will go transfer, I could be wrong, but I think if they went transfer, it would have to be instant. Someone who's there and then gone.
Yeah. I mean, Zach, you're right. You don't want Murphy to leave Texas, but I mean, Texas is going to start probably Quinn Ewers next season, and then you're going to have Arch Manning right behind him. They're not going to give Malik Murphy an opportunity. Malik Murphy is going to end up bouncing, and they're going to blow it.
Josh,
I saw Josh's comment.
Yeah, I did too.
I saw Josh's comment.
Spencer, absolutely, dude. I'd love it. Great fit.
Hey, I've heard the Spencer Sanders to Bama. Like, there's actually been some people that have put that out there.
What is
I have heard nothing.
As a GA when he's done playing, or what? What do you?
I don't know. I've seen some stuff float around my Twitter timeline every once in a while of Spencer Sanders to Alabama, and I'm like,
yeah, I swear to you, if that happens, I will do a live stream, and for 30 minutes, it'll just me staring at the camera in silence, and y'all can ask me all the questions. I won't answer them, but you can ask.
Hey, but that'll happen when Bill O'Brien gets his contract extension.
No, negative. No, I am assuming that O'Brien, probably after the bowl game, that'll be the end of that, and the contract. Davis Bevel to Bama. Hey.
That's the best comment so far. Lone Wolf. I love it.
The thing, Drew, the thing that would suck is that Davis Bevel would go to Alabama and
hey, they got all those running backs to run the Wildcat. So hey,
no, but that's the thing though, is he'd go to Alabama and Bama would find a way to make him ball out. That's what would end up happening, and we'd look like fools.
Sherry, you ask an incredible question. Would like your thoughts on the lack of discipline that resulted in so many penalties this season for Alabama, and I don't know. I cannot understand it. The lack of discipline for Alabama this year it went from frustrating to being genuinely impressive, to where it was like impressive how many penalties they would get. Against Texas, I think it was 15. Against A&M, it was something absurd. Against Tennessee, it was 17. I mean, it was actually impressive seeing how undisciplined the team was at some points. And that's incredibly uncharacteristic, especially of a Nick Saban team. So why? I don't know why that is. And I think I really don't, because whenever I look at the offense, let's say, for example, if we look, and this isn't the case, but I'm just going to give you an example that would be easy for me to quantify a reason as to why. Let's say we look and we have 10 false start penalties a game. But then we also look and Alabama runs a super high up-tempo offense. I could be like, okay, I can understand if it's year one of running an up-tempo offense, you've got to get that crap cut out. But like, there's a reason for why you're having false start penalties. Bama wasn't doing that. I don't know if y'all remember, they'd hike the ball with 2 to 3 seconds left on the clock every single time because Bryce Young has to call everything, which is one of the biggest frustration points for me. So why there was such a lack of discipline, Sherry, that is the question. That is the question. I think it was almost frustration. I think there was this understanding of the season isn't going the way we think it should. And so then frustrations creeped up. And that's why you saw some of the penalties like offsides on defense. To me, that's a frustration penalty. If you start seeing it a few times where someone is jumping off early, they're jumping off early because they're trying to get that edge. They're frustrated. They're in their head. They're like, I got to get that second reaction. So that is something that has got to be cleaned up. And Lewis says coaching, you are certainly right, Lewis. There is no arguing. Penalties is discipline. Discipline is coaching. No arguments from me, but that is why it is so tough to really pin down the specific reason. That's why it's so tough, because that's not indicative of a Nick Saban staff. I just don't know, man. Great question, Sherry. Absolutely great question. I love that. Murphy will get his opportunity to play next season. Not saying I want Ewers hurt, but the core is usually will need a backup at some point. Yeah, and you love the guy that knows the system. Brian Bald Eagle has a question. If Oregon continues to dominate in recruiting and has a great season, does the SEC come knocking on the door to come join the conference? Great question. Guys, I want to hear from y'all on this because I kind of just gave a soliloquy on the Alabama penalty issues. My thing is the Pac-12 is up in the air. Colorado certainly makes it more interesting, but it's up in the air. And I don't think that the SEC would mind in the slightest adding in a brand like Oregon. What are y'all's thoughts?
No, I don't think it happens because in the new agreement that Brett Yormark did for the Big 12 is they go add in schools, the revenue shares are going to go up. Like they can renegotiate that deal by adding schools. So if they can go and say, well, we're going to go grab some of the biggest names in college football right now, Kenny Dillingham in Arizona State, Arizona, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and Utah, I would expect that they could probably get a bigger deal than the SEC could, just because I think the SEC is so stacked at this point. I don't know that they're going to be able to get that much more money than the Big 12 can, because I would think Fox would jump on that in a heartbeat to be able to get Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and Arizona State in the Big 12. That's just my thoughts. If they go anywhere, Oregon probably ends up in the Big 12 at this point, just because I think the Big 12 has the most leverage in terms of their media rights deal.
Interesting. Drew, what are you thinking?
I mean, with everything that's changing in college football, it's, the TV rights, the money, all that stuff. It would certainly be a great move for Oregon, in a sense. But would the SEC come to them? I don't know. It depends on, what they're trying to do. I still think that they'll end up with two big super conferences at the end of the day. So it's very possible. I think the move is either to Oregon, to the Big Ten, or to the SEC. So because it's trending towards a north and south type of conferences in college football, when you're kind of splitting the country like this, across, when you're talking about USC and all that, we didn't think that was possible for them to move to the Big Ten. So, I mean, hey, it's either going to be, I think, the SEC or the Big Ten for them. So, certainly it would be a great move for Oregon and the brand that they have. So, yeah.
Yeah, I saw one other thing I want to talk about here. This one right here. Has Bama gotten in front of LSU for Ricks? Tino, this is a toss-up. It is a toss-up. Florida, LSU, Bama, toss up a coin, and wherever it lands, that's a good of an indication as I have on Ricks. From what I know, Bama staff feels good. LSU staff feels good. Florida staff feels good. Now, who feels the best? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But he is a big-time player. And I think it would be kind of ironic, just as a personal note, if LSU were to land Ricks, because think about this. LSU was known as such a strong place for defensive backs for so long. You had Corey Raymond back there working with that defense, but you also had Dave Aranda, those two architecting these secondaries, and they were incredible. I mean, from a schematic standpoint, watching them, awesome secondaries to watch. Those two gentlemen, the football knowledge they have is second to none. But why this would be so interesting for me if Ricks lands with LSU is because Corey Raymond is now at Florida. And Florida is one of the teams that are courting Ricks. So it would just kind of be ironic if at the end of the day, one of the cornerback coaches that we all laud whenever we break down defensive secondary recruiting, like you throw in the name Corey Raymond whenever you're talking about secondary recruiting, just like whenever you're talking about defensive line recruiting, you typically throw in the name Larry Johnson for Ohio State, who's like the godfather of defensive line recruiting. That guy right there. I mean, up there with the best of them. I mean, you look at the top recruiters year in, year out, Larry Johnson is up on that list. Corey Raymond is like that in the secondary, and LSU could get a huge win over Florida and Corey Raymond for Ricks. And I just think that would be kind of cool. Alabama still in it. I think it would be huge. Tino, to your point, Bama only has one corner in this class. That's going to be of a position of need. What better way to address it than with Ricks? So that's one we have to watch. But I think Scott puts it perfect right here. 50-50. It's anybody's guess. Thoughts on 4-star Adam Hopkins flipping from Auburn to Colorado. Huge for Coach Prime, KB. No doubt about this right here. We talked about this. This kid is very, very gifted, and I think he does a lot of things well. You look at him, he's 6 foot, I believe, if I remember off the top of my head, top 300 kid. But he can high point the football. He plays above his size. He's a savvy route runner. He plays some defense. Super athletic kid. And that Colorado staff, they're recruiting at a really high level. And one thing, Josh Pate said this, and I love what he said. He was talking about how the fact that Colorado is even in these battles and being mentioned in these battles, that says something. That means something. And now they're flipping guys like Hopkins. Huge win. Huge win for Colorado. Now, what other wins they're able to stack, that's what's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Colorado's class right now is looking pretty decent. They've got, right now they're sitting at about 17 commits at a 191.39 composite score, landing the 3-star cornerback Jordan Shaw. And they landed that offensive tackle, the JUCO guy, Isaiah Jada, earlier. So both of those are pretty big.
Yeah, I think both of those would be big. And I love what they did in the transfer portal. Savion Washington from Kent State, that's big because he has an understanding of what Sean Lewis wants to do. Now, it's going to be different because Sean Lewis is going to be trying to run this offense in Boulder at that elevation. God help whoever has to play Colorado in Colorado. That's going to suck. If y'all don't know, that Sean Lewis offense, it goes quick. And now you're playing an elevation. They got Savion Washington, tackle from Kent State, to come in. And then they also got Vontae Bentley from Clemson.
Yep. And there's a reason that Bob Stoops would always take his teams up 2 days early to Boulder. Because it's a real thing that climate or acclimation to higher elevation is a thing for sure.
Yeah. Now, an interesting prospect that we need to be watching out for Colorado is the 4-star edge rusher currently committed to Oregon, or the 4-star linebacker currently committed to Oregon right now at the moment. I think he could play edge though when he gets to Colorado. Is Blake Purchase. He's out of Inglewood, Colorado, goes to Cherry Creek High School. He actually said in an interview that if Deion was to end up at Colorado, he would give Colorado another serious look. So that could be a flip that we could potentially be looking out for today. Top 300 guy and a much needed presence for the Colorado Buffaloes in this class.
Yeah. I completely agree with Josh. We're having conversations about Colorado. Guys, last year, there was not a universe. You can be as big of a Marvel fan as you want, and you can take me through every multiverse you can find. There was not one where we were talking about Kermani McLean possibly going to Colorado last year. Not one. Not one. There wasn't a universe.
There was very few discussions of Colorado football at all last year.
Exactly.
We're just talking about how bad they were and everything like that. Ooh, Dominic, that's a great that's interesting.
That is an interesting comment, Dominic. It is, and I'm going to highlight it right here. This is interesting. But he moves the needle. And this is the point, guys. The fact a year ago, nobody would have commented this right here.
Yep.
Imagine a year ago, we were doing this stream. Oklahoma gets in a blue chip running back, and someone would comment, oh, if they don't get a lot of reps, watch Colorado. People in the chat would be like, what do you mean? He's at OU. Like, he'll go to 1,000 different places if he transfers before he'll go to Colorado. Like, he's going to have. But now they've moved the needle. That is a great point, Dominic. Love that.
Yeah. That's
something another prospect we need to be watching for Colorado right now. Kason Wiseman was committed to Oklahoma, 3-star Kansas, 3-star quarterback, and he decommitted today.
Interesting.
So he could be flipping his commitment over to Colorado. Now Logan Brantley, who was committed to Kansas, actually ended up signing. So we probably won't be seeing him. He will not be flipping to Colorado today.
That's going to be one we have to watch. Jeff says, been a Bama fan since 76, but Oregon is surprising a bunch of people today. Yeah, they are, Jeff. Look, as much right now as I think Bama is winning the day, Oregon is the team that we have to argue right there with Alabama in terms of who is winning today. The only reason I put Alabama up there is number one class, and the Proctor news should have dropped today. That ended up dropping last night. I'm going to count that today. So 3 5 stars for Alabama today. Great job. I've got to run my dog outside, so I'm going to hit this stop cam, but I want to hear y'all's thoughts. Someone says, Ethan says, do you guys think Gavin Holmes is a good addition for Texas? Transfer portal defensive back out of Wake Forest. What are y'all thinking about Texas's ability to get a guy out the transfer portal?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's you're always needing depth on the back end of the defense. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see if it's a good addition. Seems to be right now. Anytime you can add depth, experience depth in the secondary, never hurts.
Yeah, I will second on that. If you're able to get experience depth in the secondary, that's always big. I want to hit that Gavin Sawchuk comment because that's actually pretty interesting because his brother is coming out. Is it next year or in 2025?
I don't know for sure. I want to say 2025, but I'm not 100% on that. So don't hold me to that. But could be very interesting to see, what his role is first at Oklahoma this year and how many snaps and how much he's going to play. And then, because that could certainly definitely be a factor. So,
yeah. And I know his brother was being recruited to USC. Lincoln Riley was already getting on that one. Gabe Sawchuk, he is next year actually. Is currently
24,
ranked number 588 overall. He does have offers from Arizona State, Colorado, and USC so far. Most recent news.
The way that Arizona State's building something, he's not out of the question for being at Arizona State and what Dillingham's doing out there. So the West Coast right now, recruiting pretty good. Obviously, you got Oregon, USC. Arizona State, building something, and then obviously Colorado, if you could count that as the West Coast. But four schools to definitely watch out there for any players out in that area of the country.
Yeah. And before I get caught up on what y'all said, I'm going to address one comment, and then I kind of want to hear what I missed. Jeff says Alabama needs another cornerback besides Tony Mitchell in this class, and actually Jeff Hurley, from my understanding, is the corner. Tony Mitchell and Downs are going to be safeties. So you're right. The corner is a position, which is why Cremani is, and Ricks and Damani Brown, all guys we got to keep up with. So what did I miss in y'all's conversation?
We were talking about Sawchuk. Yeah. And his brother, Gabe Sawchuk, who is in the 2024 class. And that he's from Colorado. So that could be something to watch, right? Is if, they go in there and land that commitment from Gabe that maybe Gavin enters the portal next year and goes to Colorado.
Money, House Money had a comment. You're more likely to see Mims go to the NFL than anywhere else. So
no, Mims is staying at Oklahoma, guys. That's not even old. That's not even new news at this point. That's been floating around for a while.
Yeah, if he goes anywhere, it's to the league. So
yeah, and his draft grades weren't exactly what they were expecting. So he's going to be in Oklahoma sooner.
Yeah. I wasn't
unless
surprised.
he just balls out and has a 400-yard game in the FSU game. I don't see him leaving.
If he's going anywhere, it's to the league. So,
well, who's on the docket left to commit?
Where?
Akana. What time is he popping?
Akana. That's it.
3 to 4 p.m. Pacific time.
Because it's or Mountain time.
Mountain time.
Oh, so that should be in the next 10 minutes. Oh, wait, you said 3 to 4. That's right. I'm on the wrong side of the.
Yeah, so that would be 4 or 5 o'clock our time.
Yeah. So I might need a nap before that.
Yeah, I'm to the wrong side.
That would give Ty time to go make some videos.
That's actually probably what we'll end up doing. Jay says, just read this. Saban and 3 former assistants are the top 4 recruiting classes as of now. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
You got Kirby. Run me through them, Ty.
You got obviously Bama, then you got Georgia, then you got Kirby, or obviously Georgia with Kirby, Mario Cristobal with Miami, and Sark with Texas.
Dan Lanning.
And then
Georgia, never mind.
Lanning, I think, was on staff with Saban when Kirby
was
Smart
a GA,
was on. He was a
wasn't he?
GA, yeah.
Yeah.
He was a GA, so he was on staff.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
I had to throw that little nugget in there. So
Jace, thank you so much for that stat. I'm going to say that in a video, and I will absolutely give you your roses in
Akana,
that.
3 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, so that's coming up. Oh, we
About
still got an hour.
Sark, yep. Kirby, Cristobal, Sark, and you can even throw in Dan Lanning since he was considered to be on that staff. So 4 guys in the top 10.
No, Matt, I'm not from Alabama. I was actually born in North Texas. My uncle went to Alabama, and coming out of high school, that's actually where I wanted to go to school, was Alabama. I applied, got in. I have a bunch of my visit stuff like framed behind me of my like acceptance letter, my tickets from when I went to the game. Funny story, I actually signed a little paper to tour the stadium that I was with the football team. Like some of the recruits, they quickly figured out that I wasn't. But they
what gave it away?
Me. Like 5'11" Ty standing there, and they were like, "Yeah, you don't belong."
Explosive speed.
No, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Not even that. No, not as a recruit, Matt. I was just touring just to see it. I wish as a recruit that'd have been wild.
A prospective student recruit.
Yeah, but it was awesome. So we ended up meeting a guy whose last name was the same as mine, ironically, who ran the concessions at the University of Alabama, gave me tickets to the game the next day because it was sold out. Got to go to the game. It was awesome. I ended up not going to Alabama, though, for a college. Instead, I went to University of North Texas in Denton because I thought I was going to go to law school. And UNT gave me a full scholarship, and I didn't want to go into law school with a bunch of debt. And so had I known that I wasn't going to go to law school and that this would have been my route, I would have gone to Alabama, no doubt. And even the Alabama law school.
What was the game you went to?
Western Kentucky.
All right.
Yeah.
Was that the first Alabama game you went to?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was the last game you've been to?
It was actually that one because I grew up on a horse ranch, so I didn't ever get to go anywhere.
That's right.
Do anything. Okay. Like all of my trips that I've taken in life have, not all of them, obviously, now that I'm not on the ranch anymore, but like when I lived with my parents in high school and before then, every trip we took vacation was somehow tied to work, right? So after I graduated high school, I got to go to England and Ireland, and the people in England and Ireland paid for me to go. And the contention was I had to work at their horse shows. So they were like, hey, we're not going to pay you when you get over here, but like, we'll buy your tickets as a graduation present and you can work for us when you get here. So I went, but I didn't have a lot of time to go
quarterback
to games.
In the nation overall.
Yeah, that's, I mean, NCAA 14, absolutely.
Did y'all hear the
glory, right? Road to glory.
Yeah, exactly.
Did y'all hear the Travis Hunter news?
The 100,000.
Talking about if he gets
everybody go subscribe.
100,000 K.
Yes, everybody go subscribe. Even
He'll
though
it's school,
didn't Denver Harris did that like 6 times last year. It was like, oh, I'll announce right now if you get me to this many followers.
Guys,
but that's actually genius though for YouTube because of the monetization thing. Like he could actually make some pretty serious money with the 100,000 subscribers.
Hey, if you guys get me to 500 subscribers on our YouTube channel, I'll announce something.
Announce something.
Yeah. Get me to 5,000 and I'll announce something too. You never know what it is. Though.
If you get him to 20K, he'll announce something too. So
the road to 20K, man.
Road to 20K.
God,
if y'all do it. We'll all 3 come on this channel and announce some big stuff. So
yeah. Hey, we actually know some big stuff too. We'll throw out our reputations.
Yeah, I'll just throw my inhibitions to the wind, you know.
I love that we actually know some stuff. Well, loose lips don't make money.
Hey, I knew Peyton Bowen was going to Oregon the whole time.
Yeah, we just were.
I had no damn clue Peyton Bowen was going to Oregon.
I don't think his mom knew, if that tells you anything.
But don't let Ty fool you guys. Ty has like the inside scoop. Like he's in group chats with these players. He actually helps Hayes Fawcett's with the all the edits, so he knows everything.
Yeah, my last name is Hayes. His, Hayes. It's a Hayes thing. He's joking. It is a miracle that I have the intelligence to talk, let alone be an insider.
When you talked to Nick Saban this morning, what was his thoughts on the recruiting class?
He said it was great. It was great. They're joking, guys. I have I'm as far from an insider as you'll find. I'm an guy.
Hank gave it away. Dang it. I can't. That was what I was going to announce. Gosh, Hank.
Where's can I put him in timeout for 5 minutes?
Hank already spoiled it, so I must have already got to 500.
Hi, James.
Could you guys could you imagine being like Hayes Fawcett?
No.
Never showing your face or anything, but then having like a podcast, but nobody knows who you really are in real life. So you totally have this podcast on the side, but you're Hayes Fawcett on Instagram. Nobody's seen you. Nobody knows who you really are, but you're making all the edits. I mean, what a podcast to have the inside scoop.
That's funny, man. Now, you guys, another thing I've never said on camera, but PG, back me up here, because I told you this. You want to know the people that know everything in recruiting? Everything? It's your graphics people. Yes. They know everything.
And they won't talk.
Everything. It is wild. And it's not just like, I mean, guys, it's wild how much they know. The landscape is shifting.
But the crazy thing is, though, I think the Hayes Fawcett for Peyton Bowen even shocked him, because I feel like he had 3 graphics ready for Peyton Bowen, and then he just posted which one, because when he posted that thing about talking about why he committed Oregon, I'm like, so he didn't know that Peyton Bowen was committing there either. He just had probably multiple graphics made.
O'Brien getting a 5-year deal, right, Ty? Yeah, with some team other than Alabama.
Do you think Alabama goes after Scott Frost?
Maybe. And guys, obviously I'm being facetious a little bit on Bill O'Brien. Like, he's not as I like to kid. I like to pile on.
Why would you want Scott Frost when you got a guy like O'Brien? I mean, it's just asinine.
Yeah, an NFL head coach coming to be.
I mean, it's unbelievable to me. Bama fans, man, they're too spoiled.
This is what sadness looks like.
Ungrateful Tide fans, they want more. They already have the cake. They got the glass of milk. And
have you ever seen There Will Be Blood? You ever seen that movie, Drew? PG, you ever seen There Will Be Blood?
Mm-mm.
Chat, have y'all ever seen the movie There Will Be Blood? Let me know in the comments, because there's a scene, and he's an oil guy. He's an oil tycoon. And he looks at I think his son it is, in the car, and he's saying, I want no one else to succeed. I want to succeed so bad that I want no one else to succeed. That's how we feel.
Dominic, he didn't say it was between Notre Dame and Oregon the whole time. I think the whole Notre Dame and Oregon the whole time thing came down to literally last night. Because unless Peyton Bowen was straight up lying to everybody, which I don't think he was doing, then OU was definitely in there. I think the Oregon Notre Dame thing was either a last night development when Oregon was really making some headway, or it was this morning.
House Money says we were talking about he can afford to be a student. And look, he's got some good wide receiver concepts. And that's what he was known for, is some of his route concepts, some of that stuff right there. So I'd certainly take him as an analyst, no doubt about it. Why would you want O'Brien, though? No, Zach, then I'm not saying I do want O'Brien. They're joking with me that O'Brien, that's the joke. I'm saying that I'll pile on a little bit, but no, I agree. I don't.
He's not joking. He's serious, man.
Yeah. No, see, what's going to happen is y'all are going to let Bill O'Brien go, and Bill O'Brien's going to get salty, and Bill O'Brien is going to go to Auburn and then whoop y'all by 40.
Good.
Okay, Chris.
Good. I hope he does go to Auburn.
Listen, I had to give Chris his shout out here.
Oh yeah, we got to give all of our guys the shout outs, man.
Yeah, I hope he does go to Auburn. That way he can have a quarterback that takes 35 seconds to get the play in.
Is it gonna be 3-0 for Hugh Freeze this next year against Bama?
Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't think this year.
No.
Hugh Freeze is an interesting hire, right? Like,
and
I've actually heard Ty is a huge advocate for O'Brien.
He is. He's just been trolling y'all this whole entire time.
Hey, Ty, I will say this. Hugh Freeze was a great hire for Alabama, and Hugh Freeze has actually sneakily gotten Auburn back up there in their recruiting trail.
Hey,
being able to keep guys, flip guys. They now have 8 4-stars in this class.
that word is copyrighted. Sneakily. You're using my word, sneakily.
I guess my biggest question for Auburn is this. You just tried to launch, and I get why it's Hugh Freeze, right? I get why Hugh Freeze would take this job. Because if you're Hugh Freeze, you've kind of been in the doghouse. You need an opportunity to get back at the Power 5 level. Auburn is a great opportunity to do so. Now, I had been someone, and I'm interested in chat because I don't know if y'all were here when I said it. You might not have heard, but when we were talking about could Lane Kiffin go to Auburn, I was not convinced that Ole Miss is a worse job than Auburn. The reason I say that, I know what historics tell us, guys. I know. The reason why I say I'm not convinced that Auburn is a better job than Ole Miss, Auburn just launched a coup against their head coach. If you were interviewing at jobs and you had a job, but you were like, okay, well, maybe I could make more money here. Maybe I could have more support here. So I'm going to go ahead and put my name out there. You would not leave your current program if everything was decent and good to go somewhere that told you, oh yeah, by the way, the guy that we're interviewing you for, we launched an internal coup against him, didn't get him fired, couldn't successfully do that, but we dragged his name through the mud and he had no support. I don't know who looked at Auburn and was like, that's the situation I want to walk into. So I will give you this. I think Hugh Freeze has got an uphill battle, but the hire from Auburn's perspective does make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, I mean, why wouldn't you take a job like that, especially in the position that Hugh Freeze was in? But at the same time, it's a sword that could cut you both ways, because Auburn, they could turn on a coach really quick, as we've seen in the past. Gene Chizik and a few others. You could talk about. But if you're Hugh Freeze, yeah, you got to take that opportunity to kind of get back in the saddle again and get to major Power 5, job and everything like that. And so, but yeah, it's definitely it'll be interesting to see if he has any early struggles or anything like that. And in a couple years, if he doesn't win, at least 8 games, they'll really, they'll be quick to pull the trigger, as we've seen, or do something
very quick,
to try to get you out of there. So be interesting for sure.
Yeah. So I got a couple things. Thomas, there will be no Riley that is allowed back in the state of Oklahoma. OU fans would not accept Garrett Riley into Norman. And then Sooner from SoCal, what Rams coach are you talking about? Because Samples has been hired on at Arizona State and is no longer in the running for Oklahoma. And then House Speed Productions, you're talking about any staff changes for Oklahoma. Yeah, Venables is gone. Todd Bates is gone. All those guys are gone. We're firing them all, and we're going to start over.
Yeah, we're new coaching search.
Yep.
No, and seriousness though, if I was looking at a staff change at OU, maybe defensive coordinator. The only reason I say that is because Brent Venables, he's the head guy now. He needs to worry about being the head guy. He needs a defensive coordinator he knows is going to be putting Oklahoma in the positions to succeed. And I know he's got a lot of faith in Roof, but all I'll say is this: go look at Ted Roof's history as a defensive coordinator. And that's all I'll say. I don't think he's been at one place more than 1 year. And he had like 8 stops like that, where it was one and gone, one and gone, one and gone, one and gone. So
okay,
yeah.
I'll give you some staff change. I think you keep Ted Roof. I think you retain him, but you move him to an analyst role, and then you either hire a defensive coordinator this year, or Venables takes over the defensive play calling for 2024 and hires a defensive coordinator later on. When he finds the right fit, and then I would go fix probably your whoever's coaching the edge rushers, because it didn't seem like they were really getting to the quarterback as much as they should. They had a great start to the season, and then
Isn't
they
that
kind
where
of
y'all
fell off.
generated so much of your pass rush from and tackles for loss was from the edge? I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch.
I think so. Drew's shaking his head yes, but there were just multiple instances where like they could have gotten to the quarterback, but they were like 1 second too late. 1 second too late.
Fair.
Every
Well,
time.
and there was also one holding penalty called on us all year, so there's that.
Well,
So,
yeah, that that too. And then the wide receiver. OU needs to make a decision on that. Is it LaDamian Washington, or are we going to go out there and get somebody else like that? We need to go ahead and figure that out right now, because in 2024, there's not a lot of receivers that I think Oklahoma is really going to go out there and have a great shot with. And I would like us to be able to have that position solidified by the end of December so that we can start recruiting those 2024 guys at a high level.
Now, Mike, they were joking with me. They were just joking when they were like, "Oh, Bama fans are spoiled." They're being facetious.
And we were joking about firing Brent too.
Yeah, we were
yeah,
totally trolling. So
that was the joke.
for any new people in the chat that normally has not joined us some of the times, yes, we like to poke at each other and stir the pot a little bit. But yeah,
we like to make fun of all those people on the boards that want to
Ed
fire
Roof
DB.
does have a national championship though.
He does at Auburn.
So.
But
you had Fairley and some of those guys that Cam Newton was a big reason why.
Yeah, but he does have a national championship, no doubt about it. Let's give credit where it's due. I did forget to mention that, so thank you. And Rutledge, I agree with this, and I said this when it was done. I said I don't think it's a bad hire because Venables has faith in this guy. He has a relationship with him, and ultimately that's going to be important. But whenever I compared it to some of the other hires Oklahoma had made, I was like, okay, well, that's one I think is outstanding. That's one I think is outstanding. That one I think is really intriguing. And then I got to Ted Roof and it was like, okay, I mean, I get it, but it didn't hit that same level as a lot of the other hires to me. And I'm not saying Ted Roof is bad. That's not my contention here. Yeah. I just that if since we're talking about any staff being moved away from, that's the only area I can see it happening.
Yeah, and for this, it's something that Venables is going to have to address quickly, because in order for him to have success as a head coach, he cannot spend as much time as he normally has, and that's hard for him on the defensive side, really sticking his nose in there and being as hands-on as he was with his defenses. It's easier said than done because he's done it for so long, 25 years. It's not an easy transition. You don't just go from doing something you've loved and done for 25 years and then just easily transitioning away from it. But he has to as a head coach. You've got to be able to be the CEO like most people have. And Saban obviously has done a great job of it, but at the same time, he does a good job of letting his coaches coach and kind of staying in his lane, if you will. But I think it's going to be really crucial for Venables to learn being the CEO. Yeah. And being the CEO, not just over the defense.
You want to know the best analogy I have for this? And it's one that Chris used to get mad at me for saying, but I think he understands what I mean now. And I think it was easy for Chris and I because Chris is an attorney and that's the field I was going into before I ended up here. But I'd always tell Chris this. I said, look, you can be the best litigator at your firm. You can be, whenever the courtroom opens up and y'all get in there, you could be the best at presentation, argumentation, and you could be the best litigator at your firm. But that does not mean that year one, you're going to be the best firm partner, right? If we upgrade you from litigator to now you're the CEO of this law firm, your day-to-day jobs are totally different. All of a sudden, you're not litigating full-time. You have to worry about what every single person is doing, but simultaneously have faith that they're doing their job. So it's a totally different line you have to walk. Venables has to learn how to be a head coach. You can be the greatest litigator in the world. That does not guarantee that you're going to be the best partner at your law firm. That's just the reality of the situation.
Oh, that's a great comparison for sure.
I just saw an interesting thing on Twitter. So two things. Apparently, Deion Sanders did call 5-star wide receiver Hakeem Williams right before he signed at Florida State. Hakeem Williams, in an interview with On3, said, "Ain't no Travis Hunter here. We locked in. Time to work."
Oh,
What a blow.
Okay.
And then Fox College Football put out a tweet earlier that said, "What is the most valuable recruiting tool? A, coaching staff, B, facilities, C, titles, or D, others?"
Coaching staff.
Coaching staff?
I think so. I could be wrong there, but in my opinion, it's coaching staff. Yeah.
Because I hear from a lot of the recruits that I talk to, and I mean, yes, coaching staff relationships are really important. Facilities is up there. I wouldn't say it's number one, but it's
I
up
can see
there.
that, yeah, no
It could
doubt.
probably give coaching staff a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I think facilities are very, very important. But I think that the best indication of this is look at last year. Travis Hunter put faith in the individual over the institution.
Sure.
And even when we look at some of the exodus that Oklahoma saw, like Caleb Williams, right? He put faith in the individual over the institution. Now it's a little bit different whenever the institution is a blue blood. That's a little surprising, but inevitably, I think that is a really intriguing question because PG, you're 100% right. I have heard quite a bit in like facilities, and maybe it's just me being I'm a millennial, guys, but I'm a boomer at heart. Let's be 100% real here. I don't know. Maybe it's just the old timer in me. It's like, that's coaching. I could be wrong though. I don't know. That's a good question.
mm-hmm.
Good question. Learning curve. You don't want to be in the Tennessee with it. Now, Scott brought up Tennessee. And this is interesting because I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen any more movement from Tennessee. Right. And granted, they have a top 10 class, Nicholas Iamaleava, quarterback, number 4 player in the nation. I just thought that we might have seen a bit more headlines out of Tennessee. But in fairness, I mean, their recruiting class is really solid top to bottom.
And I think Tennessee's waiting to hit the portal. I think,
Carrick from Texas, great addition.
Yeah, they're going to continue to take guys out of the portal at this point to help build what they got. Because Josh Heupel knows how to build a championship class. He was a part of Oklahoma. He knows what he needs to do to go out there and win.
Great. Yeah, I agree, Mike. That unless Oklahoma has massive regression this year, this is a rebuild. This is not we're going to come in here and it's going to be a turn. This is a rebuild. This is a rebuild. No doubt about that.
We would have never thought to say at the beginning of the season, because at a place like Oklahoma, you would typically say they don't rebuild, they retool. And that's what I kind of thought this was going to be, like an 8 or 9 win season. At the height, OU can make a college football playoffs, but they retool and, kind of just reset the expectations of what Oklahoma is. But no, like they're having to reset the expectations, rebuild. I mean, they're starting from the ground up.
Guys, crystal balls are coming in from Colorado insiders now for Akana to go to Texas. So that's something we got to watch.
That stings.
That would sting pretty decently, yeah.
Because
Bassick and Akana. That would sting.
Which I was on the person that said it, which was, I don't think either OU or Texas lands both Bassick and Akana. So to land both would be, that's a big one. Maybe Deion will come in the final hour and save us.
Maybe Coach Prime come in from the top rope, give him the people's elbow.
Yeah.
Oh, man. If I lose Akana,
no doubt, Nick.
I'd rather lose him to Colorado and not Texas.
Well, it's like exactly what I was to like the Peyton Bowen thing. I mean, I'd rather lose him to Oregon than Notre Dame.
Nick, you make a great point here. Texas made defensive improvements this year. Not a complete picture, but it's a picture that's improving and one that I'm interested in seeing. So it does make sense that someone such as Akana would go there. And Nick, correct me if I'm wrong here. if I'm not mistaken, he and Vasic are going to be utilized in different positions within that PK defense. So it does make sense to take them both because they could play off of each other as opposed to competing with each other. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but Jace, you as well. Correct me if I'm wrong there. You're 100% right. Sister is at Texas, which would be a really interesting family get together if he was to go to Oklahoma.
So
That'd be
are
awesome.
the sisters? Are the sisters are undefeated now?
Sisters are undefeated now.
It went from girlfriends to actual like immediate family.
Well, yeah, technical. They'd still be in the top 10 because Akana isn't committed to them. So
Yeah,
it wouldn't affect their recruiting class.
OU is at 281, 53. But I'm gonna be honest, there's a real chance that OU might fall out of the top 10 today if people just keep recruiting as high of a level as we think they're going to.
Yeah, I mean,
all it's going to take is for Tennessee or Notre Dame to land maybe one or two commitments, and all of a sudden you're seeing OU at 10, looking on potentially on the outside in.
Well, not only that, guys, you look at Florida. Florida's sitting at 12. They only have 20 guys.
Yeah.
So at the point where they had 24, they're in striking distance. You look at Texas A&M, they only have 18. Right? So they're
wow.
Florida State has 16. What happened?
No, Blake. Now you're just stretching it.
What's he saying?
He said that Venables is worse than Blake, like meaning John Blake.
Oh no, that's I wouldn't go that far.
Mike, you're right. The work Cristobal has been able to do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, let's look at this holistically. You have a quarterback that everybody in college football is interested in Van Dyke. Everybody in college football is at least intrigued as to his skill set. He had a straight up bad year. The entirety of Miami had a bad year. It's not like I'm putting this on Van Dyke. So what do? Okay. Well, you look at what your needs. Okay. We have big needs up front in the trenches. So we signed the number 1 offensive tackle in the nation. And then we double down and sign the number 3 offensive tackle in the nation. And then we go further than that, sign a interior offensive lineman, another interior offensive lineman, and then we go to the transfer portal where we get another interior offensive lineman that has contributed to Alabama, Javian Cohen. That is impressive stuff, guys. Very impressive stuff. Hell numbers. Very, very impressive. Like, look at this. And, you have Malik Bryant at linebacker, who a year ago was one of the most coveted prospects in the nation. You have Jaden Wayne, number 72 in the nation. That guy was a 5-star a year ago. He's got 5-star capabilities. You got Ruben Bain, the edge. This Miami class is very impressive. And what's more impressive to me is the way they're able to do this. You look at how many guys are in the state of Florida. Ruben Bain. Jaden Wayne is at IMG now, so I guess he'll count. Malik Bryant is in Orlando. Riley Williams is at IMG. Robert Stafford in Florida. Nathaniel Joseph in Florida. You look at Robbie Washington, Florida. Jackson, Florida. Mark Fletcher, Florida. Christopher Johnson, Florida. Bobby Washington, Florida. Tommy Kinsler, Florida. Emory Williams, Florida. You get the point. Florida schools, not just Miami, but Florida schools had a problem that they were getting rated. Bama was rating them. Georgia was rating them. Texas was rated. You name it. They were getting rated. Now we're sitting here and look at all of the guys they're keeping home. That's impressive. Very impressive. And the state of Florida is disproportionately talented. Now, I say they're disproportionately talented, but they also have an insane population. So I don't actually know what the numbers would look like if I, broke down how many 5-stars there were per 1,000 people in the state. That's something I probably will have to do. But I want to tell you how many top 300 guys they have in the state of Florida. I'm at 50 right now, and I'm at number 268. So they have 53 top 300 guys in high school football. Number 54 comes in at 301. Number 55 comes in at 307. 56, 308. 57, 309. 58, 312. You get my point. You could build a championship football program in Florida alone. It's that wild. It's that talent rich. And now we're seeing the Florida schools compete for this talent. That's big. That is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Brent, thank you for joining us today. I mean, it's there's nothing for us to do here without y'all being here. So this is easy work. Easy work. It's nothing without y'all's support and contributions. So that's really what this is. Oregon quarterback just flipped to Washington. We got anything on that, guys?
What Oregon quarterback?
That's what I'm wondering. Because Novosad, I thought he signed, but I could be wrong.
No, cornerback Caleb Presley has flipped from Oregon to Washington.
Oh, gotcha. That one was decently expected.
Yeah, we knew that one was going to happen.
Okay. Let's see. Let's hit some comments. Nick says, keep an eye on the edge players on Texas roster. Finkley, Burke, and Tapp all flash this season, but yeah, y'all need the edge. That's the way y'all's defense clicks. Is that X and Jack's linebacker position for PK? You need those guys, and you need a lot of them. Scott, thank you for being here, joining in, contributing to the show. Ton of fun. Glad you're here. Technical Technician says, how can a school like Notre Dame with zero NIL plan and incredibly difficult academics beat OU, who has an NIL program? Well, it's because Notre Dame's a blue blood institution. They're going to recruit.
Well, and they haven't
the best
beat
of them.
OU. They're actually behind OU right now in the recruiting rankings.
Yeah. So it is what it is. No worries, Spotlight. Appreciate PG being able to take my trolling.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun, man. That's why we do this. We're all fans.
Tyler Venables is in Norman, Oklahoma. Breaking news.
Wait, are you joking?
It's on his Instagram. I mean, it's nothing. He's visiting his parents. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, visiting his parents. That's what he's doing. He's visiting. He is moving into Norman. That's what's going on.
Let's not get that wheel started.
Sooner from SoCal giving us the news.
Are like,
come on. Let's just go ahead and start the rumors. Let's go ahead and start the rumors right now.
That's a big
Venables to Norman. Venables to Norman.
Santa just flipped to Oregon.
House money. You're 100% right here. I mean, a Notre Dame degree. I mean, it's a Notre Dame degree. You know, there's no arguing with a Notre Dame degree. None at all.
Yeah, but there's not. But at the same time, I think you put too much on like the past and what Notre Dame has done. Yes, great. I mean, they've been a really good, program for years and years and years. But I think, guys are not, let's just be honest. They don't care as much about degrees. If you're a high level, high talented guy, they want to go play football, so the legacy, the whole, bit about, and I, sometimes I have to remind myself of that of Oklahoma because of the tradition and everything. And we have these kids nowadays, they want to go where they're on TV. They want to play for championships. They want to build their stock and they want to get to the league.
They want to get developed.
Yep. So, and Notre Dame's a great school to do that. Like, offensive linemen, tight ends have been really good coming out of there.
Yeah.
And get some good quarterbacks, safeties. You've had some really good safeties the last couple of years, stuff like that. But some of these kids are just not interested in the old heads, if you will. The legacy type of stuff. So.
Yeah, I think that's a really good
Not
point.
a knock on Notre Dame. That's just anywhere across the board. Like we could tell these kids, hey, we've won 7 national championships, all this other stuff and all that. They want relevancy. They want what's now. Like it's most of the time that's what it is. So
Oh, no doubt, Mike. He says, I'm sure there are guys with good families that do care about it being education, but most of it probably have it on the back burner. 100%.
Yep.
100%. Brent asks, does Alabama land one more 5-star in this recruiting class? Brent, what's crazy is they could.
They could have 7.
They could. Kermani McLean and Desmond Ricks.
Yep.
Now, McLean's going to be difficult. Don't get me wrong. Flipping him from Miami, that'd be very difficult. Miami's recruiting at an elite level. There's no denying that. And we have to be cognizant of this. He's a Florida kid. And they have a guy on that staff that I don't think gets any play. Make sure I have his name completely right because I know the acronym of his name, but I want to, here we go. DeMarcus Van Dyke for Miami. Guys, remember it. Remember it. DeMarcus Van Dyke, DVD. He is a great recruiter. He's someone who is great at establishing relationships. It's going to be tough to lift McLean from DVD, but one of the things that Alabama has going for them is Travaris Robinson, who Kermani McLean and his family have been very forthright in saying they've been able to establish fantastic relationships with Travaris Robinson, as they have with Miami. Obviously, Miami got the nod, but it is something we have to watch. So it is a possibility. Maybe a stretch, but it's also Alabama, Brent. So
yeah,
it's all Colorado at this point. Listen, Ty.
Damari Brown.
Ty, I've tried to tell you, if the player does not sign on the 21st, it's coming at him hard. That's what happened with Cormani McLean. He got him to not sign, and now he's Deion. Number 1 cornerback in the country 2 years in a row.
Well, he's got to win the battle first.
Gonna do it.
Maybe, but you also have to understand there was a lot of smoke that Bama could be pushing Kermani. But see, PG, I tried to tell you that Bama was going to do this with Proctor, and you told me it was going to be Coach Prime in Colorado. And once again, I've been telling you for a month before all this has happened, Bama's pushing for Kermani.
Hey, they're done, man.
Yes, but when you announced it a month ago, we didn't know that Deion was going to Colorado.
No, that is a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah. True that. That's fair. That
Bama's,
is 100% fair.
Bama's done, man. They're falling off the wagon.
And Cormani announced that he was not going to Alabama, that he was committed to Miami, and then up until literally today. Yeah, but that was literally up until today that we had believed. Okay,
but that was Caden Proctor up until yesterday.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is he announced before Prime got to Colorado that he was committed to Miami, that he was going to end up signing there, and then all of a sudden start dabbling in there like he normally would. And
well, but that falls back onto what I told you. You just haven't believed me. Bama's been pushing for McLean for a while, and there are those that thought Bama was going to land him, even in the Miami circles.
Ooh, Hank.
What's the next Aflac commercial? That's going to be funny.
That is going to be great.
Dude, wouldn't that be awesome?
What if McLean makes his commitment on the Aflac commercial?
Yeah, he could get an NIL deal with Aflac.
That'd be so cool.
Dude, that'd be hilarious.
That'd be great.
That would be cool. But no, you are like and this is one thing I've said whenever you and I were talking off the record, PG, about Caden Proctor, and you thought that Colorado was a team to watch there. I think Prime is going to have a much easier time getting skill position guys there instantly than a guy like Caden Proctor. Because as much hype as Coach Prime has around him, the offensive line coach at Colorado, it's his first Power 5 job. He's never coached Power 5 before. Now you're going to recruit against the offensive line coach for Oregon. His name escapes me, but he was the offensive line coach with the Steelers. And then you have Coach Eric Walford at Alabama, who's known as a great offense. Then you have the Iowa cornerbacks, though. That's something we have to watch. Chicken, thank you so much for the $20 donation, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you for joining with us today, but you're still not getting a running back.
That's going to cost you more than $20, Chicken.
Kiffin going to
Bama. I want to, because he's got the OU DNA thing on there, and we're talking about costing things. At the end of the day, like, OU is going to have to be able to play the NIL game as much as we don't want to. And we ran this whole initiative to get $3 million by early signing day, and we couldn't do it. There were programs out there that
raised
way more than $3 million.
Way more. That don't, and PG, but tell the whole thing. that don't have the social interactions that Oklahoma does.
Don't have the social interactions. Yes. So OU has one of the biggest social media, not the biggest social media following in all.
I think it is the biggest. Yeah. I think it's the biggest.
And our fans didn't want to donate to the NIL fund. That's on you. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. We're not going to make you do it. But also, don't get upset when you lose guys like Peyton Bowen and David Hicks. If you didn't want to help change it, you didn't want to help make that change, and you can't complain when we weren't able to raise the NIL funds to keep them here. Because at the end of the day, and whether you like it or not, NIL is going to be a part of this game. And kids are going to be looking at that for a financial future, because the kids are not going to want to go to college and struggle like they have over the past forever.
I'll tell you one of the things that always rubbed me wrong with college athletics. I've said this before. So for those of you in the chat that have heard me say this, I apologize, because you're going to hear me say it again. One thing that never sat well with me, I was very lucky. Whenever I was at college growing up, two of my very good friends ended up going and playing college football. One of them, some of you have been introduced to, Denzel Johnson, former safety with TCU, went on to play for the Tennessee Titans. And then David Moore, who played at ECU in Oklahoma, small school there, went on to play for the Seattle Seahawks. He played for Chicago. He's played for a few teams. Unbelievable wide receiver. And then both my roommates played college football. And then I was able to have classes with some of the college football players at UNT. One thing that always rubbed me wrong is I would be talking to one of the guys on the UNT football program, and he's like, oh, well, I can't go do this, or this because of these NCAA rules. The issue with that is I was also on a university-sanctioned team. I competed for the University of North Texas undergrad moot court team. I got to travel all around the nation and argue at law schools in an appellate-style Supreme Court case, all right? All on the university's dime. But on the weekends, if I wasn't traveling, I could go to the local high schools and they could pay me to tutor their kids. So the university was paying for me to travel. They were paying for all my expenses, and I was on scholarship. And I could still go make money off of my name, image, and likeness, but I was not generating a dime for that university. And if I was, it was negligible. Absolutely negligible, because we were a top 10 institution in undergraduate moot court. The moot court team was very, very well thought of. But how is it that I was able to generate money, even though I was on a full ride scholarship, even though I could go and travel on the university's dime, but I could go on the weekend and tutor kids and get paid? But if anybody from the football team wanted to run a little weekend camp, running drills with kids at $5 a pop, they'd be screwed. That never made any sense to me. Brent, sorry to miss your donation during my rant. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for joining us today. It means a ton. But that always rubbed me so wrong with NIL. The fact that I could go make money for my institution while on scholarship, while being a part of a university team, but I wasn't generating any of the revenue that these guys were generating, and they couldn't do anything. I hated that. So am I saying NIL is perfect? No. And I've talked about this before. NCAA versus Alston, how it came to be, how NIL came to be. If you want a brief soliloquy of that, I'll give it to you. But if you don't, I won't bore you. So I'll let y'all decide in the chat if you want to know my opinions on how we got here with NIL. But we can go back to the Supreme Court case, NCAA versus Alston. It's interesting, but NIL is a necessary evil. We just need to make sure that these kids are protected. We need to make sure that there are no bad actors in the space. That's my biggest concern with NIL, is bad actors in the space.
Yeah, I've thought about it, and if the NCAA wants to get on the good side of the players, I think, the NCAA could hire a team of attorneys that are on call and completely free to any student athlete that wants to use them to negotiate contracts for their NIL deals. That's a way that the NCAA can get on the good side of the players. NIL deal, and it protects the players. And because the thing is, parents are not lawyers. No. So the thing is, some of these kids are going to get screwed in these contracts. And so the NCAA really should be a way they step in.
Now, technical, you asked, I think you said PG, but you meant me. I'm Ty, Black Hat. But what are my thoughts on Eli Holstein? Very talented quarterback, very, very gifted quarterback. Really impressed in a lot of his measurables whenever he's gone and camped So you look at some of the drills he's done, the 40s, the athletic measurement drills. He's really, really impressed there. I think he has one of the highest spark scores for a quarterback. But it's going to be interesting to see what this quarterback class for Alabama looks like. Not only do they have Eli Holstein, they also have Dylan Lonergan, who Dylan Lonergan was a long-time top 10 quarterback. I actually think he finished out as number 11. But, I mean, we're splitting hairs here. You have 2 top 15 quarterbacks in the same class. Wild for Alabama.
Man, I wish OU could have did that with Lincoln Riley.
That was it's pretty good, James.
And that's not true. They can't get whatever 5-star they want because they couldn't get Peter Woods.
That is true. That's true. Very true.
They can get almost. You got to add the word almost in there.
House Money Productions, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, appreciate the fan engagement. It matters. For the record, college football worst nightmare is a natty OU. House, this is what it's all about, man. I always maintain I'm not an insider. I'm a fan. I'm just, as much as I'm a fan of Alabama, I'm a bigger fan of college football. So as much as I have a love for Alabama, my love of college football as a whole is larger. And so because of that, I am just obsessed with the game of college football. And I get to have the opportunity to talk to y'all about it. But I'm not, some insider. I'm not anything like that. I'm just a regular guy. Just like everyone else.
You got to stop telling people that. We all know you're an insider.
No, absolutely not.
You work hand in hand with Fawcett. We all know that. Just admit
that would be so sick, though. Like, if I could, that'd be something I would love to do, is like work for 24/7 or something like that, or On3 or any of these places, and do like a recruiting show.
I got to see Josh Pate today go on the show and talk about it multiple times.
Yeah, love Pate. Guy's unbelievable. Brian Bald Eagle says, we also need Gundy back. He was the glue to this receiving crew in the offense.
That ship is sailed. Leave it alone. Don't talk about it.
I don't think you want to open up that can of worms, Brian.
Yep. Nope. All right. Next.
Yep. Yeah. I just don't think you want to open up that can of worms. Peter Woods did hurt. No doubt about it, Scott. No doubt. Peter Woods and James Smith were the 2 must-land prospects in this class. And that's why I did a whole soliloquy earlier whenever Oklahoma fans were so upset at missing some of the guys. And I'm like, everybody misses. Everybody. Bama missed on Peter Woods, and he's a must-land guy. Number 1 player in the state of Alabama, and is a Bama fan. Grew up an Alabama fan. And they missed. That is a miss. It hurts. But luckily, James Smith comes in. That guy is otherworldly talented, looks to be a dominant force on the interior. Can't wait to pair him with Otis. But that's recruiting, and that's what makes it so beautiful.
Yep.
One guy, get over it. You get it. Well, I mean, it's not just one guy, because, I mean, you look at Justin Ross, another guy that Alabama missed on, went to Clemson. You look at Kermani McClain. You look at Damani Jackson, Denver Harris. Oh, goodness gracious. The kid at Ohio State right now. Why can I not remember his name? The Samoan kid for Ohio State was the number 1 player in the nation last year. 2022. We're going to go overall. See all. Ohio State. God, who? Does anybody know who I'm talking about?
I'm sorry. I'm currently breaking down classes, trying to figure out where OU's going to land. What were you saying?
There was an edge that Bama wanted.
Samuel Mpemba?
No, JT Tuimalau. JTT. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
JTT.
Larry Johnson, the godfather of recruiting, man.
Hey, he was good this year, JT Tuimalau.
I thought you were talking about Grandmama from Charlotte Hornets, Larry Johnson, NBA legend. Sorry.
Thank y'all so much. I don't know why that name was escaping me so much.
It's all right.
That was tough. My brain hurts. That was as y'all can see, this is what I meant earlier when I said it's a miracle that my brain works well enough to allow me to function. There's not much going on up here. Not much at all. These kids have no financial discipline. Well, hey. John, financial literacy classes should be mandatory for everybody, not just athletes, everybody. Everybody.
Yep.
We should be teaching financial literacy in school. But certainly when it comes to NIL, the institution or the NCAA needs to supplement something for the athletes. They have to. And it absolutely just floors me as to why we're here with the lack of action by the NCAA. It floors me.
Yep.
They just don't care because they're salty about not getting in it.
Hey, if you guys are in the comments and you haven't liked this, please go down and do that. It helps Ty out so much with that interaction, all that stuff. But yeah, if you're in the chat, there's like 190 people. If you haven't hit the like button, go down and do that for him.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. And Mike says, I really wish we could have gotten Bryce Young with Kiffin or Sark. Bryce Young with either of those guys is terrifying. Terrifying.
Yeah.
Lewis Hinton says, in a high school, so many people have man, I'm 28 years old. And I know people I went to school with who are brilliant. And like financial literacy is an issue in our nation. It's just with people, right? Like I'm not trying to say like, oh, this is some major problem in the United States. That's not my contention here. My contention is just that I think as a whole, everybody could benefit from financial literacy classes.
They need to be available to these student athletes and to people going into college and just becoming, being on their own, like being an adult. It will help you, tremendously.
Tremendously.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna let y'all take this one. OU wins 10 games next year and the college football playoff the following year. Am I insane?
I don't think he's insane for OU to win 10 games next year, because especially with the people that OU could potentially be bringing into the transfer portal that we're hearing that, definitely want to come play for Venables. I mean, they're going to turn this team around. I mean, Venables last year, when you look at what he had to take out of the portal, he took best available because of how late he came in. And same thing with the recruiting class. This year, you're seeing him be a little bit more selective in who he's taking. He's taking best fit. And so I feel like when you take best fit, you're going to see a huge improvement because they're going to know how to run your scheme. They're going to be guys that fit your culture. And again, some of those 2022 guys that we brought in that we really expect to make a difference are actually going to be able to play this next year, potentially, since they're not going to be freshmen, having to be in that strength and conditioning program, which is also another big thing, right? Schmitty comes back. These guys are having to recondition their bodies to be Schmitty built. I believe next year is going to look a lot better. So, I 100% could realistically say that, like, you could see OU completely turn the tables and win 10, 11 games next year.
I don't know where I have Oklahoma next year. Ricardo, I'm going to put a pin in this.
Yep, me too.
I need to know what the roster looks like.
Yep.
Because there are certain areas where if Oklahoma doesn't address it, I certainly think they'll be an improved team next year.
Ask me in April.
That's the one. I think that Oklahoma will be an improved team, but if they don't address certain areas, I think it's going to be hard to go 10 wins.
Exactly with you. Ask me after the spring football season or after spring practice and everything is over.
And in fairness,
I
had the same answer about Colorado the other day.
Sure.
Someone asked me what I think their turnaround.
Well, and that's just like. Me more so wearing the coaching hat. That's just how I think now. Is ask me when we got everybody in the boat and we're practicing and piecing together a depth chart and stuff like that, what we look like on the offensive line, certainly interior of the defensive line, stuff like that. Defensive line, I think.
Interior defensive line.
Yeah, that's the number one, I think, for us. Focus. And then obviously seeing what you're like on the O-line as well, too. So both O-line and D-line, more specifically inside the interior of the defensive line.
Yeah, I think that's hit the nail on the head. For Oklahoma and Brent Venables to run the scheme they want to run, you have got to have a really physical presence on the interior of your defensive line. And if you don't have that, you're going to be having some problems. We talked about this earlier. If you go back to the 2015, 16, 17, 18 Alabama defenses, you go back to last year's Georgia defense, even this year's Georgia defense, you go back to some of those Clemson defenses, what you're seeing is those guys up front, those big nasties, they're eating up blocks. And you see linebackers flying like bullets out that defensive backfield, straight to the quarterback, straight to the running back, because they have free rush lanes. That's why you see, and I used him earlier, I'm going to use him again, Reuben Foster was that guy. But watch how decisive he was. Jonathan Allen would soak up a double. There'd be a gap for Reuben Foster to attack, and he'd say, okay, I'm going. Well, why did he go? Because the defensive line presented the opportunity. That's imperative for Oklahoma. Absolutely a must, that interior defensive line. No
doubt about it.
Oh, way too slow. Is Bama getting Ricks? Tino, this is the question. Isn't it? Before we get there, Damon Wilson to UGA. What an addition for the Dogs. 5-star edge. Number 2 edge in the nation.
That's actually shocking because I really thought he was going to end up at Ohio State.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I had him Georgia. Huge win for the Dogs right there. Let's break this one down, man. So first off, let's get to where his player ranking is. I think he's the number 2 edge in the nation. Yep, Damon Wilson from Florida, 6'4", 230, number 13 player in the nation, number 2 edge, number 4 in the state. Goodness gracious, guys. Goodness gracious.
Yep.
This kid right here, turn on the film, you're going to be impressed. The first thing you notice with him is his explosiveness right off the rip. Incredibly explosive. He is the type of guy that every team in the nation wants because he has some versatility. He can do a few different things on your defense. So if you're talking about the Georgia Bulldogs, they can utilize him at different areas. They can do different things with him. This is a huge win. And he has a 4.5 short settle. And his broad jump is over 10 feet. He's so explosive. Bench presses 370 pounds.
That's it?
Yeah, at the 238 weight class, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's a little light. But explosive.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to butcher this name. Chideri Uzo-Diribe for Georgia. That's another guy to watch. All right, I'm going to put y'all on some assistants that you need to be aware of in college football. We've talked about some today. DVD for Miami. Know the name. Samples, Arizona State. Carrington, Arizona State. Know the name. Uzo-Diribe, know the name. Nick Williams at Colorado, know the name. Really, really good recruiters. But this is a huge win for Georgia. Gosh, this Georgia class is insane. A.J. Harris, Samuel Mpemba. So we look at this now. Georgia now has a commitment from 2 top 10 edges, much like Alabama. Alabama has the number 1 edge in the nation and the number 3 edge in the nation. Georgia has the number 2 edge in the nation and the number 6 edge in the nation. Wow. What are y'all thinking about this edition?
It's a big addition.
Yeah, the rich get richer. So, I mean, just to add to that, defensive stable of guys for Georgia. So, yeah, great pickup.
Yeah, and Georgia could be still landing. Crystal balls are flowing in for Jordan Hall to go to Georgia.
Yeah.
Or Jordan Hall. Yeah, I said it right. Jordan Hall.
No, you said it right. 100%.
Yeah, announcing tomorrow. But, in another 6'4", 300-pound defensive lineman.
Troy Bowles at linebacker. It's a hell of a grit right there. I love Troy Bowles. I love his film.
That was one that I wished OU could have got.
Yeah, really solid film.
So, speaking of OU, so I'm kind of just running through quickly on some of these classes, looking at like who's left out there for like Florida, Texas A&M. I think Tennessee and Notre Dame are pretty much going to be done unless Notre Dame comes in with some late time flips. You're looking at potentially, if Florida can land Desmond Ricks or Cormani McClain, that push Oklahoma down to number 9.
Say that again.
If Florida can land Desmond Ricks or Cormani McClain, that push Oklahoma down to number 9.
Yeah.
That's assuming Notre Dame, Tennessee don't flip anybody or sign anybody else big and booster up the numbers. So, and obviously Texas A&M, you got to worry about Texas A&M, you know, signing some Big Ten players out there and jumping up into the top 10.
Yeah, this is the question for y'all. Who's still left on the table for Oklahoma? So for the fans watching right now, Drew, PG, who are the names OU fans need to know that they're still in the running? You could still flip. Obviously, there's Akana, who is coming up here very shortly. Who else?
Yeah, Akana's, I think, the only one left that is not signed yet. So, I mean, you know, there's obviously rumors and different stuff about him trending to Texas and everything like that. But yeah, he's probably the biggest one right now. As far as high school guys, I mean, there's some other guys probably in the portal or that could potentially jump in the portal that you could be watching as well. But for high school guys, I mean, Akana's probably like the last, you know, fingers crossed. Maybe we get him.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma, at this point, I feel like they would sign Landon Sides at the wide receiver position, especially since you lost out on Tees. So that potentially, I'd be curious to see who they try to go after now that early signing day is over, and now they got to try to fill some holes and some gaps, especially with Akana potentially not signing. I'd be curious to see who they potentially go after.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I don't know who is left on the board for Oklahoma that's really in serious contention here if it's not Akana. Robert says, BV said in his press conference that they are going to sign 10 to 12 more in the next 10 days to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Listen,
when you're talking about the class as a whole, some of those are including transfer portal guys.
Yeah. And this staff knows like who is going to go into the portal from other schools. So like, I'm sure, you know, Venables knows about Clemson guys that he wants to take that are or are not hitting the portal, and you know, same elsewhere. So I think it's gonna be fine. I know, like I'm looking on the boards and I see people talking about how it's gonna be another rebuilding year for Oklahoma and stuff like that. Like it's gonna be fine. I don't think we're gonna be in huge trouble. I mean, there's a lot of good guys still in the portal, and now that you know you lost out on Peyton Bowen and David Hicks, right? That tells you what you need to go out there and grab.
So Sooner from SoCal says in Los Angeles, I'm hearing Oklahoma. We're hearing some Texas chatter here.
Hey, you never know. He may shock us all and go to Oregon.
At this point, we can't rule it out.
Or Colorado, you know, or, you know, East Mississippi Community College, you know, who knows, you know.
All right.
Well, we're 6 minutes away from Akana, baby.
Dr. Strange says Tausili Akana with a Colorado hat on the table.
Is Akana going on 247? Do we know where he's committing at?
Yeah, I think it's 247 and then maybe one of his social medias.
All right, let me look.
But they'll probably 247. I've got it on right now. They'll probably go
on their live feed. Do you think they'll go live to him?
Yeah, they'll switch over to his commitment probably because they're just breaking down right now. They're breaking down the SEC West recruiting. They're talking about that, but I'm sure they'll switch over whenever he's getting ready to commit.
Yeah, I'm changing the title of the stream right now for that.
Hey, I searched Akana tie and you popped right up. So
Boom.
No, Ricardo Hicks has not signed officially. He actually said that he would make his final commitment decision after the Under Armour All-American game. So we still have a little bit for Hicks to make the decision.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Go for it. I feel I know you, Gabriel, is his third cousin. I'm lying, but whatever. I like that. I like that house money. Tino says, Des Rick's predictions. This is tough, Tino. Look,
Desmond Ricks to Oklahoma.
Bama's putting in some good work. For them to be able to shift the needle the way they have, it's notable. It's absolutely notable. Can they surmount LSU and Florida? It's going to be tough. I think one of the things Alabama has going for it right now is that they do need a cornerback in this class to pair with Hurley. And what better cornerback to do that with than a 5-star? So Matt says, where is Akana going? What do you think? Man, Matt, I'm not going to lie to you right now. If I had to choose, I'd say probably Texas. I think that's where everything seems to be trending right now. And that is a massive position of need on their defense. When you look at how PK runs that defense, his sister's there. It's just going to be something we have to watch. Now, as far as Des Ricks, if I had to predict right now where he goes, you know what? Yeah, I'll lay it out there. We'll say Alabama on that one, but I think it truly is a toss-up on the Des Ricks one. But I think Alabama, you have to like their chances. It's Alabama. The fact that they've been able to get into this battle the manner they have, you have to like their chances. It's Nick Saban. Now, one of the craziest, has OU lost recruiting momentum? I wouldn't know that I'd say you've lost recruiting momentum. If you would have had some flips, it certainly stings, but I wouldn't say you've just flat out lost momentum. Here's a great question. What's the biggest recruiting shock that you've seen? Probably Travis Hunter last year. Probably Travis Hunter. That would probably be my number one. And Thomas says, Matt, yes, you've lost every recruit today. So I think there's different ways to look at this because, Thomas, I don't think you're wrong. Like if someone wants to say, hey, I feel like today Oklahoma recruiting has been deflated, and I would count deflatement as losing momentum, I'm not going to push back, but I think it's just the optics of it where whenever I look at this, you haven't had guys flip. You are still a top 10 class. So, I think it is all a perspective thing.
I would push back on this and say Oklahoma Center fans are deflated. I don't think the staff is really that deflated because
that's probably a great point.
Because again, and I've said it multiple times, the staff's playing chess while we're playing checkers. So, I don't think they're deflated at all. I mean, I feel like they kind of have a plan moving forward. They've had backup plans in case something happens. I think they still feel like they're in a good position with Hicks because of that relationship between Bates and Hicks. So, and since that one's still got time left on the table.
Akana is about to commit. They're about to go over to it.
Interesting.
Ty, are you able to? Can I? Am I able to present the share screen on the commitment? Does that will that work?
We can try. I just don't know about the copyright stuff with it.
Oh yeah, you're right. It might copyright it.
And you already know YouTube. If you get a copyright strike from YouTube, they will literally make it to where your channel isn't as likely to get in the recommended anymore. It is wild.
Well, so okay, how does that work? Is it the copyright for like actual like, hey, like we want you to take it down copyright, or like they just like a hey, like
so apparently you can
monetize off this.
You're not going to be able to monetize off of it, which is fine. But there is also something to where like it actually negatively affects your channel's growth for like an extent for some period of time. The way I understand it, at least, and I could be wrong, but that's the way it's been explained to me. Now you can fight copyright strikes, but it's just
because you see it all the time where like people will utilize film and stuff from like a game. I'm sure they get hit with copyright strikes, but I'm wondering how those like actually. Because, like, I'm wondering if YouTube looks at that and goes, College Football Podcast, we're just not going to let them monetize off of it, but it's not going to hurt them because, like, if the like, let's say it's Fox Fox might allow people to use it, but they might not allow you to monetize off of it. So I'm kind of wondering if that affects us or not.
So James asks, how do you determine whether Alabama is a good team because Nick Saban is a good coach or just because they always have the best recruits? And this is a fair question, James. Okay, I think this is more than it's on right now.
Yep.
All right. James,
He's
after
got dollar bills hanging out of his neck.
After the commitment, we'll address this, but this is a fair question and one I'd like to unpack. What update us, PG? Update us. What are you seeing?
Were the most active.
Literally, it's just a picture of Akana. Well, I mean, it's just they don't see the hats yet.
To take visits, the ability to meet with coaches, and also all the mileage that you were able to track. What did you learn the most about this process and about the schools that you're considering?
I definitely learned.
Man, what a cool background.
Definitely have to jump in on this video and see what he's wearing.
Yeah,
Where is it? Is it 24/7 YouTube?
Yeah, 24/7 YouTube.
That Ohana is a big deal, and I know that your family has been a big part of this process. Take us into what those meetings were like, what the discussions were like in your family, and how big they have been in this process.
Oh, yeah.
Big part of
NIL.
A lot of sacrifices throughout the families. So,
I think that could. I don't know. I don't know much about the Samoan culture.
I don't know, but the dollar bills are cracking me up. I just see the NIL tweets coming out.
Time there in the state of Hawaii, and I know you're ready to eat. We got to put some pounds on you before.
Tausili Akana.
Tausili, the stage is yours. Where will you be playing your college football?
I'd just like to thank everyone coming out.
Man, this is going to be an interesting one.
I'm just excited for this change, and thank you to the coaches, past and present, for filling up my bag with all the arsenals, giving me all the tools that I need.
I want to be wherever he is.
And
Hawaii.
I could retire out there.
Pushing me.
Hey, 24/7 Sports on 3. Y'all need a sport podcast out in Hawaii? I'm your guy.
I'm committed to the university.
Oh no!
Yep. UT. UT. Big win for the Texas Longhorns. Huge win for the Texas Longhorns. What does this do for their recruiting class?
It's a shame we got to beat them in the Cotton Bowl. Dang it. It probably bumps them up one spot.
Let's see the class calculator.
He's the 34th recruit in the country to 247. So it's a big get.
Georgia. Yep. Good win for your Horns, Nick. Huge win for your Horns. Congratulations. He's a very, very, very talented player. Very talented player. I want to see where that puts your class. That's what the this right here is. I'm going to the class calculator real quick. So this puts y'all at a 298.01. So this puts you at third.
We thought we should be.
This puts them at third.
No.
Did DeAndre Moore flip already yet? You can add that one in there too, because add them in there. Where are they at when DeAndre Moore flips?
Let me see. Is the DeAndre Moore flip? Is that one that's like?
That's like an evident. Like he's been silently committed for months. If they don't land DeAndre Moore, that is like OU not landing Peyton Bowen.
If they land with Akana and DeAndre Moore, it puts them at a 302.12. And that would still be good for, I think, the number 3 class in the nation.
The question has never been can Texas get the talent? Can they develop the talent and put a consistent product on the field? So it's never been.
They've been doing that though.
Yeah.
Under Sark, it seems like they're getting better at doing that.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. I would agree with that.
Yeah, no, this staff with Texas, I got it. And look, I've given them their roses multiple times. I think
Absolutely.
Some of the guys in here, Nick, I think y'all could vouch for me on this. This staff for Texas, if there's a staff that's turning it around, give them time. It's going to take a while because I think the turnaround is much larger than some people anticipate. But you look at a Bo Davis on the defensive line, that's a great hire. You look at Brennan Marion at the wide receiver. That's a great hire. So there is some development ongoing there. An odd future, I know. Don't even, and I get it. I understand the pushback, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but we have to look at this staff in particular. And there were guys that vastly improved this year, especially on that defense. So what does this look like in a few years? I don't know. And I'm not here telling you that this is the staff that's going to do it. I'm saying this is a staff with guys that have historically developed well. We do need to watch it. So, guys, what are y'all thinking? Because this was something kind of wanted after Vast. PG, what are you thinking?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
I was saying that
me or if it's him cutting out.
I was saying that what's Oklahoma's plan now? Because that's Akana and Vasic that you've lost off the edge.
Yeah, it's portal time because I don't know if there's anybody else that they're looking at or that they take in the recruiting class. So, I mean, they could try to get in on somebody late, but I mean, again, I said it earlier. If I'm this, I mean, of course the staff can't do it, but if I'm Oklahoma, I'm going balls to the wall for David Hicks. I'm putting everything we've got in NIL money that we can give him. We're giving it to him, and we're playing this damn game. That's the only thing you can do at this point.
True. What are you thinking, man? Oh, you muted.
At this point, you have. I mean, you still have good opportunities, everything like that. But yeah, edge rusher is definitely something we need. But if I mean, it's back to the drawing board. I think not all hope is lost, but like PG said, I think you really try to keep pushing for David Hicks. Maybe you get in for him and stuff like that. But you've also still got talent in the boat and a chance to continue. Maybe some guys that are not as highly recruited, develop those guys and turn them into some really good players. But yeah.
So, yeah, it sounds like as of 11 p.m. last night, several West Coast sources told OU Insider that OU would be the pick today. However, it seems UT and OU are 50-50. Obviously, he picked Texas.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have.
I need to go get my dog. She is barking at me to come let her in.
You've heard my take on that.
When you add Akana's sister is at UT already, there is some family ties. There are making some waves, making it harder for the Sooners to fend off the Hook'em. That said, none of the connected sources with Akana are sure about anything as we get closer to Akana's announcement. With that in mind, I don't know what to think about it at this point.
Who is that?
That was Brandon Drown.
Yeah. You kind of heard my off the air comments.
Yeah.
As to the reason why, and that's the reason why he's not at Oklahoma. So it'll be interesting to see.
The question is, do they actually take care of that problem, like you said?
I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting, because of that relationship and stuff like that. It'll be interesting. So
yeah, I put it in the private chat of what I think they should do, but
yeah, it's it'll be interesting.
Again, don't be harping on Brandon and Parker. I'm going to say it. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's not.
They thought it was Akana by obviously at 11 o'clock. So what can you do, guys?
Again, they're only reporting the information they get. Nothing else.
Blake, I totally agree with you. Fire BV. That's
the answer. That's it. Absolutely. And then maybe hire you, since you could probably do it better. Absolutely.
Yeah, I bet you
let's hire a guy that doesn't even have a picture on his thing. So absolutely, you go in there and do it. you do it better than BV. So
yeah, you know what? We can go offer Lincoln Riley $200 million to come coach our program.
Absolutely.
We can give him his own private jet and a company private jet to go fly around.
Blake said hire or fire BV, and so I guess the solution is to hire Blake. And Blake seems like he's got all the answers. So absolutely, I'm here for it.
And frightening. I mean, let's give credit where it's due. That linebacker class for y'all is nuts. But frightening. Who has more 5 stars now?
Da-da-da.
Yeah, that Texas.
I would do it.
No, Garrett.
If I
Garrett.
was in your seat right now, I would. Heck yeah, I'd be eating it up.
I'm gonna fight you on that one. We're gonna excuse Parker and Brandon. We're not going to harp on them for missing on these, on these tapes.
They're not recruiting these guys.
Yeah, they're told one thing.
Yeah,
and the players will completely do something different. They do not get it. So no, we're not going to jump on them.
Nope.
We're going to excuse it.
It's one of those things where, again, I said it, and I'll say it again. Ty said it earlier. I just said it a few minutes ago. They are only reporting and giving you the information they are being told. That's it. They're not trying to slight you or undercut you or anything like that. Here's the bottom line. If you don't want to listen to Brandon Drum or Parker Thune, then you can unfollow them. You can, don't subscribe to 247, whatever the case is. You don't have to get your information from them. Like, hey, if you got a better source or somebody that you want to, dude, that's the beauty of social media. That's the beauty of, what we do. Like,
yeah,
hey,
I will say this, out of On3 rivals and all those guys, they're the best.
I mean, they do a great job. Like,
I will say I've been very impressed with On3. They've hired some great guys at On3. I love JD Piquel, who does their video show. He's awesome. Great guy. Guys, if you're not watching JD on On3, do me a favor. Check him out. Give them the support. JD is as talented as he is. He's a really good guy. JD and I made a lot of content together before he got picked up by On3, and he was at a much more advanced stage in this industry than I was, and he gave me the time without question every single time, happily. Great guy. And look, the same thing can be said about Drum. Anytime I've ever hit up Drum and been like, hey, what's up with this? Drum is awesome. Yep. So I understand it. And Ron, it's not that they listen to hearsay, because the legal definition of hearsay would be from an unofficial source, right? Not someone who's a first person.
Trust me, these guys have sources. They have people. They're not just flying off the cuff with this information. I promise you.
It's they're getting told by the players, and it's not just Oklahoma. It's everywhere.
Yep,
everywhere. I disagree, Levi. I think JD's awesome, man. He's a really good dude. I think he's very talented.
From the times that I've listened to him and saw his content, yeah, good dude.
What in the world was BV wearing today?
You just now saw that?
Is that why he missed on the recruits? What was he wearing?
Is that it? That's it. It's the jacket.
It was.
He figured it out.
he better.
You heard it here first. BG wrote it.
Yeah. He.
Yeah.
Put it in our group chat, Ty, so you should be able to see it.
Odd. I don't know about anything like that. I just know that they can only report on what they're told.
Jimmy Green Beans on Twitter said maybe everyone was told it was OU but got confused about which OU it was.
Possibly.
Hey, you know what? Maybe Peyton Bowen didn't lie. Maybe he was all OU, but maybe he was the wrong one. What a way out of that one to not lie to everybody.
I don't know what in the world Brent is wearing.
Hey,
gotta burn
nice.
it.
Real nice.
Don't ever wear it again.
I love it. Absolutely love it. I tweeted it earlier.
Yeah, wild.
I love it. I'd wear it. 100%.
Well, I mean, I'd wear it too, but I'm very skeptical, and I'm one of those people where it's like, oh, well, we had a really bad recruiting week while he was wearing that, so he needs to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I didn't see the
OU Twitter is a madhouse right now.
Oh, so we have people that think that the visit policy needs to change for OU. Says it's way too outdated. Look, here's what I'll say on it. I'm not high on the no visit policy, but just because I don't know. I think that it's one of those things to where it's like, okay, well, if I'm committed to Oklahoma, you don't want me visiting anywhere, but like Peyton Bowen is committed to Notre Dame, but we're going to go after him. I don't know. It just seems a little facetious.
Yeah, but we talked about the commitment policy, and now that we have a better understanding of exactly what it is, it's if you take a visit somewhere else, we're not going to pull your offer, but we're going to recruit over you.
I guess at that point, why have the policy?
That's the wrong policy. It's just basically telling the player that, hey, when you commit here to us, we're committed to you. You're our guy. We're not going to commit over you. But the moment that looking at other places, you start shopping, we're going to start shopping because you're not committed anymore.
See, I don't think that it's about some innate quality trait, though. Right? Like whenever it was kind of unveiled, it was kind of posed as like, oh, well, we're after kids who have this quality trait of loyalty. But if that was the case, then you wouldn't be going after Peyton Bowen. Because if you didn't want any murderers, you wouldn't go get someone who's been convicted of murder. Right? I just, at that point, I never understood the basis for this rule. It's for security. It's not for some innate quality that you're going to find in a player.
Well, I mean, it's a policy that he adapted from Dabo and Clemson and stuff like that. And, maybe he'll tweak it, down the road, stuff like that. It certainly, you could definitely look at it and maybe, iron some things out there. I would agree. Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad policy.
Sanders is officially at Colorado.
Yeah, I don't.
Committed. Officially committed. That is huge breaking news right there.
That is the least surprise. Shadur Sanders.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Is that murder a
Colorado,
5-star?
No way.
Yeah, that does change the equation. House money.
That's unbelievable. I for sure thought he was going somewhere else. Colorado, really? That's a shock.
I don't know why. That really got me right there. Is that murder a 5-star? That really got me. That's
man.
No, I don't think it's a negative policy. I don't think it's a bad policy. I just think we have to look at the policy for what it is. And it's about security as opposed to some innate quality, an inalienable characteristic. That's what it is.
Transfer portal news, Drew Pine to Arizona State.
Now, you want to talk about a transfer portal move that did not make much sense to me. And if anybody in the chat has more knowledge on this than me, please. Paul Tyson going from Arizona State to Clemson. That one was odd to me.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up earlier and totally forgot about that. Yeah, I did not see that one coming as opposed to some other things that I did not see coming this year or this day as well. So,
yeah,
I'll tell you the biggest transfer portal shocker that I think so far this cycle is Cade McNamara to Iowa. I think that is shockingly an underrated pickup in the transfer portal.
True. I mean, he's going to be the guy at Iowa, and they could maybe change and actually throw the ball down the field. Maybe.
Oh my gosh, he is. I definitely think with them picking up Cade McNamara, that's them trying to change their offensive philosophy, because I think they'll utilize Cade McNamara to throw the ball downfield.
Yeah, guys, it's not a like hire fire type of deal. Like I see a bunch of people like wanting to. It's. I mean, you're going to lose out on some recruits. Like, you have to continue to establish your foundation at Oklahoma. He's almost through his full official cycle number 1 year at OU. So
give him time.
Yeah.
And I know it's not a popular answer, but it's the correct one. Give him time.
Yeah. Hey, Hank, 247 has been really delayed today in getting those rankings updated.
I think they're at number 8 now.
Yeah, OU is number 8. So I've actually been keeping track of the teams I want to keep track of. But yeah, Oklahoma would be number 8 right now. They're just kind of delayed getting some of these updated because there's so much happening.
Well, hey, 247 doesn't know what they're talking about. So why even,
Yeah, 247 doesn't know what they're talking about. Hey, you know what? Ron here in the chat thinks that Patty
Gasso.
Maybe. Yeah, Patty Gasso. Bring her on stuff. Make her head coach.
Yeah, there you go.
She did it in softball. She can do it in football too.
Might as well.
1 sec.
I'm not gonna lie, I would low key love to see Patty Gasso coach like one of
Hey,
our.
dude, I would love to see her like as a celebrity coach in like the spring game.
Dude, that would be so awesome.
That'd be sick. Her call a couple plays.
Sin, this is exactly the point.
Softball game.
This is exactly the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yep.
We're sitting here having this conversation as if Oklahoma is coming off of a typical Oklahoma season where they were 10-2. They're 6-6 with a top 10 recruiting class.
No doubt.
Cody, he has Texas. He committed to Texas.
Yep. Just probably about 10 minutes ago or so.
Yeah. Hey, and it's because OU sucks, and we've fallen off a cliff. Lincoln Riley left us, kicked us down in the mud, buried us in the ground.
We got no chance moving forward.
Yep. I know. We're just our program's dead.
Yep. It's like Alabama, falling off the wagon.
Y'all aren't gonna let me live that one down.
Never.
Not in the list, at least till Nick Saban retires.
Never. I wouldn't be doing my job if I let you live that down. But in fairness, there's going to be plenty I'm wrong on, and I expect you not to let me live it down. That's just how this goes. And it's just like this right here, Ron. Here's what I'll say, Ron. I disagree wholeheartedly with this right here. But if in the event I'm wrong, and now granted, I think we have different sample sizes. I say give them some time. But if they give them time, and if I'm wrong, you come right back here, and I'll tell you I was wrong. I'll find the reasons why I was wrong and try and learn from it, because that's all you can do. But so far, I think it's just early to be like, oh, everything's burning, everything's falling.
Yeah, it's not Chicken Little yet. So not Chicken Little yet.
You're
oh my gosh, I'm going and I'm pulling that meme and I'm going to tweet it out right now.
Your front office and your administration didn't launch a coup against your head coach, so could be worse.
No doubt.
For anyone wondering, Travis Hunter is at 90K, 10,000 more.
Is he really at 90K? Oh my god!
He was just at like what 70?
He moved 70. He was at 79 when I made that announcement. So he's moved over 11,000.
Travis Hunter, can you come over here and help us out, man? Jeez almighty, that's amazing. That's some influence right there. Yeah, we're currently at 7th.
Ron, that's exactly what I just said. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. James says, I think I'm done following recruits as closely as I did this year, especially with NIL in play. I hear you, man. For me, it's still obsessive. That's what makes this so awesome.
Each his own, but we're still gonna keep it going.
But Ron, I might have been a little bit mush mouth and my points mashed, but no, I hear you. We'll revisit the topic in a few years once I think Brent has been given the adequate time. And if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. It is.
Hey, and if we're wrong, I'll certainly be the first to admit it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the one that's going to be like, well, hey, this, that, and the other and all that. Hey, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't. So.
Georgia tight end Eric Gilbert, a former 5-star, enters the transfer portal.
That's not surprising.
Not surprising.
OU needs a tight end.
Huh?
OU needs another tight end.
No.
The secret.
Stog and Caden Helms, Llewellyn. Another veteran would be good. Another guy to come in. You really need 4 guys probably. Yeah. Wouldn't hurt. And does he play interior D line?
Probably. I don't know. Interior D line. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's transferring. That tight end room for Georgia is nuts.
That's
it's nuts.
It's like basketball.
Solomon Davis committed to Oregon. That's another commitment for Oregon.
So here's the question, guys. Here's the big question. I need to hear from you two. I need to hear from chat. Who's won the day so far?
Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Who's won the day? So I don't think Oregon's the wrong answer at all.
It's not
at all.
No, the day. Certainly, Oregon is up there. You couldn't go wrong with that answer.
Bama.
I mean, you have to look at Bama being the number 1 class, kind of cementing that because people were thinking, hey, can anybody catch them? at the end of the day. Looks like they're gonna finish up there. Miami's another one that you could probably say, hey, wow. Texas, certainly. I hate to say it, but
I can give you guys one that nobody's that I guarantee you won't say.
Colorado,
Oklahoma.
What you got?
Oklahoma.
Okay.
Because now we know the direction that we need to take in the transfer portal, and the staff has a clear cut.
I suppose in a roundabout way, yeah.
Because when you think about it, you're sitting on the.
But that just means you have more work. Oregon and Georgia and Alabama, they're sitting there looking at this recruiting class, and they're like, man, our work is damn near done.
Colorado got him a QB officially 5 minutes ago.
Who?
Sanders committed.
Oh, I thought there was another one. I was about to say, wait, they got another one? That's wild. That's awesome.
Yeah, DJ Uiagalelei too. Did you not hear that?
That'd be wild. So what's the news? Is Uiagalelei still to Hawaii, or what's up with that?
I don't know. It's just one guy that has put in a crystal ball for him to go to Hawaii. I thought if Bo Nix didn't come back,
wait,
Blake, I love how you got to call me an idiot for that. No,
yeah,
seriously.
but that's not 0 for 3 because Peyton Bowen was not committed to Oklahoma. He was committed to Notre Dame.
I think he meant like in battles today.
Oh, okay, sure.
Here's my deal, Blake. Here's my deal. When you're having to wait on a 5-star safety to make his commitment, and you're waiting on the talent of Akana, then it's a win because now even though you lost those two guys, you now have a clear-cut direction in the transfer portal, and now maybe higher-end transfer portal guys are going to give you a better look now because now they assume that with all those other guys coming that there's not that there's a position that they can come fill right away, if that makes sense.
Hank said every verbal was honored. Yeah.
And who else did OU lose outside of Bowen and Akana? Because we got Marcus Strong, so I don't know where we're 0-3 today.
Yeah, well, I don't count Bowen because he was not committed or verbal to OU. He would have been a flip for us.
Yeah, here's the deal.
I don't think OU won today.
No. I certainly would not put us even in the top 10.
I mean, when you look at it, instead of bringing in recruits that aren't going to be able to play next year, you're going to be able to bring in guys that are actually going to be able to come in and make an impact.
No, I get your thinking. That's a great way to think. I get your logic to that, and certainly yes, in a way, you could see it as a moving a piece to hey, we know where to go in the future. We know exactly the path we have to take now. So yeah, certainly that's not a bad take at all.
But here's the question. Here's where I disagree. I can give that take to any school today. Sure. I can give that take to Oregon. So if we're giving that take to Oklahoma, that take can be given to anybody because now I could say Alabama knows exactly where they need to focus in the transfer portal, but they did so while signing 5 stars, right? But now they know exactly where they're going in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
So that take applies to everybody. So it's not unique to Oklahoma. Everybody has a clear indication of where they need. The fact is that Oklahoma now has to do more work.
And I'm not trying to stir up any rumors or controversy or anything, but as of 45 minutes ago or something like that, Peyton Bowen signed, but Oregon does not have his papers yet.
So Blake just commented and said Bowen signed. I don't know if
he signed the paper, but he has not sent in his paperwork to Oregon yet. And it could have changed. Obviously, it changes within a matter of minutes, but yeah. I'm not saying that he's going to do anything. Maybe they're just, the freaking fax machine broke down or, they lost internet or Wi-Fi, whatever the case is. But, that's just something to throw out there. And he could have already done it by the
man. Wouldn't that be a 30 for 30 if Jackson Arnold calls Peyton Bowen and is like, "What the hell, dude?" and convinces him to send in papers for Oklahoma? That'd be 30 for 30 right there. Even though it's not going to happen, but
no, he's going to go to Oregon, I'm sure. Hey, what was the recruit a couple of years ago that mom was sitting at the table?
Copeland.
Yeah, and she took his papers and held them hostage.
Yeah, I think it was Copeland.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There goes Copeland.
I'm not giving hope to Peyton Bowen at all, Blake. Not at all. But I'm just telling you that's what's happening right now.
Wait, Oregon just got
JT. I can pick out losers in the chat too. It's all of those sex bots that are posting.
Who? Oregon just flipped someone else?
What?
Oh my God. Dan Lanning. Jeez Louise, my guy.
Okay, so
take a day off.
Right?
Goodness
Yep.
gracious.
Yeah, they just got it's
Stevens.
Jaden Lamar. It's Jaden Lamar, the guy I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, out of Lake Stevens.
Was he a Notre Dame commit?
Yeah, Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame. My goodness. You want to know who a loser is? It's not Oklahoma. The loser of today, I'm sorry, it's not Oklahoma. JT, I do agree with you. I disagree with PG. I can't put Oklahoma as a winner, but I won't say they're the loser of the day. Notre Dame, you lost a 5-star safety. Earlier, a few months ago, you lost a 5-star edge, and now you lost a running back.
They are the loser of this cycle. Like, look at how much
tough.
they had and lost. Like, that's why, like, I see all these kids committing to Notre Dame at 24 and 25, and I'm just like, yeah, let's see what that looks like at the end of this cycle. Because, like, they were talking about CJ Carr for 24 committed to Notre Dame and how Michigan lost out on it on 247 today. And I was just like, yeah, well, let's see if that sticks.
Cameron, I don't know who you're talking about. Kansas owned y'all. I don't think anybody on the panel is a Texas fan. Zach says over under on how many Oregon. I don't know what that roster looks like. I really need to dive in to see how much they needed. Because depending on what that roster looks like, maybe not much. But who knows what the age we're in.
Do you think Ty Simpson or whoever that quarterback is out there hits the portal?
Ty Thompson?
Ty Thompson, yeah.
Maybe. Because I haven't heard of him being that guy over there. Yeah. And maybe that changes.
Because they got Dante Moore coming in. Bo Nix is going to be there another year. I would think we'd see him hit the portal.
And this is the thing, Matt. I think OU has had a disappointing day, but I can't say because I think JT makes a great point. JT Rhodes. None of those guys were committed to Oklahoma. So I think we could look at some places that had just as many recruiting battles that they were in today that did not get everybody.
Wow.
C. Clear says you just lost to some.
Sides ended up flipping his commitment and signed with North Texas football.
Wow.
Staying home.
Clear, what did I say that would have angered you as a Texas fan? I don't know why. He just says you lost a subscriber, bro. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know. Listen, you know how many subscribers I've lost because I don't call Deion Sanders Coach Prime?
Clear, what trash did I talk about your okay. I was like, oh man. No, I'm just no, you're good, Clear. You're good. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't say anything that was like misinterpreted. Right? Like that because I know how I am. I can start talking quickly and I know that some things can bleed together. So
hey, we're a new channel. We only got 23 subscribers. So, hey,
go over and subscribe to Drew. Drew, where can they hit that subscribe button at?
We are the Under Official Review podcast. I'll put it in the chat here.
I don't think it'll work if you put it in the chat. I think Ty has to drop it in the chat.
Okay.
Here, I'll send it over to Ty.
Yeah. So if you guys would do that, we're going to try to do a signing day recap the whole week here at the end of the week here coming up. I'm actually headed to thanks, Matt. You're like one of our loyal listeners. You're always in the chat with us when we do our lives and stuff like that.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Me and Baker Mayfield. Yeah. Guys, I am not a Baker Mayfield hater. I'm a realist. Baker Mayfield realist.
Thomas, look, I think Sonny Dykes has had a great year. I think we can't be anything but impressed and complimentary of Sonny Dykes. But once again, I just don't think that you move on from Brent Venables this quickly.
It's not a quick fix. Like,
yeah.
You could bring it's not a quick fix.
Comment on the card. Yes.
I see. Okay, guys, and I don't understand this. What is the big deal about not? Because I'm pretty sure I would like to hear this too. What is the big deal about not calling Deion Sanders Coach Prime? Because his name's Deion Sanders.
Well, it's just the same as this right here. If my name was Tyler and I was like, "Hey, man, I'm Ty," right? It takes no effort for you to call me Ty, even though my name is Tyler. I knew a guy in my class whose name was Robert. Everyone called him Hud. So it's the same thing. It takes no effort. Just someone prefers to be called
Has
something.
he came out and said, "Call me Coach Prime," or is it
yeah?
Just people's
Oh
preference?
no! It was a whole big deal where a reporter was like, "Okay, Deion," and he's like, "No, if you're going to talk to me, you're going to call me Coach Sanders. You're going to call me Coach Prime." And the reporter went, "Okay, Deion," and like kept saying it like that. And it was a whole ordeal. It made it onto ESPN.
Interesting. Yes, he did not know that.
Yeah. So I don't know. The way I've looked at it is I get it. But to me, it's as simple as like if their name is, like I said, if my name was Tyler, but everyone wanted me to be called, my name was Tyler, but I introduced myself as Ty, I just think it's along the same logical lines where.
Yeah. Well, like my real name is Andrew.
Yeah, I'll call you Drew because that's what you introduced yourself as. So that's what I'm gonna call you.
Yeah, or my other profile, Cold Money, whatever you want to call me. So
Cold Money.
I'm not gonna call you Cold Money.
Yeah, please respectfully call me Coach Cold Money.
And I don't think it's a.
In fairness, RP. In fairness, RP, I do call when I'm talking about Coach Saban, I'll say, "Oh, and Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide," because when Nick Saban was asked that question, he said, "You can call me Nick Saban."
Yep.
But this is the thing. Yep. It's a
Coach
personal
Saban,
thing.
Yeah, or he doesn't. He is worried about winning championships and developing kids. He could care less if you call him, a-hole. Like he really doesn't care. Like
but everybody has things that are different, and it's just about respecting what everybody would like. Right. And that's as simple as it is to me. I said this story about a recruit the other day, and I think the logic carries over to this right here. There was a 5-star offensive lineman who had committed to Alabama, who whenever he committed, he got up and went to give Nick Saban a hug. Nick Saban stuck his hand out and shook his hand.
Yeah.
Kid ended up decommitting from Alabama, and he said, like, "Hey, I expected a hug. Like that's something I grew up with, is that kind of personal aspect in these relationships that was important to me. If you're going to be leaving your home, those little details might matter. So if someone wishes to be called something, I mean, it's no skin off my back to say it."
Well, and that's why I asked here while we were live, because I usually don't do those videos live.
Oh,
but I was curious why
I misunderstood. RP, that's my fault. All good.
But that's why I asked, because I had no idea why you guys kept harping on the. Coach
he
Prime
did.
thing.
There was a reporter that just kept jabbing at him and just being disrespectful, pretty much.
The reporter was just being abrasive for the sake of being abrasive. I don't know what he was thinking.
It was like it's like Barry Trammell and Russell Westbrook.
I never understood what the reporter was doing there. It's just like, dude, do you realize that you, in your job, you'll get further if you just don't be a jerk? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Just don't be a jerk. Like, that's a life lesson for everybody. Just don't be a jerk.
No, Dundee says nobody should call him Coach Prime. That's embarrassing. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like I said, man, if your name was Robert, but you wanted to be called Blake, all right, I'd call you Blake. Your name's Robert, but it's if you want to be called Blake, it's no skin off my back. It takes me no extra effort to call you whatever you'd like to be called. He's a coach.
Yeah, I thought it. I'm going to be honest. I thought it was just a fan preference thing. I thought it was the fans were just wanting him to be called Coach Prime.
Hey, Blake, if you're gonna call us a softball team or a softball school, hey, you got to call us a gymnastics school as well, golf.
Okay, but y'all are a softball school.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, you're missing some other championships. You're missing other championships in there, gymnastics, stuff like that. So,
Thomas, here we go. Because I think this is a good conversation, right? This is the part I love, Thomas, because I don't think you're 100% off base with being dejected with Oklahoma. I think that you and I have differences on the time frame and the expectations laid forth, but that's why the conversation is necessary. And this is how we further the conversation. Can y'all explain what we should be optimistic about from a coaching standpoint at OU? I'm going to pass it to the OU guys to talk to you, because I could tell you what I think, but I'm from the outside looking in.
Yeah, well,
I can't give you a fan's perspective.
One thing is just what Ty even said earlier. Especially coming off of a disappointing 6-6 year, you still have a top 10 recruiting class. You're still getting people, players, all that stuff in the boat with you. There's still a vision. There's still things to be had. I mean, yes, we had a pretty good offense. We had some things not go our way this year, but you have to, just like with any program, you have to let those guys come in, clean house, sort it out, get it in order, everything you want to do, and go from there. You have to hit the reset button. And not many first-year coaches had to inherit what Brent Venables had to inherit. Yes, there was talent on the roster, all that stuff, but when you have a complete overhaul of scheme, playbook, all that stuff, culture, vision, everything like that, it's a complete, hey, wipe the slate clean. Here's what we're going to do. And you have to install that within a matter of months, and then guys are learning through the season. It's trial by fire. And you didn't start figuring out, who was who until towards the end of the year. Yeah, we had some bumps in the road, obviously some games that we should have won, stuff like that. Guys are in roles that they haven't been in. Obviously Brent Venables, first-year head coach. Some guys that were not full-time position coaches, especially on the defensive side, when you had, some guys, and everybody's kind of figuring each other out. But there's a lot of positives. There is the structure, the culture, the recruiting classes, the guys that we're doing, the infrastructure that we're building that a lot of people don't see. I mentioned Thad Turnipseed earlier. Joe Castiglione is still one of the best athletic directors in the country. Facilities, there's things in place to to see this thing move forward. Now, what does that look like? I'm not going to make predictions. I'm not going to say Oklahoma's going to go out and win 10 games next year, but there's still a lot of talent. There's a lot of developing still to be had, strength and conditioning, all that stuff that guys are learning how to, guys that were here that knew one certain thing, that had to take a reset. Some of these older guys were like, all right, cool. We're bought in, but they understand they're only going to be there for a year or so. And it's up to these younger guys and some of these, younger players to, keep this thing moving forward. Yeah, there's going to be some changes. There's going to be some tweaks, different stuff like that. But there's a lot of things to be excited about if you're an Oklahoma Sooner. And I'm still on the boat that Brent Venables was the right hire. And until things, you start seeing a pattern of, inconsistencies, just not winning, just not, stuff like that. That's when you start really raising the red flag and start really thinking about things like that. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think we expected a 6-6 year, but at the same time, you would be naive to think that you were just going to come in and go undefeated and back to the playoffs and go. So a lot of things to be, certainly still excited about.
PG, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the coaching side of things. When I look at it and I look at specifically, again, the strength and conditioning, when they got Smitty at Texas A&M, it took them a year to get that together. And I think people really forget that. Like, it's getting your body conditioned to play this sport. It's not a quick task. There's a reason why you see freshmen sit out almost a whole year a lot of the time, because it takes time to be able to put the weight on and develop your bodies to be able to go out there and play the ball or play the game the way they want you to. And then again, implementing a new scheme. I think it's one thing to implement a new scheme on one side of the ball because one side can mask the other. But for OU's case, they had to do it on both sides of the ball, which that's not easy to do. And ultimately, this is the result, And, I think the staff made some mistakes along the way. One, I think Jeff Levy announcing that Dylan Gabriel was like the starter from day one instead of, you know, having an open competition to be able to allow more quarterbacks to come in and be able to have a better talent in that room. You know, I think that was, you know, but so they made it, you know, they had problems and, you know, they're going to correct those. They're going to learn from their mistakes. You know, that's one thing I saw with the staff, right? That's encouraging. Throughout the season, they adapted. They adapted throughout the season. Whether you realize it or not, they did.
Yeah,
and I'm feeling they'll adapt here.
That's one of the complaints we are having from people in the chat. Frank says, I hear you, but Dykes has proved it can be done. Perception is reality, unfortunately. I believe BV will turn it around, but the Fairweather fan will think otherwise. And some of the people commenting about a lack of development throughout the year. I don't know if I could say there was a regression, Blake, because that Oklahoma defense was bad. Right after the Nebraska game, like, it was not good. And I thought that they certainly tightened some things up. I'm obviously not sitting here telling you, Blake, that they fixed everything in a year. I'd be lying to you. I'm not going to do that. But they did tighten some things up. Offensively, I've got nothing for you. I'm going to be straight up. I've got nothing for you offensively. Nothing.
I think it's just it's going to take you some time to, like you said, like PG said, you know, you're learning a new scheme, getting guys in there, setting a foundation for that. And certainly signing Jackson Arnold is huge because now you have your future at quarterback, you know, stuff like that. You're solidifying the positions that you need to solidify. And, you know, I will be really encouraged if we start getting some big time interior defensive linemen, stuff like that this staff had gotten previously at Clemson, you know, things like that will get you encouraged. But to compare Sonny Dykes to the situation at Oklahoma, I get the comparison, first year head coach, but Sonny Dykes was not a first year head coach. He knows how to do this. He inherited, I think, a far better culture situation at TCU than Venables had to at Oklahoma. And the transfer portal did not hit TCU nearly as hard as it did Oklahoma. And if Caleb Williams was still at Oklahoma, this would be a different story. Obviously, players make plays, and they help you a ton. And if we would have had some of those guys, again, not making excuses, but just looking at the bigger picture of things, you know, you keep some of those guys in, maybe some guys that come back, situations like that could have been a far easier transition for Venables and the staff. But, hey, you get the hand you were dealt, and we did, 6-6, you know, chance to go get some momentum in the bowl game and then move into the offseason and, you know, continue to mold this thing into what we think it should be moving into the SEC. So
the SEC is, I think, what gets a lot of Sooner fans like in an
absolutely
area of pause, because, you know, we had Thomas say worried about becoming Missouri. But Thomas, here's what I mean, this isn't going to help because obviously like Missouri now, but when Missouri got to the SEC in 2013, 2014, they played in the SEC championship game. Now, obviously, now we have to talk about which institution is better institutionally, and I think Oklahoma gets the nod there. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, Thomas. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen with Oklahoma. You have a lot to build on before the SEC.
Absolutely.
But it, you know,
but it gives you time, and that's something that Brent Venables and his staff hopefully have enough of before they transition there. You've got, you know, probably 2 years, as this may be the last year, 23, and then into 24, it'll probably be their first year in the SEC. So, I mean, hey, your guess is as good as mine at this point. Again, I'm not one to future cast and gaze into the future, but at the same time, I'm more of a process guy and seeing things as they happen.
Yes, that is Dogecoin he's holding.
Yes, it is a Shiba Inu. So,
hey, no cussing.
That's a dog stream now. We got the Shiba over there. Maya is just passed out.
And I don't have any pets, so
I said her name and her ears just.
Well, Drew, you should definitely go get you a Shiba. They're definitely like a cat. They're very.
I have a hard enough time feeding myself, so.
Yeah,
human food isn't expensive enough, so.
Honestly,
yeah, it's
my dog eats better than I do.
cussing in Korean. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
My dog eats better than I do. That's probably a fact. Yeah.
Hey, but listen, chat. Do you guys want to take a guess at who my dog's name is?
Is it Boomer?
Oh, yeah, there you go. See,
I was gonna say, Sam Bradford or something like that.
I'm not gonna lie. I have thought about getting a second Shiba and getting the Sooner. So
that's
Boomer
not cliche at all.
So,
all right.
Talking some of these comments, Brent asks, do you honestly think that Coach Bill O'Brien is going to be fired after the Sugar Bowl? I don't think he's going to be fired, Brent, because I don't think he's going to be re-signed. My understanding is that his contract expires after that game, and I just don't think he's going to be re-signed.
Now, if Ty had his way, he would just fire him. But
yeah, well, if Ty had his way, he would just. I mean, what's going to happen here is Nick Saban is just going to retire, and then Bill O'Brien is just going to go to the head of the table. So
don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. My cholesterol and blood pressure is just like spiking. Even Maya's up, and she's all beside her. Yeah,
She's like, Dad. She's like, is somebody talking bad about?
She's like, who's taking over Alabama?
Like what?
No, I just I think they part ways. I think it was always a 2-year thing. It is what it is. Jance, man, where are you?
Yeah, why isn't Jansen here?
That's what I'm saying, man. I sent you the link. Where are you? Come on, I've been the lone Alabama fan trying to sing.
What do I need to stop doing?
Oh, he's saying for you to stop messing with me about Bill O'Brien.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, because Jance is a Bama fan.
Hurting too. Yeah, Jance is probably hurting too. But
Jance is a Bama fan as well, so we always get.
Hey, let me ask you this. Serious question, and Jance, you can answer this too in the comments. As Alabama fans, when do you see the end, or is the end near? What do you see? How long do you foresee Nick Saban being at Alabama, and what kind of transition do you hope for or expect?
Oh, God,
I know that's a tough question right now, and you don't want to think about it, but I mean, it's
So here's the thing. I think Saban. Saban, even when he talks about it, he and Miss Terry have even made comments about like, what in the world would I do at home? Because Saban is such a. So I think 5 years is me thinking like, okay, I'd love to see him for 5 more years. We do have to acknowledge he's getting up there in age, but he's in very good shape for his age.
Hey, he can still hit the heck out of a golf ball.
He can still hit a golf ball. And did you see that spring game? Not this past, maybe it was this past spring game, but I thought it was the one before. There was an interception or something, and Saban ran in the middle of the play, and everybody had to run around him. Like he was running. So we have 3 to 5, 3 more, maximum 4. So I say 5, and that's, me being
and then
Alabama
okay,
fan.
So now we're talking he's probably going to retire, do that whole thing. Where do you think the direction of the program?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Because here's the thing, man. You have to be insane to take that job.
Yeah, that's what the next question I was going to ask is who would be willing enough to step up to that gauntlet.
I don't think Dabo. I don't think so. And Dabo's a great coach. When I say this, make no mistake, I'm not trying to say Dabo is not a great coach. He obviously is. I worry because Dabo seems a little bit house money. This is why I brought up Miss Terry when his wife says stop. And his wife, they're so involved, both of them, with the University of Alabama.
And that's the reason why he did not go to Texas.
Yeah.
Miss Terry said, nah. That and the money situation, and he knew that the boosters were unrelenting, and he was never going to get to fully do his thing.
I'll tell you one of my favorite Coach Saban stories before I answer this is whenever he was hired at Alabama, he's in the plane, and they're sitting there, and Saban looks at the guy who is sent to go get him, and he says, "Do you think you just hired the best head coach for Alabama?" And the guy's thinking, and he thought to himself, well, for all the money I spent, I hope so. Right? For all the money Alabama has spent, we certainly hope so. And whenever he said, yes, coach, we're very confident that we signed the best coach for the University of Alabama. He said in this book I was reading, it said Saban went quiet, looked out the window of the jet, and had one leg on top of the other, and then looked back and said, well, I'm glad, but I'm nothing without my players. So that's where we have to start first.
No doubt.
Saban has a rep for being this, for lack of a better word, a hard ass. But if you really listen to a lot of what Saban says, if you really listen to the rants, there's a lot there. I think my favorite Nick Saban rant ever is the Musim Muhammad rant, where he was talking about the player he had at Michigan State that everybody told him to throw off the team, but he didn't. Yep. He kept him there because he was like, what do you want me to do with him? Yep. The kid is here to get an education. He messed up. He's 19 years old, and you want me to put him back in a disadvantageous situation? That's not being a good mentor.
Well, he said to do what?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he then went on to talk about how, like, Musim Muhammad ended up going from Michigan State. He played multiple years in the NFL. He's got kids that are incredibly successful. And guys, would you know who his son is? Moose Muhammad plays for Texas A&M, and he is unbelievable. Yeah, he's great.
Well, those are stories that often go unseen or unnoticed because, asking that, what would be the alternative? Absolutely. My favorite one's probably the Coke deal where he's like, hey, I'll just talk to this Coke right here,
I know. One of my other favorite ones is whenever he was an assistant, he went on a recruiting trip and he was telling the guys that for another institution he was recruiting against. And it was about to be the start of spring ball, right? Start of some scrimmages. They knew they had to get back to the institutions, but they were doing their little visits. And they're all sitting there at this diner before they're all about to head their separate ways. And Nick Saban's like, oh, well, I'm going to leave from here and I'm going to go check out this kid. Nobody knows about him, but he is a dude right across the street over here. I can't wait to see him. Well, the other coaches that were sitting there, they're like, I'm not going to let Saban be the guy, right? Because then I have to go back to mine. And I'm pretty sure, regardless, all these assistant coaches that Saban was eating breakfast with, they show up at this school only to find out that Saban made up some recruit that never even existed just to get them to waste their time and go somewhere else. And Saban drove right back to the college laughing the whole way. Saban is a treasure. He really is. He really is.
Yeah.
So who would take him over? I don't know, man. I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't. Because the expectations. Look, Oklahoma fans, you want to know the perfect gauge of this conversation, Drew? We're here. We're right here. Look at the expectations for Oklahoma fans. Now imagine OU, y'all are in the run that Alabama's in right now. Now imagine the expectations Alabama fans have. Bama had 2 losses this year, and if you turn on ESPN, you'd be convinced that the dynasty is done, dead in the water, never to return. That is the expectations. 2 losses, and they will say it's done. There's not another institution in the nation that has those sorts of expectations. Somebody's got to take that. That's tough. That's tough. Man, it's going to be an unbelievable moment in college football, truly.
No doubt.
Says, I don't know why, but I just see Kiffin taking that job. He could, man. I'm not going to say no to anybody.
Yeah, it's one of those things where that's a hard, probably the toughest act to follow
the toughest act to follow. Yeah. And in fairness, Denson, I will give you this. Kiffin has got that kind of crazy moxie to him to where I could see him being like, I'll do it. I'll follow in his footsteps because that's the type of personality Kiffin has. Right. Yes. Okie. Exactly this. Saban is the master manipulator. He is the master psychologist. Truly, he is. And Okie, they do a lot of psychology work at Alabama on the players and stuff. They have been ahead of the curve in the sports science for a while. This is a great comment. Okie, I love this. If I could pin it, I would have it here all day. He says Saban calls out A&M for NIL, then proceeds to get most NIL money from Bama boosters after that comment. Who did he say it to? He said it to the boosters. That comment wasn't ever meant to go viral. That comment was meant to tell the boosters, hey, I might be Nick Saban, but we're getting our butts kicked in recruiting right now because we need money. Cough it up. We need more NIL money. it went viral, and it only proved how serious he was. He's the master tactician.
Hank, that's a good point. Similar to Switzer when he left, but
True.
Totally different terms though.
It'll be Dabo. I just don't think so. Dundee's, because Alabama needs a coach that's going to be a bit more progressive, and Dabo seems to hesitate on some of these changes in college football. And by the time Saban retires, who knows what more changes we're going to have?
It's probably going to be like, Jeremy Pruitt's probably going to be the guy who's going to go back to Alabama.
Now, I'll tell you what, if you want me, if we could somehow get Jeremy Pruitt as a defensive coordinator and like Garrett Riley as an offensive coordinator, my word. Oh, technical, we're here. This is the thing y'all don't get, right? And I think Drew, they've learned this about me. If I'm not recording, I'm watching football. If I'm not watching football, I'm probably being dragged around running errands, because that way I can afford myself more time to talk about football or watch football.
Yeah, he got it all out of the way the last couple of days so that he could be here for 5 hours and 13 minutes.
Yep. And I could go for another 5 hours. This is easy money.
Yeah.
This is just fun, man. I love talking to y'all, having these conversations about college football. This is what being a fan is all about.
No doubt.
And what better day to do it on National Signing Day? Now, seems like some of the commitments coming in have cooled down. Let's see what we've missed. There's some various conversations. Let's see. Alex, too true, my man. Too true. Too true. Everything is calculated with Saban. Everything.
Yep.
So we got some transfer portal news. Cal quarterback Jack Plummer is entered the transfer portal. Okay.
Right on.
So we got Hayes Fawcett really visualizing for us what Oregon did today. All Coach Lanning and company did today was commit from a 5-star and Mateo Uiagalelei, flip a 5-star and Peyton Bowen, flip a 4-star from Baylor, flip a 4-star from LSU, flip a 4-star from Notre Dame. I mean, y'all want to know who the real loser of today is, in my opinion? It is Notre Dame. It is Notre Dame, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would agree.
Notre Dame was the number 1 recruiting class in the nation this year at one point. If I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong, guys? Was that last year?
No, they were up there. I don't know about exactly where, but they were pretty. They had some guys that you know, if they would have signed, would have ended up with a definitely a top 3 class.
I know that at one point I looked and Bama was at like 10 commitments and Notre Dame was already like at 20. I mean, they were putting in work.
Texas Tech was also at number 1 too at one point.
No doubt. No doubt. True. Very good point. Very good point. But suffice to say, now they're not even in the top 10.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're not even in the top 10.
It just goes to show you that things can change on a dime, you know.
Technical, are you a Notre Dame fan? Look, man, I have so much love and respect for Notre Dame, but oh no, they are a top 10. They're at number 8. I'm just dyslexic. I told y'all that earlier, so you can't be mad at me. You can be mad at me. I barely function most days. So I still, though, if we look at Notre Dame, they lost 5-star Keon Keeley, 5-star Peyton Bowen. They lost the 4-star running back Jaden Lamar. That's a wild period for Notre Dame. Wild. And still, now I'm even more impressed because they are a top 10 class. I told y'all wrong. So redo that. Top 10 class for Notre Dame, and they still lost all that.
Yep.
So technical, I maintain that I think y'all lost today, but you're still have an incredibly impressive class that you can lose all that and still have a top 10 class. That's wild. That is wild. And Marcus Freeman, technical, talk to me about your thoughts with Freeman. I think that he is.
I would be interested to hear Notre Dame fans, because it was like OU fans are with Venables to a certain extent. You know, really good momentum. He was the defensive coordinator, great hire. I mean, it was the top notch, you know, hire. Everybody wanted him, and now it seems to be cooling off a little bit. But yeah, I would be interested to see how Notre Dame fans are feeling now about Marcus Freeman for sure.
Yeah, I like
Thomas David Hicks Under Armour All-American game.
And technician, these sometimes happen. Sometimes those happen. I did not know that. So, but
Sure,
that does
that's
happen.
I'm not a Notre Dame fan at all. That's why I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts. It seemed, like I said, it seemed to be the popular pick and everything for everybody in South Bend. But that's why it's good. That's why I love talking college football, because I hear and nationally, because I get so much feedback from other fan bases.
Absolutely, I learned so much from other fans.
Yeah,
right.
I love it.
So yeah, I like Freeman. I like Freeman a lot.
I do. I still like him. I still think he can do a really good job up there. But again, you were following the winningest coach in Notre Dame history. Obviously didn't win a championship, but won a lot of games there at Notre Dame. And then now you're trying to put your stamp on a big time program. So not easy.
Yeah, not easy at all. And look, Marcus Freeman is a guy, and technical, you can back me up here because I don't know how much it was publicized. But that guy was being courted by everyone for defensive coordinator. Everyone.
Yep.
Technical, am I right or am I right? Right there. That Marcus Freeman was he had everybody in his DMs being like, hey, what will it take to lift you from Notre Dame and come be a defensive coordinator here? He is a name to keep up with. So I do agree. He even converted to Catholicism. Little note about me, technical. I went to a Catholic school from kindergarten to 8th grade. So I was very inundated in theocracy and Catholicism and all of that.
So national recruiting analyst for Rivals, Nick Harris.
I love Nick.
Developing story as of 4:00 Central, Oregon has not received a letter of intent from 5-star safety Peyton Bowen. So a source says there's still conversations happening behind the scenes. So just, hey, look right here, tweet. I'm just passing along the information. That's all I know. That's all I'm doing is a conduit. So
and Nick's a good guy, man. He's I think he's the youngest national recruiting analyst in the game.
Just passing along information, not speculating or anything like that. Just reading what I've read on the Twitter. So
wow. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Tad Fernandez says, I know this isn't a Ducks YouTube channel, but I appreciate your guys' content. What are your thoughts of Hicks sticking or flipping to Oregon? Tad, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. If you would have asked me this a week ago, I would have said Oregon's in the running, Oklahoma's in the running, but it'll be tough. You ask me the same question to now, yeah, I could see Hicks flipping to Oregon. There's no doubt about it. Look at the job Dan Lanning has
done. Maybe. We'll see what the new developments are happening, ever changing. So
yeah, even if Peyton Bowen, let's say in a world he goes to Notre Dame or he goes to OU, even if that happens, we can take Peyton Bowen off the board for Oregon, which I'm not saying to do that, guys. I'm giving you a theoretical example. Even if we take Peyton Bowen off the board, they got a commitment from 5-star Mateo Uiagalelei. They flipped 4-star quarterback from Baylor, flipped a 4-star cornerback from LSU, and then flipped a 4-star. So hey, even then, man, what a day for Lanning. Goodness gracious.
Hank said the check bounced. Didn't get that Venmo or Cash App.
What is it, girl? Maya's all up on me.
Drew Brees coaching at Purdue. Yeah, chicken. That's crazy.
Does Evan Stewart transfer is what Ethan says. Now, Ethan, this is one to watch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just going to be very honest. I don't know.
I've heard some conflicting, back and forths.
I have as well.
But, not 100%. I again go to the theory. You never know what these guys are going to do until they do it. So, but I have heard both sides that he's not happy. He's happy. He's going to transfer. He's going to go here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, Jance Sports joins us. Jance, does Evan Stewart transfer? Oh, he might not even know he's in yet. So I'll let him get in here and get situated. But Wilt Fong is talking about it. Thank you, technical. That's the name of the game. And once again, this wouldn't be a thing without you guys in the chat leaving comments to where we can interact. And don't get me wrong, I want to transition and start doing more like live shows where it's more structured, like you'd see on 24/7. But I want to do those extra. I always want to make sure we do at least 1 to 2 streams a week that are very interactive, that allows us as a community to talk.
Yeah. And we're new to the game, so we've been doing a lot of live streams, but we're going to start doing some more videos and stuff like that as well. Just some content to throw out there. But our man, what is up?
What's up? What's up? No, I just
What's
got
going
home
on,
from
man?
work. I just got home. Yeah, man,
so did we.
I just got home from work. Got home from the crib.
We've been at this for about 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I've been watching y'all. I've been going for a minute.
Yeah, technical year round, man. I started doing this January 2021. Really like diving into this as much as I could.
I cleared my sanity, man. I was about to go. Man, let me tell you something. I was about to go insane.
What
work, man. I'm glad that.
What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about your Roll Tide right now?
Yeah, Jance, let's talk about some Bama.
Yeah, it was exactly what I expected. I knew that Q and James were going to be guys those were the first priority guys, and we got them both. So I'm happy about it.
Proctor.
I mean, yeah, Proctor. I mean, but we knew about that. We talked about that a little bit in chat. How that could be a switch. So that wasn't really a surprise there. I just wanted those two dudes there. I heard that Georgia was sneaking up a little bit. I heard Georgia was in the conversation. That was the only school I was really truly worried about. But for the most part, I'm happy that we got those guys. I'm really, really happy that we got those guys. I didn't really expect to get anybody else. So I'm not too surprised that we didn't really get anybody else. I really just
Amari Brown was a 50-50. Ricks is still in the conversation, 50-50. Yeah.
I think Ricks is going. I don't know. I think Ricks is going to LSU. Me personally. Yeah. I just think that the relationship between him and Tavares is just not there compared to what they have compared to the relationship he has with not just with their cornerback coach, but with the rest of the coaching staff there, including Brian Kelly. And I just think he's just a better fit. Me personally, I just see him as a better fit over there at LSU. Even though, hey, Bama, we can use all the cornerback depth we can have right now because we don't have a sure thing.
No, we only have one in the class.
Yeah, exactly. We only got one in the class, and we might have to this might be a forced situation where we might have to look at the portal to try to get some cornerback depth, not necessarily starters, but to try to get some
starters are answered for, but depth 100%.
Yeah. So, man, listen, it's going to be interesting to see moving forward. I really, really like this offensive line class now. I mean, it was already a good class, but you didn't really see any starters, right? You saw project guys that were huge guys. Like these were like 6'5", 6'6" kids that were 330, 40 pounds. Before that, we would kind of get more of the 6'4", 6'5", but like 290, 300 guys. We got a lot. We got the hogs now, man, and that's something that we've been missing. Now you add in another 6'7" prospect and Caden Proctor, who's getting a lot of comparisons to Evan Neal. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on there. I think that for the most part, Evan Neal coming out was a 400.
Let's compare Caden Proctor to Caden Proctor.
Yeah, exactly. Let's compare Caden Proctor to Caden Proctor. But no, for the most part, I really like the direction that we focus a lot more on the trenches. And that's what I like. That's something that we've kind of gone away with over the last couple of years, especially on the defensive line. We haven't really had those huge impactful guys on the defensive line. Hopefully this class can do it. We got two guys and James Smith. James Smith could probably be the one to do it. But I'm excited. I'm excited for this class. I know we got some guys that have not signed yet. I'm expecting them to sign. If not, it is what it is. Ty, this is one of these years where based off what I've seen from what I've seen from last year, this is just kind of one of those years where I just want players that want to play for Alabama, right? We can talk about the stars and the amount of commitments and the records that potentially could be broken.
We need dogs.
Exactly. I want dogs. Listen, you're either going to sign or you're not going to sign, right? If you're not going to sign, good luck to you. But if you are going to sign here, I'm expecting dog. Listen, we can't go through another year that we went through this year. And it's not just the records. Not the fact that we went 10-2. It's the fact that we kept making the same mistakes over and over again, and a lack of accountability. And from these and again, from what we've been hearing so far, from the relationships of the players to the coaches, including the legends, we've constantly had to hear talk nothing but just hard criticism. AJ McCarron, we got players from the 90s.
Bo Scarborough.
Bo Scarborough. He had to go to the University of Alabama himself just to talk to the players and to just see what's going on and to try to inspire them. And just even what he heard, I mean, and the next week, what happened? You gave up over 300 yards on the ground to Auburn. It's just like there's just nothing. Like, we need those dogs there. So the one thing I like about this class is that a lot of these guys got together, and a lot of these guys said, listen, we got to be the ones to bring back the culture, right? Malik Benson has talked about it. A lot of these recruits have
Hurley.
Hurley's talked about it. We got to bring back that culture back to the University of Alabama, because it's just like it's not really there right now, and we got to be the ones to try to start that up again. So from a mentality standpoint, it's looking like it's going to be a special class. Again, words can be said, but now you got to put it into action. I know some of these guys are going to be back. Some of these guys are going to be there during role practice. So I'm excited to see these guys get their first piece of action. But no, man, I'm happy with this class. We can be done here. Again, if we don't get another recruit, I'm happy the way it is. But no, I'm extremely ecstatic and excited to see these guys get on the campus.
I couldn't agree more, man. Couldn't agree more. And I think I love your point so much about the type of guy. I think one of the most telling things with this Alabama class, the class was recruiting. I mean, you look at Richard Young. If any of you are on Twitter, if you followed Richard Young, Alabama's running back, one of the running back commits, he was on Twitter all the time, tweeting at Caden Proctor, like, hey, what's up, Caden Proctor? Like, let's these guys, they are serious.
Yep.
Serious. Now, some interesting conversation to be had about the quarterback position at Alabama. Jance, I'm interested in your thought here. To me, it really depends on the offensive coordinator at Alabama, what that looks like. I think that it's going to be difficult for me to just say, but I think Ty Simpson is someone who will get a real good look this season. Jalen Milroe, I know he didn't have a good game against A&M. I understand that. I don't think we called a scheme that was conducive to success for Jalen Milroe. But yeah, it's wild. I think Ty Simpson might be the guy, though. Jance, what are you thinking?
I think he's going to be the guy too, and I think you're right. It's just more of a developmental standpoint. Bill O'Brien's system has ruined any sort of progression that Jalen Milroe could potentially have. It's just not a scheme it just does not fit his play style. And again, Bill O'Brien just did not do a really good job, even when he was starting, of really setting anything up that can put him in a successful position. And I think that's the difference between coordinators like Brian Dable. That's coordinators like Mike Loxley, coordinators like Steve Sarkisian, those guys in the past. That's the difference between them and Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien is stubborn. Bill O'Brien is one of those guys, one of those coaches that's saying, listen, it's my way or the highway. I don't build offenses around the quarterback, right? The quarterback has to fit my system in order for it to truly work. So, I feel bad for Jalen Milroe because we have, in a way, it's like we set him up for failure. That's why he has to go. Right. And, again, let's be realistic. Both Pete Golding and Bill O'Brien are not going to go. In a fantasy world, that would be amazing. But we all know, for the most part, if anybody's going, it's going to be Bill O'Brien. So whoever we get, hopefully they're not going to be selfish. Hopefully they're going to be guys that can build around the tendencies of the quarterbacks. But Ty Simpson is probably the most ready. If anything, like I said, if God forbid, if Bill O'Brien does, Ty Simpson is going to be the guy, definitely going to be the guy, because that's the reason why he even committed there in the first place, was because of Bill O'Brien and because of the offense that's being ran there. So Ty Simpson would be the most ready quarterback, or the most well-prepared quarterback if Bill O'Brien, for the most part, Bill O'Brien were to stay. If he doesn't stay, Ty Simpson still does have the advantage, only because he has, from a quarterback's perspective, he's more developed. But Jalen Milroe, I've said this, and I'm going to be consistent about this. He, in my opinion, he has the most upside. His arm, for what he can do with his legs. This guy has the most upside if we're just talking about just pure talent and athletic ability. But Simpson is probably the most prepared quarterback right now, and I think he definitely would have the advantage. However, if both these guys are not going to be ready, we're going to have to go to the portal, which I don't want. This year, I don't want kids from the portal, right? I'll take the 2 JUCO kids, and now I'm done. I'm done with transfer portal kids. I don't want another Henry To'oTo'o. I don't want another situation where you bring in a bunch of transfers, and unless we have no choice but to do it. But if we believe in our depth, if we would simply rely on our youth, I would rather just go with that. I am done with the transfer portal. I'm tired of that portal setting back kids to a point where they have to enter themselves to the transfer portal. And now what could have been type of situation if we would have went with this player instead of focusing on a kid from the portal for about a year. So that's just me, but I think it's between Simpson and Milrose now, and I think Simpson has the advantage.
Yeah, and look, the portal has its place, but I think this is a class that Alabama has assembled. I don't know that you need to go into the portal.
No,
I don't. And technical, you're right here. Transfers are a double-edged sword. Transfers are great if you have some recruiting misses. You have a room that's going to be hit by guys leaving to the NFL, guys graduating. You can look at a situation and say, okay, well, there's some guys that could really help us out, and it's not going to negatively impact my team. The thing that the transfer portal you have to weigh, though, is how is it going to affect recruiting? And I think college football as a whole is still figuring this out, weighing the transfer portal with recruiting and which to preface, which to prioritize. At the end of the day, I say prioritize recruiting and get what you can out of the transfer portal. But these are lessons that are being learned on the fly. No doubt about it. Now, we had some people earlier asking about Evan Stewart. I don't know if Ethan is still in here, but I did kind of want to get your opinion on this. What are you thinking about this? Does Evan Stewart transfer? What are you thinking?
I think he stays. I think he stays. I just think for the most part, because of how much he was involved in the offense last year, and especially how he come on late of last year, I haven't really heard anything about negatively between him and the coaches, and this just overall the relationship with the program and the coaching staff and the players. I think he stays. I just feel like for him, like I said, he can, but it's kind of like why in a way go, especially coming up your first year where you had that much of an impact as a freshman. And you're most likely going to have that impact the next year. Now, again, if he, I feel like for the most part, it's all about relationships. If we hear anything that he's had horrible, bad relationships in the past with coaches that are maybe still there, or he just doesn't really believe in the future of the program and how they can develop him, then I think that's when he can move on. But for the most part, a lot of those kids signed there because they didn't sign there because they love A&M and they love the culture. They signed there for they signed there for their own reasons, right? They signed there for their own selfish reasons, whether it's because of maybe we like Jimbo Fisher and how he can develop players, or the NIL maybe. But they didn't sign there for the love of the program and the culture. They signed there for their own personal reasons. And I think Evan Stewart, at least for what he had last year or for this season, I think it's good enough for him to at least stay for about a year.
Jacob says Bowen still hasn't submitted his letter of intent. Is it crazy to say that OU is still in play here? I can't imagine that Notre Dame would still be a thing. In fairness, Jacob, I don't know that OU would have any more of an advantage than Notre Dame if he hasn't submitted his letter of intent. I don't know. I think it's anybody's guess.
Yeah, it's just wild. Like I read the tweet from Nick Harris earlier, and yeah, what does it mean? I don't know. Anybody's guess is as good as mine at this point, So it's a wait and see. It's crazy sometimes. It's not the first time this has happened with a recruit, and it probably won't be the last. But it begs the question, what exactly is going on behind closed doors right now? So,
I at this point, I just go to Oregon. You know what I mean? You've already made the decision. Go to Oregon. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is.
Would even take you back, like just knowing his personality and knowing how he is. Would Venables just be the person to say, you know what? No, like you kind of left. No, I don't want. I don't want you back.
I'd heard that's interesting, but I also have heard this too technical, and I think Drew and I were talking about it earlier. The mom, from everything I've been told, was very, very, very high on Notre Dame. Yeah, I'd heard the same. Raphael says, listening from Halib-Erga, Georgia. Thank you for turning in, man. Appreciate you being here this evening. He said, I think Evan Stewart will go through spring ball. After that, it'll be a transfer or not. Yeah. Guys, this is something we got to realize. There's 2 transfer portal windows. This is just the first. Yeah. The second one is going to be just as wild. Just as wild.
Yeah. You don't like normally Normally, if you don't like what you see around spring practice, you just boom, go. So,
where did PG go? Did he just dip out?
I didn't see him in here.
He's probably making some content. But I agree. Yeah, Jacob says I agree. Go with Oregon. It is what it is, man. It's gonna be wild. It's just, I have no idea what happens. That's the beauty of recruiting, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good rest. Yeah, we're getting some frisky little messages in here. Goodness gracious. Here's something interesting. JP just posted it on Twitter. I want to read it because I think it really summarizes recruiting. This is from an Auburn staff writer on 247. He says, apparently Mitchell will indeed sign with Alabama today and has been committed to them for a while publicly. I've had good relationship with him for a few years now and told him if something changed to let me know. On Monday, he sent me a message that it was Auburn. I called him, got quotes, and had a story prepared about signing with Auburn. I was supposed to meet him at 8:30 this morning to do some photos before his ceremony. Couldn't contact him last night, and now he's back with Alabama. So, yeah, that's recruiting, man. And the Tony Mitchell one, Jance, I think I told you whenever we'd talked before, we'd been asked, who do you think could flip from Alabama? Tony Mitchell was always my answer.
Mm-hmm.
As if we were going to lose somebody, I thought Tony Mitchell, because A&M was really after him. Auburn was really after him. I don't know if you heard the whole ordeal, Jance, and this is interesting, Drew. I don't think I've talked to you about it. Tony Mitchell, had told the staff at Alabama and all the writers for 247 and all that he wasn't going to an event. Well, come to find out, they start posting some pictures and the staff writers at A&M start writing about how, oh yeah, Tony, he's here. Or maybe it was Auburn. It was either Auburn or A&M. He told Alabama's staff and he told all the beat writers for Alabama, I'm not going to this event. And then he showed up there and he was there the whole time. And then whenever the people were asking him, hey, are you at Auburn? He was like, nah. But they were directly writing articles of yeah, Tony Mitchell's standing right here. So recruiting, guys, it is absolutely all over the place.
Yeah, we got to remember, these are kids, man.
Yes. No, and I'm not saying that as a negative on Tony Mitchell. I'm just proving the point of these guys can only report on what they're told.
Mm-hmm.
And information changes at the drop of the hat.
Well, it's just what we said earlier, however many hours ago it was, but these recruiting insiders, these guys that work and do this for a living, the only thing they're doing is passing along information that they're getting, that they're being told by really good sources. And that's all they're doing. They're not trying to undercut anybody. They're not trying to, play anybody or anything like that. They're just doing their job and reporting and just like I just did earlier with that tweet. I literally just read it. That's all I did. They have a little bit more credibility than that. And I think for you to take a swing at some of these guys and then especially the kids, I never understand fan bases that rip a kid for not committing or hey, well, it's your loss or you're just, hey, wish him the best. Hey, move on. It's not that big of a deal. But to these kids making these decisions, it's a huge deal. And they're not doing it because, so-and-so and this, that they're just trying to do what's best for them and their future. They're 17, 18-year-old kids in a very, very stressful spot. It's a blessing and a curse. That's what I said. Being a high-profile recruit is a blessing and a curse.
No doubt about it. Sensei TV says, go Buckeyes, we getting that natty. Sensei, I cannot wait for the playoffs. I think y'all against Georgia is interesting because I think stylistically, y'all match up better with Georgia than some other teams do. And I know that sounds odd to people who might be watching and saying, but Ohio State got beat by Michigan. But one of the things that I really respected about football whenever I was getting into football when I was younger, because my first love was combat sports, boxing, UFC. My dad boxed in college. So growing up, we had punching bag outside, and like everything was, I was in the taekwondo, whatever. It was combat sports. And one of the things that my dad always told me is styles make fights. And football, wouldn't you know, it's the same thing. Styles make matchups. If we look at what Georgia's defense does well, they are incredible at stopping the run, which means a team like Michigan, as good as Michigan is, really plays into the teeth of Georgia's defense. Yep. They play into what they do well. Whereas a team like Ohio State that's more proficient in throwing the ball, that's the way to beat this Georgia team, is you have to beat them over the top. Cannot wait for that game. Really, really excited.
Well, to be able to get the ball out of your hands quickly and maybe stymie that pass rush and everything like that. Quick game stuff and a lot of, like you said, over the top, challenging them deep, vertical. And Ohio State has the ability to do that.
And sure, Blake, you're right. They are young men getting millions. We can call them kids. We can call them young men. Now we're having a game of semantics. But, I mean, isn't it all the same as me saying – I think, guys, this is what we need to understand. Football is not some idealistic marriage is commitment situation. Brent Venables signed a contract extension to stay at Clemson the same year he left. So if coaches are signing contract extensions, actually putting a legally binding agreement forward and then going on the trail and recruiting all the guys saying, yes, I will be here. Send your kid to Clemson. I will be here. And they move. Why are we putting more onus on the kids?
Yep.
I've never understood that. Coaches will leave at the drop of a hat. Why are we putting more onus on the kids?
Like Deion Sanders, just, make promises. And you leave, not his fault, but, left for Colorado.
No, and I'm not saying that like it's Brent's fault for taking the Oklahoma job. A situation came up that you thought was better for you and you took it.
That's
perfectly
football,
fine.
man. That's
football.
Not many people knew that opportunity like that was going to present itself.
Yes.
Nobody knew Lincoln Riley was going to leave.
True.
True. You have to
Very
jump
true.
on that kind of opportunity. But at the same time, these kids are making millions of dollars for their schools.
Millions.
You know
what the average five-star?
They're the ones that are helping these coaches get paid.
Yeah.
They're putting butts in the seats. I'm not going to watch a coach walk around on the sideline. I don't know about y'all. I go to watch the play on the field. And these kids, yes, they deserve a piece of the pie, but at the same time, they're making these decisions with their future in mind. And, it's totally, I agree with you. There should, if you're going to put some onus on the kids, there definitely needs to be onus on coaches as well.
That's always how I've looked at it, is people will put so much, and I'm not saying anybody in chat is doing it. It's just, it's something I've noticed specifically on Twitter. People put so much emphasis on a player, and I'm like, guys, this is just the industry. Like, this is just recruiting, and it is a beautiful mess. That's what recruiting is. It's a beautiful mess.
Yep.
What's the average five-star? And then I don't know the answer to that.
It depends on where you're at and who you are. I mean, that's the best way to answer that, I guess.
Brent, I tell you where I would look for that information. On 3, I haven't really done too much digging into it, but they do some NIL work in terms of like what the athletes' valuations might be.
NIL value and stuff like that over there.
Yeah, so that might be where to look. I actually don't know, though. That's a really good question. Really good question. Yeah, maybe, John. No doubt about it. I really like Amari Nablack. I was really hoping we'd get him more play this year. But there's the Bell, the tight end from South Carolina, the tight end from Maryland, 2 other names to keep up with if you're an Alabama fan wondering what could be.
Or if you're happy with the depth you got with Oots and Danny Lewis and those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm
there.
with that.
The only thing I worry about is there's no experience. I mean, Oots has been there, but he just doesn't have the play. But I do agree with you, Jance. I think the talent is there. I just think it's almost like the slot wide receiver room. It's just a lack of experience, not talent.
Jance, I was going to ask you this as an Alabama fan, and I'm really high on this guy, but my guy in my backyard here at the 918, Cole Adams. What do you like about Cole Adams?
I like Cole, man. Cole is quick. He's quick as a freaking cat, man. But no, he's quick.
Sub 11 second, 100 meter.
He can move.
Yeah. So for the most part, I like his athletic ability. Like his quickness, like his route tree that he was able to kind of run there. Listen, man, for the most part, we need receivers. So I'll take any sort of receiver I can get. I think I see him more as a slot. Maybe you can push him out wide a little bit, but I think I see him more preferably more.
Yeah, I was telling Ty earlier, like a John Mechie.
That's Slotty Pippen
player.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see him mainly just doing damage underneath.
Yep.
Can take the top off, but you're not going to use him in that role.
You can burn him down the slot there and move safeties and stuff like that. And we were talking about most excited players in that class that I'm excited to see, obviously, because he's a 918 kid, he's a Tulsa kid. Wish Oklahoma would have got him, but we were late to the party because we didn't offer him, when Lincoln was here. So,
but he hasn't signed yet, so who knows?
I'm glad
he'll be at Bama. He signed.
Oh, he signed?
I think he did. Yeah.
Well, here's one thing. Richard Young signed about 3 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago.
Okay. There's like 4 more dudes that are like on sign. I know Cole was like one of them, but like I said,
I think I'll tell y'all what, in my opinion, is one of the wildest things. The fact that Alabama went in the state of Georgia, pulled a 5-star Georgia legacy, and then Caleb Downs from the state of Georgia. That's wild. Justice Haynes, he's a legacy to Georgia. 5-star running back.
Oh, man, check this out. This is some cool news. Brandon Harper, the guy that we were talking about that PG was talking about, kid from Noble High School in Oklahoma was, looking for scholarships. He's going to sign with Oklahoma and be a part of that class. So
that's awesome.
His dream school. So he'll probably be a preferred walk-on or something like that. But
still, man, that's incredible.
Yeah, he just tweeted it out. So that's very, very cool for a guy like that. He's worked his butt off, and that's the kind of stories that you talk about, not just Oklahoma, but across the board with some of these guys are legit going to their dream schools and something they've worked for their whole entire career. And for me to see that, as a coach and as somebody, I've had the privilege of coaching guys like that who have ended up at their dream schools. And that's just another great piece to this recruiting and when guys legitimate, hey man, I've grown up wearing a Alabama shirt my whole life, and I've always had dreams of playing there or playing this place, and they get a chance to do that, man, nothing better. I love it. So
that's what this is all about, man. And it's a ripple effect, guys. I've said this before, but one of the reasons I got into this specifically is because I came from a community that isn't the most affluential, right? It's not to dox, but it's Gainesville, Texas is where I was born. I don't know how many people are familiar with Gainesville, Texas. It is a small town on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. If you're on I-35, last Texas town. When I was growing up, Gainesville had a crime rate per capita that was higher than New York City. Not a lot of economic opportunity. The jobs there were jobs where they would hire people and then let them go, and it was seasonal. So there just wasn't economic opportunity there. And because of that, kids didn't go to college. If they did, they went to NCTC. Nobody left Gainesville, right? It's like you'd be in middle school and you'd know some of the high schoolers. And when you're in high school, they're still showing up to the high school parties. Nobody left Gainesville. I'm not saying it was all Denzel and David, but whenever Denzel and David ended up making the jump from high school to college, it always reminded me of that quote from Coach Carter. What is your deepest fear? Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond all measure. It is our light that frightens us, not the darkness. And that right there is something that always resonated with me. Yep. That whenever Denzel and David made that jump from high school football to college football, they gave everybody in that town permission to hope. Whether they realized it or not, they gave everybody in Gainesville permission to hope that there was something greater out there than Gainesville, Texas. Because we had guys that were unbelievable athletes. I can take you to them on the block right now in Gainesville. They didn't go anywhere. That was the sad reality of Gainesville. Great guys that would be back on the block.
Yep.
Denzel and David, they gave people an opportunity to hope. And the next year, Gainesville sent more kids to college than any year I can remember before them. And it kind of continued.
That's awesome.
But that's not a singular story. Right? That was my experience with Denzel and David. But how many other kids, right? How many other kids look at a Josh Jacobs going from Tulsa to Alabama and they think, you know what? I can do it too. There is opportunity. This is why this stuff matters, guys. I know it's a game.
Well,
But
you look at like Randy Moss from Rand West Virginia.
Yeah.
You know, a place that produced so much talent, but yet, like you just talked about, there's still guys that you could go back and they're on the street or they're doing something that, you know, whatever it is, and not living up to their full potential. And to have guys that are inspiring, that can affect change like that is far better than any play that you could ever make on a football field. When you can really affect change like that, you're a world changer, and it's awesome to find stories like that. It's amazing.
The reason I made that switch from working in legal field to this, because when I was working in the legal field, I was prepping arguments. I was very good at what I did, and but there was no hope. Right? I'll never forget one of my first days at the law firm. They said people don't call us for happy reasons. And so every day I was prepping major car crashes. I was having to look at, you know, the pictures of the bodies afterwards, writing arguments, all that. And it was, you know, I'm able to help people, but it wasn't positive. It wasn't happy.
Yeah.
And this is happy. This is something that I can talk about. I can advocate for people, and I can talk about their experiences and why it matters. I think that's profoundly important. And that's why I think this is profoundly important. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is why recruiting matters. And this is why y'all see me get so excited, no matter if a kid's going to Alabama or if he signs to Auburn, y'all will see me put out a video still talking about this kid being like,
well, they deserve to be recognized, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And,
no doubt.
You know, some of these kids, that's like you just said, that's their way out. That's their opportunity to drastically change their future.
Yep.
And this is an avenue and a platform for them to do it. And
no doubt.
It's awesome. So yeah, I fully am on board with you with that. That's it's the stuff that we don't often talk about, but stuff that needs to be, you know, brought
stuff we
forward
should talk about more.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And that's why, you know, I've been, you know, with Brandon Harper, this kid's worked his butt off, and a kid from a small town in Oklahoma to realizing a dream for him is, yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get stories any better than that. That's what this is. One of the coolest things. One of the things, and Frank, you're right. I think this is why NIL matters as well.
Mm-hmm.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. That's why I don't think NIL is perfect, but my only complaints with NIL is that we don't have protections for the kids. None. That's my biggest complaints with NIL. And I think that's creating a lot of the issues, is because there is no protections for these kids. I think if we had protections, a lot of the complaints people found or have would inevitably be fixed. I just, you know, I think that's a great point. Yep. But I mean, look, that kid gets to go to OU. He gets to work his butt off. What's better than that, man? This is what college football is all about.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's not football or something, he finds his way, his path in life, and it's an opportunity for him to go get an education, to find out what you want to do. You know, yeah, you could. Football is a part of it. You know, there's things that can open up if you want to coach, teach. You know, be a, you know, whatever it is. There's so many opportunities that you would never have without first taking this kind of step. So
absolutely, no doubt about it. And John, you make a great point. Most of these kids can change their families' lives with their talent. You couldn't ask for a better Cinderella story. I completely agree. There was I did a video with somebody, and they were asking me whether or not I thought it was a red flag that Quinn Ewers would it be? What's the technical term here? He did not play in his senior season. I'm not going to get hung up on it.
He opted out of his senior season.
Yeah, I wanted to say he forgone. Now y'all see the problem I'm running into. Yeah. I don't know what that word would be, but he didn't play his senior season to get $1 million deal from Ohio State. And someone was asking me, do you think that that's something you would consider a red flag, that he didn't play and finish his last year with his team? I said, no. Because there's no guarantee that he doesn't walk out the gym and shatter everything in his right leg tomorrow. Go get that $1 million. That money will not be there tomorrow. If you shatter everything in your leg, do you think Ohio State's still going to offer you that $1 million? No. Nothing in life is guaranteed, guys. Not even your next breath. If an opportunity presents itself, you take it. Now look at this. Let's say Quinn Ewers goes through college. Let's say he goes to the NFL. He has $1 million. He's already winning. Let's say for some reason he doesn't make it to the NFL. He now gets to graduate from Texas with a massive NIL deal, and he's already set up for success.
Yep. Still was a shot. Still a shot though too with the XFL and the whole
and I think he's going, but it's just the basic point of like with the
you're
NIL.
set up far better
like
than you would be. Absolutely,
exactly. You're in college. You're in college now. Yeah, the possibilities have opened up way more now with more leagues now. So,
well, and like you said, that the avenue for if you wanted to go into coaching or being around the game, there's still doors to be open there. Like you can go and work in an organization or something like that. I mean, there's so much that these kids have, and the connections and the kind of the people they meet are huge.
Brent, this is exactly why I got into wanting to do this right here. This is exactly why, because these stories do matter.
Yep.
You're not going to tell a kid, and where's Harper from, Drew?
Noble, Oklahoma. You're
not going to tell a kid that's 8 years old in Noble, Oklahoma, that someone they go and watch play on Friday nights signing with OU isn't impactful to them. They're going to wake up every day and know, hey, there's someone from my town who's playing college football on national TV.
It matters. I'm telling you, it has a far bigger impact in any small town if a guy comes out of, or a gal or whoever, playing, in the WNBA or whoever it is. Hey, she's from or he's from my hometown. We have a population of 2,000 people and they made it or they're doing something. Nothing better.
Yeah. I remember when Chad Kelly signed to Clemson and we literally in the city threw a parade. It was you didn't see kids, come from Buffalo. And I mean, like I said, you saw kids go to UB and you saw kids go to some other smaller revenues, but you never saw somebody go to that sort of level of going to a school like Clemson, and then all of a sudden the next year, Quadri Olson comes out, he goes to Pittsburgh and, but the first one, the first major one was Chad. And we just, the city threw a parade and everything. Like it was just rare. You just didn't see, you think of Buffalo, New York, you don't think of great high school players. I mean, you
think of Griselda.
Exactly. You think of Griselda. You don't think of anything else. So, yeah, man, like, dude, it's just incredibly rare, like I said, and especially around the smaller towns, like, especially around the Buffalo area, like Dunkirk and Chautauqua County. And especially because we have a Native Indian reservation, literally like 20 minutes away from the city. One of those kids ended up getting a Division I offer, the first in, I actually think the first in indigenous history in America. Think about it, like 5-6 years ago. I forgot the name, but I mean, it was these kids, man. When these opportunities open up, you got to take it, man.
Yeah, Ronell Lewis, another story, unbelievable story right there. Dewar, Oklahoma. That's not too far from where I'm at. Small town. It's smaller than maybe even Noble is.
What's the population of Noble?
It's right outside. I don't know exactly, but it's a smaller town. Yeah, but yeah. And then the Rodriguez brothers. Malcolm Rodriguez coming from Wagner, Oklahoma, going to Oklahoma State now with the Lions. His brother's getting ready to get an offer out of Wagner. Stuff like that. Wagner's a smaller town in Oklahoma. On the east side of the state, stuff like that, guys that, can happen. I think of a Mason Fine from Locust Grove, Oklahoma, going to North Texas, fulfilling his dream and going down there and, shattering some records and stuff like that. That's what it's about, man.
This is the reason, guys, whenever I say, if you're into schematics, you're not going to find a better product than the NFL. If we're talking football. If we're talking pure schematics, the NFL, I've actually been so inundated with college football since 2021 when I really started doing this heavy. I stopped watching the NFL, and I actually watched some of my first NFL games a few weekends ago, and I was, after going so much through college football, like I was blown away by the scheme, and I was at the edge of my seat, just like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. But it doesn't have the same meaning. And you want to know why? because those guys have made it, and those stories need to be told as well. They are important. But it's the guys that are making it out of Noble, Oklahoma, out of Gainesville, Texas, out of Valley View, Texas. Those things matter, man. Like, they really do. They really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always tell people, man, if you want to try to get into college football, man, I think the one show that's perfect for it, watch Friday Night Lights. That's the perfect show.
Yep.
You want to know something wild?
Yeah.
I need to message. I don't know if I even have her number anymore. So my old moot court partner, her name was Cassidy. Brilliant mind. She's doing some internship in New York City right now for economics. But her and I, we were one of the teams for University of North Texas. We ended up competing at nationals together, made it top 10. But her uncle was on that team that Friday Night Lights was based off of. And one of the characters that's heavily featured in the movie is based off of her uncle.
Really?
And so, like, whenever she found out how into football I was, like, that was kind of how her and I got to be close. And we became very good teammates because she was also very into football. It was a family thing for her. And she just had an appreciation for it. I love that movie. If y'all say you don't cry whenever Boobie Miles gets that news, you're lying. You're all lying.
That was one of the saddest scenes ever, man. At first, you're thinking that, oh, okay, this guy's just, just coping, arrogant. All of a sudden, he got in the car and he's just.
When he gets in that car, if you don't tear up, you're lying to me. I'll make a grown man cry.
Mm-hmm.
That scene right there. That scene is tough.
Yeah, that's one of the best ones. And then the other one was when Billingsley, his dad, throws the state championship ring out the window and he stops the car and goes back and gets it. Even though his dad's been a complete a-hole to him and everything like that, it's just it just means that much to him that, hey, Dad, you still, it's still a part of you and it's a part of me, and that's a legacy that you're not just gonna throw away. Like, that was another scene in the movie that I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, the Boobie Miles thing, I was like, yeah, every time I've seen the movie, I don't know how many times.
My fiance already knows whenever that scene comes on, she just looks at me. And I'm just like, try to tell y'all. Great get for Texas, Cameron. Great get for Texas. Vasic and Akana, way to double down. Really solid get. Chicken, right by Thackerville. Is that where you say you're from, or are you because that's gay? Are you talking about Gainesville? Because Gainesville, yeah, it's right by Thackerville. I grew up going to the casino.
Speaking of the casino, I'm hopefully when it warms up, I've got free rounds of golf I need to cash in on down there at WinStar. So I have to get down there and play those courses. I haven't played them yet. So
yeah, Frank, great example. Leighton Vander Esch, and it's also a little bit interesting.
That's a good one.
I know someone who mentored him. It's someone that's been instrumental in helping me kind of figure out life and stuff like that. Incredible gentleman, very involved with the Wounded Warrior Foundation, very involved with stuff for wounded veterans. But yeah, he was a mentor to Vander Esch for a while. And he would always tell me that story. It's awesome. Great example.
Yeah. Josh Allen's story is one of the most craziest things.
Yeah.
Over here just for his path, man.
Yeah.
When you actually look up what Fireball Cali just looks like, man, it's just feels like you're back in 1960. Like, it's just, my God, it's just
great
farmers
right there.
Yeah, great farmers. Went to had to go to the JUCO route. Sent over 1,000 emails to every single university you could potentially think of. Only got one, which was Wyoming. That gave him a chance. Which I actually found out about this. They actually thought about just giving him a walk-on position instead of the full scholarship. And Josh Allen said, "You know what? You're gonna give me the walk-on. I'll take the walk-on." And then they just kind of just said, "You know what? We'll just give you the full scholarship." And boom, the rest was history. So yeah, man, I love those small town stories. Another one that I actually have. This actually involves my cousin, my older cousin, that was back in the 80s. He was actually one of the first people, especially from a small town perspective, around the city of Buffalo, but in Dunkirk, New York, which was where my mom is from. He played for Penn State. He was the first guy around the small town rural areas, so Springville, a whole bunch of those areas, to go to to play football. And it wasn't just D1, it was just football in general, outside of the college ranks. And when my mom's, when her grandmother died, when his mom died, and for the most part, when everyone went to the funeral, Joe Paterno and the entire Penn State football team traveled. They had a game that they had to play. I forgot which game they had to play. I think it was, forgot which game they played, but I know it was like around week 5 or 6. And they literally had a game. He decided to kind of forgo it. He wasn't a starter. He was a redshirt freshman. So he decided to kind of leave, decided to go to the funeral. All of a sudden, I would say like a day later, the entire Penn State football team came. And it was like it was a debate. They actually had to move the game up. They had to move the game down to Saturday to Sunday. They were thinking about giving Penn State pretty much letting them forfeit the game, but they decided to turn up to the entire team just because he was the first person that really came from that small town area. They didn't really get a lot of guys from there, and he was like one of the first people, especially from New York. And I remember when and my mom used to tell that when he committed, how literally special it was, because he pretty much inspired so many kids to, hey, instead of just, like I said, hanging around the block, or instead of just, consuming alcohol. Again, we have a huge Native American population, nothing but just people from Senecas. So it was literally just alcohol, drugs, and that was pretty much your path. And Joe Paterno knew just how special that kid was. Again, even though he wasn't a starter, he was a redshirt freshman, but just how impactful that guy was. And to kind of see, and for them to literally go to that funeral while almost kind of forgoing that game was incredible. And it just kind of tells you the impact. And I remember, man, when Joe Paterno, again, back in the 80s, especially around that community, was a superstar. I mean, how Lionel Messi was getting swarmed by everyone from Argentina, that's exactly how the people from Dunkirk was. It was like they were treating him like he was the president, from what my mom tells me. So, yeah, man, like I said, these stories, man, are insane. It's insane every time you kind of hear something about it, man.
Yeah, it's the reason why I wanted to do this. It's the reason why it'd probably be a lot easier for me to try and make a living going back to the legal world, going back to the law firms, and it'd be a lot less stress. But I've made 900 videos in a year and a half because of this. Because I truly believe these stories need to be told, and I truly believe they're important. And because I love college football. Let's be very honest as well. And because I love college football. But it's all the total package. Daniel says, Marcel Henderson just entered the transfer portal from Arkansas. I saw that. Well, guys, we've been going for over 6 hours, 6 hours and 9 minutes. The party does not stop, but unfortunately, we're winding down. I have got to make a video covering Alabama and talk about the winners. Chance, before we get out of here, who won the day today? First day of early signing day. It's not done yet, but who's won the day so far?
I would be biased, and I would say us, but
it's either Bama or Oregon.
Yeah, I would say Oregon. Honestly, just for Oregon, it's more impactful. It's more impactful for them than it is for us. Normally, we just have days like this. It's not that shocking. But Oregon, this was huge, especially kind of losing a phenomenal recruiter like Mario Cristobal, then to bring back Dan Lanning and to get the players that you were able to get, including getting obviously a quarterback and Dante Moore, I think was huge. So we'll see if they can keep Peyton Bowen. I don't think he's signed yet, right? Peyton Bowen hasn't.
He hasn't sent his letter of intent in, so
yeah. So
that happens, it's not official.
Well, yeah, we'll see about that. But yeah, Oregon definitely had a more impactful class compared to ours.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, guys, before we get out of here, Jance, Drew, where can the people find all of y'all's content? I'll start with you, Jance. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So you can find me at Twitter, Jance716, of course, YouTube, Jance Sports. If you guys want to catch some more just overall daily sports content, if you want to catch me crying live about the World Cup, you guys can do that. But no, yeah, catch me on those social media sites, and yeah, man, let's talk ball.
Always love having you on, man. Drew, where can the people find your stuff?
Hey, I am Drew England, Coach England 1 on Twitter. If you guys want to go over and follow me, but We are the Under Official Review podcast. Me and my buddy Zach Merrill. He's a Buckeye fan. We talk all things college football. We throw obviously some Ohio State, OU stuff in there, but we throw it all in there. We love to talk college football as a whole. We've had Ty on. We need to get Jance on sometime soon. But yeah, we just love talking. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the main social media, and then our YouTube channel. Just search the Under Official Review podcast. Find us. We're also got our audio stuff, Apple and Spotify. But yeah, check us out. We love to talk ball.
Guys, be sure to check out their content. They do great jobs, and then they afford us the time to come on here and talk with me to help make this what it is. But really, I want to thank everybody who tuned in this evening. We still have 100 people in here. You guys were awesome tonight. And I know I've said this a few times, but, you know, there is no interaction. There is no back and forth, and we don't get to have as much fun as we do on this stream if y'all aren't as awesome as you are in the chat, and y'all kill it every single time. So thank you for allowing me to have cultivated this community. And this is why whenever I do my intros, I do say I'd love to have y'all a part of an amazing community, because I think this community it's special. Yeah. We have Oklahoma fans, Texas fans, Notre Dame. Everyone's here.
And if you haven't subscribed, get over there and subscribe. We gotta get Ty to 20K before the end of the year. So
absolutely.
That would be
subscribe.
Wild.
Smash subscribe.
Yep.
All right, guys. We'll see you. I'll probably be going live tomorrow, but I'll be posting on my channel about that. So be sure to follow on that, and we'll see you then. But until then, take it easy. Now the